In front of the white-haired man was a huge dragon and 3 people. This guy was already poisoned as it was, so he'd better surrender and give them the item these people wanted. If they want it, they should just walk up and take it away if they have the strength. But suddenly there was a huge explosion. The protagonist wakes up in some unfamiliar room. He really isn't dead. The legendary Xuan Li still exists. The cultivation level of this body is very meager. I'll have to start all over again, now in this life. He will perfect everything. Xuan Li would become the strongest. The man didn't think of repeating his mistakes. He will rule this world. The mansion he woke up in belongs to Guo, and his name is Lin Shui now. Because of his family's collapse, he had to come to take shelter here for a while. They had an arrangement between the families. He heard the question about and how long he was going to keep this guy here. The uncle just can't stand by and watch. He just has to wait until his son gets here. The silhouette of a woman asked, even though he had taken this guy in with them, but why did he promise to give the nin away for him? The man had agreed to give her away under that contract that had been made a long time ago. But it was only now that he remembered about it. The woman asked if he had any shame. Does he really want to sacrifice parts of his own daughter? Miss Ling was strongly serious, and that guy Lin Shui isn't that bad, even though he lacks training. He has potential. Didn't he live 100 years in a past life to stand proudly in this one? Why does he need to live under someone else's roof? The maid noticed that the gentleman was awake, and she decided to fetch water for him. But the boy replied that it was not necessary. The man immediately laughed at the fact that she called him mistress. This guy comes from a poor family, and he's asking their mistress to marry him, Lin Shui asked as he rambled on. Their landlord's very shattered, and he's taken in this guy here. But he doesn't deserve to live on this estate. And why he won't leave of his own free will until no one is ashamed of him. And the main character punched him in the face. Why the hell does the pathetic bastard decide whether the main character leaves or not? A woman appeared and told him to stop. The man immediately asked for help from mistress. This guy doesn't know the rules, and he gave him a warning, but he was beaten. The woman immediately asked Lin Shui what the Lu servant had done to him, that he had beaten him, and the protagonist replied that this servant was too rude to him, and he had to teach him a lesson. Does this guy really think he owns this place? How dare he lay a hand on this woman's servant? A man appeared and asked what happened here. The woman told him to see what his nephew had done. Time will pass, and this estate will not be a Guo, but a Ling. But he's sure there was a miscommunication. Since the man thinks it's a common misunderstanding, she's done. The man asked her to wait, but she's gone. The man told his nephew not to take it all too personally, but the main character will never forget Uncle Guo's kindness. He thanked his uncle. The uncle replied that everything was fine. The man also asked why he was walking here. The kid wanted to tell him he was leaving. The uncle asked why. The main character has been giving them a bunch of trouble over the past few days and feels really bad about it. Either way, I would have had to leave at some point, and now is the best time to do it. The man knew that Madame had insulted him more than once. He apologized for it was his fault. A wise man should see the whole picture in his mind and not act impulsively. His uncle's words are very important to him. But his leaving has nothing to do with these people's attacks. The uncle knows that the boy is suffering because of the difficult family situation. That's why he offered to take a walk with Nin tomorrow. And after the main character can practice with uncle. Lin Zhu has been staying in his house for a long time, so he can do this. He will really appreciate in his good intentions. Uncle asked, what about their marriage with Nin? The reason he came here is because of the contract his father left behind. He wants Uncle Guo to break it. As the eldest son of the family, he has to deal with all its problems before he can get married. He hopes his uncle will understand and forgive him. They can keep the contract, because they have nowhere to rush. But he had already made up his mind and hoped his uncle would understand. Suddenly the girl snatched the contract from his hands. It was a Nin who said she didn't want to marry him. Uncle asked me not to talk nonsense, but it's not even nothing. This guy suddenly shows up at their house, and her father asks her to marry him. Mistress also appeared. She asked her mom to help her. But Mistress replied to let the girl decide with her. They're gone. Her mom spoiled her too much. The man apologized. The protagonist thanked for the kind words and said he had to go. Having lost all his strength, his body is now mortal. He needs to find a quiet place as soon as possible and increase his level in cultivation. After a while, he found the temples that contained the statue. This place seems to fit. It'll be his home for a while. Suddenly, a small fragment fell from the Buddha statue. He asked the Honorable Buddha not to be too angry. The boy will borrow this place from him for a while. When he's done, he'll gold his body as a thank you. Now he needs to concentrate and lay the foundation. This shock technique he was using now was the most suitable for cultivation. She is unbelievable. It's been 24 hours and he's already at the early stage of qi cultivation. His stomach began to rumble. It had been 2 days since he'd eaten. He'd made only a little progress, but it was an accomplishment. He went outside and started shaking the berries off the tree with his technique. The guy finally ate. He also noticed people in the distance. The man asked what the kid was doing here. Linjek wondered if he was really talking to him. The man replied that naturally, leading here, there was no one else. Before the protagonist responds, he needs to make 2 things clear to them. First of all, he's not a kid and he has his own name. Secondly, whatever Lin Shui does here is none of his business. And he's obviously brave. But this kid is just an ordinary commoner. Why doesn't he fall on his knees when he meets a soldier? If he wants the protagonist to kneel, let him try to get him to do it. How insolent. This commoner dares to protest him. But there, let him taste his sword. Suddenly in front of her we appeared Yan Yanji, who is the inspector of Lingzhou area. Then he apologized to the protagonist for the misunderstanding. The man also inquired why he was here all alone. The kid replied that he was traveling and asked what was wrong with the place. The area inspector explained that this mountain was infested with huge insects, and the government had already decreed that outsiders should not be allowed on the mountain. Didn't he know that? Lin Ye is not afraid of any beetles. He has good jokes. This guy has lost his mind, and since he wants to die, it's not their concern. But Brother Zhou is wrong. Their job is to protect not only the territory but also the people. That's why he can't say that. That's easy for him to say. The man was ordered to find a huge rare monster, and he and Yan Yanji have different assignments altogether. The monsters here are very strong and ferocious. They have taken many excellent fighters in their lives, so you shouldn't be so careless. The boy thanked him for the warning and said he would be careful, after which he left. That kid's got a lot of nerve. The area inspector told the guys to rest for a while and they would continue up the mountain. If they got rid of the monsters, they would be generously rewarded. The protagonist heard some kind of scream and immediately ran towards the sound of it. The man has underestimated this monster, and they simply have no choice. They must run. Suddenly, someone struck that monster. The protagonist immediately landed near him. The tiger began to growl. Lin Goe told him to surrender, and maybe he would spare his life. The animal began to tremble. Still, he decided to spare this animal and asked if it wanted to follow him. This monster seemed to agree, and the protagonist climbed up on this monster. All at once kneeled down and asked to receive their homage. But the kid said not to be so polite. He had conquered this beast, and he wouldn't touch anyone in the future. They gave thanks that their lives were saved by the protagonist, after which they left. But suddenly they were caught. People rejoiced that they had finally caught the monster. Since they've caught the beast, they're bound to make a big profit. Yan Yanji asked Zhou Chong what he was doing. He caught the beast, so all the reward goes to him. Now Brother Yang can be jealous of him. He also thanked his brother for keeping this beast here. The man only had time to prepare this ambush thanks to Yan Yanji. It's too sneaky. But suddenly, the monster broke the nets and attacked the man. It bit him, after which that man died. The others began to run, but he didn't think of letting them go so easily. These men paid for their meanness with their lives. They immediately kneeled down and replied that they had learned their lesson, and they also hoped that this master would forgive them. He told them to go down the mountain and find a doctor to heal their wounds. They thanked the master. After which, they came to an abandoned building. Ling Shui decided to stop here, and since this monster lives on the mountain, he will call it Shan Jun. A couple days later, some people came in. Tiger was immediately on guard for this building, but the protagonist stopped him right away. The monster left them, and the man said he had come from the Lingzhou to see the immortal. Lin Shui walked out towards them. The very man he had saved a couple days ago was there. Yan Yanzi had come to the mountains for him. The kid replied that he had tamed the king of the mountain and he would no longer attack people. He also asked if they wanted to check it out. The man believed his words and said that a very important person had recently arrived who wanted Immortal to ask Immortal for something. They have a man who is seriously ill and urgently needs medical help. When they heard rumors that there is an Immortal in the mountains, they decided to turn to him. Do they really want him to be a doctor? He asked the Immortal to be merciful. They also offered silver for him. The man hopes that the Immortal will accept their humble gift and help them, but they misunderstood him. Treating people is not his specialty, but regardless of whether the Immortal would help or not, a man would appreciate his kindness. The guy pointed out that he didn't have to ask on his knees. He would come down as soon as he got some things done. The man thanked the Immortal. Lingek told Shangun to wait while he was here. The guy indicated that he was ready to go. The man told the Immortal to follow him. Also, the main character explained that he wasn't an immortal, but just an ordinary cultivator. Therefore, he asked not to be called that. Lin Shui introduced himself, and the man decided that he would call him Master Lin. They arrived at the Kong house. The guy figured out that she was in a coma because her blood and qi had gotten stuck and stopped circulating. He used his pure energy to clear the meridians, so she would wake up soon. He thanked the master of the Ling. The man also offered him a rest in the courtyard, and these girls he ordered to be with him and fulfill all his requests. Meanwhile, everyone was watching the boy practice. He noticed Uncle Yang and told him to see how well he had practiced. The man apologized for not being able to do so, as he was accompanying a guest today. The boy wondered if the man standing behind his uncle was their guest. Master Lin was specially invited to cure their old lady. The boy should be polite to him. But this man is not much older than he is. He must have used some tricks and deceived his uncle. Yan Yaniji told him to watch his tongue. The boy replied that if he was different, let him prove it by his actions. Yan Yanji apologized and explained that youthful maximalism has no limits at that age. But the protagonist doesn't care what this boy says. He'll answer for calling him a boy. We also yelled at him not to be so careless, but the protagonist only touched his foot. The boy immediately jumped away from him and his leg began to hurt. He asked what kind of magic the protagonist used. The man explained that the young master had been very rude and insulted him. They will definitely punish the insolent man. He hopes Master Lin will spare him this time. Lin Shu explained that he had blocked the meridians of his legs. Therefore, he would be fine in an hour. That boy's gonna show him everything. But the guy didn't understand why he would even do that. If he wasn't strong enough, why embarrass himself again? The green-haired kid is going to tell his father, and he's going to be in trouble. Suddenly, a girl who was the guy's sister appeared. She wondered how he would dare to go to his father after such a thing. She apologized for her brother. Yan Yanji said that it was their master's eldest daughter, whose name was Kong Yao. Her younger brother was very rude to Master Lin, so she is here to apologize to him. The kid replied that it was fine and no apology was necessary. He also asked how the grandmother was. The grandmother woke up recently and wants to see the master. The girl can't refuse her, so she would like to ask the master to go with her. Lin Xue replied that he was willing to go with Miss Kong. When they arrived at her chambers, the man said he could never forget it. His mother did wake up. The boy inquired how his mom was feeling. The man replied that she woke up and heard that the master had saved her. She insisted on seeing the master and he could not refuse her. So he asked Yao to find him. The guy reiterated again that he didn't mind at all. The grandmother thanked Mr. Lin. The fellow replied that she didn't have to be polite to him. She'd better stay in bed until the sickness passed. He also explained that the woman was now very weak, so he would write them the necessary medication a little later, thanks to which she would be able to get out of bed. He came out of the palace. There was a boy kneeling in front of him. He said that he had insulted the master and asked to be punished for it. If he has already been penalized before, this is not necessary. But Kong Xian has made a mistake and must be punished for it. Therefore, he asks to do so. The protagonist turned his attention to the man who was standing next to the kid. Yan Yanji asked to step back for a moment with him. Now it's up to Uncle Jan. After the young master found out that his grandmother had woken up, he believed in Lin Xue's abilities. And a point later, he also learned that the protagonist rides a tiger and changed his opinion even more. The young master is very impressed with him, and the man is afraid that he wants to become his apprentice. This kid's got character. The young master is very stubborn, and because of this, he constantly has arguments. The protagonist replied that he understood everything, and he also noticed that this man makes a good agent. The men didn't know what he should best say to that. Lin Xue replied that he understood it that way. Therefore, he would no longer pester him with his answers. She approached the kid and asked if he wanted to be his apprentice. The guy bowed and said he really wanted to. The protagonist has heard him, but unfortunately he is not accepting students yet. But he will show this guy a series of exercises. Kong Qian was happy about it. A little later, this kid's father also looked at what the main character had written. Mr. Lin is so kind, he doesn't even know how he can repay him. Kong Qian wanted to ask his father what this technique was, but the man told him to bow down and thank the master. Such a blessing can only be received once in a lifetime. The boy thanked the master of the Lin. The man asked what the name of this technique was, and the main character replied that it is a set of punches that he created based on his own. These are the boxing punches of the Kong family. They had created the country by military force, and there were countless masters in their history. However, Master Lin created a technique in a matter of moments. Such a thing had never been heard of before. But Lin Xue replied that he was just an ordinary cultivator who knew a little about martial arts. If this technique was useful to the young master, then his efforts were not in vain. Of course, his efforts are not in vain. It would not be an exaggeration to say that with this technique, his son would be able to achieve rebirth. Once the problem is solved, that's where he says goodbye to them. A man can hardly repay the master for all his actions. The guy replied that it was no big deal, and he needed to hurry. Kong Qian asked if master really couldn't stay a couple more days. The protagonist replied that the martial arts he was being taught did not train himself. Only through training can he achieve great things in the future. He thanked the master. Yan Yanji told the protagonist to get into the carriage. He had some kind of sheet in his hand. It was all for a good reason. Because now he would be able to buy medical stuff, and his training would go even better. The man asked where they should load all these goods. And the protagonist replied that in the wagon at the end of the street, and they should tell them that they were exactly from the master of the Lin. Suddenly someone recognized him from the crowd. It was Zhu. As it turned out, the old man had asked this man to find the protagonist. The boy immediately assumed that Uncle Guo had some business with him. The uncle was afraid that the protagonist had nowhere to live, so he purposely rented a private house, but he had already found shelter. So he asked the man to tell his uncle not to worry about him. He'll thank his uncle later, so the man can take it easy. Suddenly, the madam appeared and asked Jue who he was talking to there. She saw the main character and thought he was so ignorant that he couldn't even say hello to her. The woman replied that she had bought a great deal of clothes and silk, so he should hurry. There was also some girl on a horse galloping through the crowd. She caused the mistress to shift to the side. The woman didn't realize where she was going. The girl got off her horse and walked over to the woman to ask if she had just called her a pooch. She should have known not to enter the city on horseback. The girl struck her with a whip. There is no place in Lingzhou that she cannot visit on horseback. Besides, that woman was rude to her. She immediately turned to Xuer and asked how he could stand still when his mistress was being beaten. He apologized. The woman ordered to protect her mistress. He stood in front of this girl. He has enough courage to stand in front of her. The man apologized, but she hit his landlady. Suddenly he was also whipped. How dare that slave even dare speak to her like that? Suddenly the whip was stopped. That was the main character. The girl asked who he was and told him to let go of the cage. He's gotten the idea that she's such an illusion, and already she's playing with a whip. He'll show her how it's done. The girl yelled out how dare he say such a thing as he immediately threw something at her. She asked what he had done. Lin Zhuge told this wench to apologize to him. Does he really want her to apologize to someone? After which he struck her again. The main character again told her to apologize. The guards were already approaching the scene. They immediately approached their mistress. The girl immediately asked where they had been for so long. This guy dared to hit her, and so he should be killed now. The man told him to kneel down, and then he would die painlessly. But the protagonist repeated again for her to apologize. The girl immediately asked why he didn't stand like a statue and they should hurry up. They immediately attacked the protagonist. Suddenly, someone shouted for them to stop all this now. It was Kong Yao. She immediately asked Ms. Yan what was going on here. She immediately inquired why Kong Yao was here. Kong Yao asked, wondering what's wrong. In response, the girl asked what she had decided to look at here. Inspector Yang told me that according to wartime laws, galloping a horse through the city leads to arrest for 15 days. How dare they tell her anything about the law? If her father finds out about this, they'll be in a lot of trouble. Every day, we Sheikh repeatedly emphasized the equality of laws before all. Whether it is an ordinary person or a child, is very important to the family. If this incident goes to court, how will she even face the king? Given that Sister Yan is a minor, Kong Yao will represent her and her interests until she can do so herself. She got angry and decided to leave. Here they met again. The girl reminded him that her name was Kong Yao. The protagonist replied that she didn't have to be so polite. He also inquired of Brother Ian what had happened. The man saw that girl galloping on horseback through the crossroads, so he asked Kong Yao to deal with it. She has a rich lineage and is the daughter of the king himself, who was introduced to the Lanzhou. The woman didn't expect her to be from a Yang family. Though this family has no influence, but if the protagonist breaks the law or offends the honor of the royal family, they can influence it. This is bad, and the man remarks that they need to run. But he feels that what has happened is just ordinary nonsense, so he doesn't need to worry about it. He lives in the mountains anyway. However, he hopes that Ms. Kong will take care of the case, and the Ling Master may not worry about it. Madam also didn't expect the family's eldest daughter Kong in Linzhou at all, and this guy was even now living on the mountain. Lin Shui didn't want to burden Brother Yang with traveling, but he shouldn't worry so much. This man is on his way too, so he would be only too happy for them to give him a ride. Well, he should start by cleaning up his act. In the end, the main character and the mistress herself were left behind. She thought this guy was definitely here to humiliate her, but thanks to him, she realized something. Apparently, he's on good terms with the Kong's sister. There must be something she doesn't know. Ghoul manner. We, the main character, thanked Brother Jan for his hard work. But the man replied that no thanks were needed, since they had done almost nothing. Also, the uncle thanked the inspector. But a member of the Guo family does not have to be polite. It is his duty to work for the good of the people. Brother Jan should not refuse thanks. In this case, he accepted thanks on behalf of all the brothers. The boy thanked his uncle, but they should say goodbye. It was getting late, so he wondered where his nephew was going. He decided to come home. His nephew alone was going to Linzhou, so how could he not worry? He knew his nephew was very touchy, though he doubted his honesty. But Uncle Guo doesn't need to blame himself, and the protagonist has nothing to take offense at. But it doesn't matter what a guy thinks, because this place will always be his home. His wife and daughter don't know the guy well, so it would take them some time to fully accept him. He knows that the protagonist has a noble intention, and he's not interested in the Guo family's money either. Uncle is too serious today. It doesn't matter how things work out with Linner in the future. Uncle knows that the relationship between their families will remain excellent. Lin Shui hopes so too. The man is glad to hear that. If you need to quickly increase your cultivation level, you can't do without tribute medicine. With his technique, fire came into being. After a night of cleansing, the medicine became much more effective. Ning doesn't know what her father thinks about it, but she's going to escort this guy out of here. Also, if her brother finds out about it, that would be a problem. She didn't understand how Ling Jue felt about him at all. She doesn't know what the main character has done, but even her mother's attitude towards him has changed. The woman knows that her daughter likes Ye Yuchen, but her father's temperament will not allow them to be together. However, if she tries to get along with Lin Shui, something might work out. However, she doesn't want to marry him. Suddenly, two girls who called Guo Nin arrived. It was Yang and Xin. The girl asked why it was so rare for them to see Guo Nin. Her hubby came by the other day and asked for her hand in marriage. The girl said to stop bullying her. Her friend just laughed. Even though Kong Yao said that Yang Honglin won't take revenge, but her family is very strong. Uncle Guo is very good to him, so he needs to take care of it. The girl immediately noticed the main character and started whispering about him. Seeing him like this is definitely not good. She wondered what Guo Nin was thinking. Is she really thinking of marrying him? But she doesn't want it. Her father insists on this wedding. Even her mom is starting to feel differently about him. She asked the girls for help because she didn't know what to do. She should just say she doesn't want it and walk away. She guarantees this guy won't stick it to her again. The girl immediately approached him and asked if he was Lin Shui. The guy replied that this was all true. She had heard that he wanted to marry their little sister Guo Nin. He apparently didn't look in the mirror at all. How would their little sister even be together with him? In Lingzhou City, she doesn't even know how many sons and daughters want to see Guo Nin herself. For someone like him, who doesn't even have a proper inheritance and is not of high blood, she would advise him to quickly forget about it. Ning asked that Xinya was saying such a thing again. In response, the girl inquired, "And when did she ever talk nonsense?" The protagonist explained that there was some misunderstanding. He's not interested in Guo Ning. It was true that his father had made a marriage contract with the Guo family. Not too long ago, he got his marriage certificate back, and now he has no relationship with this girl. Xin called him a liar. If they don't have any relationship, then why is he pursuing her? As it turns out, Uncle Guo only ordered the protagonist to accompany and protect her. The girl noticed that he was talking too much. The guy's point was that she didn't have to worry about that. Suddenly, she was stopped by Jan. The girl explained that Auntie Xin was too straightforward, so she asked not to be offended by it. The boy replied that it didn't matter, whereupon a carriage drove up to them. A man who knew Yang and Xin came out of it, and this person should be Guo Ning. The man also asked who the white-haired guy was. Xin wanted to say who he was to Guo Nin, but Nin stopped her. Yan replied that this young Master Lin is a distant relative of Guo Nin, and she specifically took him around the Linzhou city. As it turns out, this guy's name is Wu Junqian. Half of the real estate on the street will belong to his house, and everyone will call him Big Brother. You only have to look at the look in his eyes to know that this guy is not from here. And the main character certainly wouldn't dare bark at him. But he only sighed. Junqian realized that this guy wasn't that simple. He asked if young Master Lin was looking down on him, but Lin Shui only remained silent. The girl explained that the young Ling Master came from a small place. She thinks that this guy doesn't understand his position. He only laughed and replied that he was mistaken. It was not so easy for the young line master to get to Linzhou City. And this destiny will meet with Junqian. Today he will open his eyes for him, The girl asked what was so funny, and the guy replied that he would show them something today. She told her friends to get on the wagon faster. He turned to the protagonist and explained that he didn't expect Master Lin to come today. He had only prepared one wagon, but they could ride horses. The man also reported that he had brought horses. He immediately won a horse for himself. The man said that the destination was the foot of Qingyuan Mountain on the outskirts of the city. They will see each other at the foot. He immediately began to gallop away. Jun Jian then turned his attention to the protagonist and asked if he had ever ridden horses. But he didn't expect the protagonist to jump him at all. This made him swallow dust. He called Lin Shui a bastard, whereupon he immediately inquired where he had come from. Qingyuan Mountain. There were a lot of people there. He wondered how his tiger was doing. After all, he is the king of beasts on this mountain, so the guy thinks he doesn't need to worry about it. Everyone immediately welcomed Brother Qian, who had just arrived. The man immediately approached the girls and told them that it had been kind of a while since they had seen each other. But the blue replied that he was a good joker. He offered to hunt. There's nothing complicated about it. He advised the girls to think of it as just a game. She had heard that there were giant monsters in the mountains. She wondered if it was too dangerous to hunt here. But how long is she going to talk about it? After all, the government killed all the monsters a long time ago. She must be out of the loop, but they need not worry. Even if these monsters are still alive, there are many of them that can handle them. There are a lot of good people on today's journey. Xin held out the bow for Guonin. The girl waved it off and replied that she didn't want to. Xin asked, wondering what she was afraid of if they could just play behind her brother's back. The protagonist approached the girl and explained that this mountain was unsafe and girls shouldn't play something like this. So he offered to go back. Nin wanted to answer already, but she was interrupted by Blue asking if he was scared. She called the protagonist a coward who can't even be compared to a girl. Jun Chen joined her and explained that they had come here to have fun. If he didn't like something, he could leave and they would move on. Everyone standing here right now invited the protagonist just to see how he'd do. If he wants to leave, let him do so and don't bother them. Autumn also explained for her friend that it wasn't easy to get them all together. Doesn't she really want to upset them? Besides, doesn't she want to start fresh with Lin Ji? She should just seize the opportunity and not give up. She told the kid to go back and Guonin would go with them. Still, he turned around and walked away. The deer was shot, after which another arrow struck him in the neck. Everyone rejoiced at the shot. Brother Qian is strong. He's very tough because he only killed with one arrow. It's only natural since he's the most accurate marksman in Linzhou. It was a shame that guy didn't notice it because he would have definitely freaked out. Suddenly someone shouted for everyone to stop, for this deer belonged to him. Another man came out to join them. The kid with the tail asked who he was and what this deer was supposed to be his. The man stated that he saw everything clearly. He was the first one to shoot this deer. He only laughed at the words that the man had shot him first. He also suggested that he may have imagined it. It's their deer. But he'll decide for himself what is or isn't a hint. So they must leave now. He slapped the man, asking about what kind of trash dared to take the loot from Brother Qian. The man started to get even angrier and asked how dare he even hit people. This guy's blind. There's obviously something wrong with him. Suddenly a man told everyone to stop. You could tell by the look of it that important people had arrived, and the main character was also watching them from afar. Looks like it's not that simple now. Now he's gonna pay for what he's done. As it turned out, it was the man's father. He immediately got angry and asked which one of them dared to hit him. The kid pointed at this guy and told me to grab him. The man ordered Hazy to chop off his hands. The guy immediately turned to Brother Chen and asked what he was going to do. Jun Qian asked what he allows himself and who he is. His father's name is Wu Bocheng from Linzhou, but he obviously didn't know that name. This man's name is Duan Tianqiu. Even if his father comes here, he only has to accept it. How dare these youngsters talk to him like that? They knew this name Duan Tianqiu. This is the boss of the largest faction in Linzhou City. It can be said that he is the master of the entire Linzhou underworld. Countless people have died at his hands. Even the officials were afraid of him. It's over. He didn't want to mess with that monster at all. The guy replied that it was all a misunderstanding, but suddenly something hit his leg. He immediately fell to the ground, holding onto his leg. This man beat up his nephew and dared to call it all a misunderstanding. So if he broke his leg, that would be a misunderstanding too. He replied that the boss broke his leg, and he takes the blame. He hopes the boss will look at his father's face and spare them this time. They will definitely come here to apologize, the man asked, and what his father's face meant. If Duan Tianqiu let them go, they would definitely not disappoint this boss. In exchange for their mercy, everyone must break their legs. In that case, he'll let this kid go. Everyone began to tremble with fear. If she had gone with Lin Jue back then, this wouldn't have happened. The guy replied that those girls didn't hurt his nephew. He hoped that the boss would be lenient. Duan Tianqiu replied that these girls may not break their legs. Let them just play with his brothers and then they would let them go. They should just start having that fun. They immediately rushed towards those girls. Someone almost reached the nin, but suddenly his arm was shot with something. He immediately turned around, not realizing what kind of bastard could have done this. And so the protagonist appeared before his face. Lin Jue replied that he had a suggestion, so he told them to stop. Duan Tianqiu asked who he was. The guy replied that it didn't matter now. The man just has to do what he says. The man asked what would happen if he said no. Then the protagonist can assure them that no one can get out of Qingyuan Mountain. This guy's obviously crazy. They're all dead now. They're all going to be killed. But he only laughed. It had been years since anyone had dared to speak to him like that. After which he immediately ordered that kid killed. He was immediately jumped on by all the other people, but the protagonist quickly dealt with them. It was now clear that Lin Shui had been hiding his full strength all this time. Jun Qian realized that he had insulted him so much, and now retribution would soon come for him as well. Well, it didn't matter how good his abilities were. The question was whether he could handle all these people. All he needs is a wave of his hand, and then the protagonist becomes like a hedgehog. Since he believes it, let him try to do it. Suddenly, his tiger came rushing in and began to scatter the attacking humans at the protagonist. Now Duan Tianqiu was next in line, but the king of beasts just passed by. He came at once to his master. The main character asked if he missed him so much because they hadn't seen each other in a long time. He agreed to play with him later. But first, they need to finish their business. That's impossible. It's not like he won the Qingyuan Mountain. The guy asked, so maybe he would now finally consider his offer. Duan had eyes, but he didn't know Taishan, so he insulted him. Now he hoped for the immortal's forgiveness. This guy didn't even understand what happened to the dual old man from Wei Ming. How could he even salute this Lin Shui? And the main character told him to get up. The man again replied that he was wrong, but the guy replied that that was enough. He asked us at Immortal if there would be any instructions. He pointed at the girl and said that the daughter of the Guo family has had a relationship with him for a long time. Duan followed the Immortal's orders. He climbed up on the tiger. Also, the guy told him to be a little more restrained. The man yelled out that he understood. The main character drove by those guys. They were trembling now. Duan Tianqiu ordered the boys and girls to be untied. He also replied that the Immortal's friends are his friends. They dare not call themselves friends of the Lord, but they are thankful for Duan's kindness, and now they will go. Xin asked who her fiancé was after all. They had been together for so long, she didn't even know about him. The girl explained that all the days the guy had spent with her, he hadn't done anything special. If she doesn't want to marry him, she can just give this guy up for her friend. Guo Nin explained that he was not something, so she couldn't do it. Anyway, suddenly, Xin felt that he was beautiful, and she suddenly felt something for him too. But hadn't Blue spoken ill of him before? What that girl knows how to do is laugh at her. The man asked his boss if it was appropriate to be so deferential to such a young man. When Hazy looks at this man, he only sees one side of him. He doesn't look at the whole picture. It all depends on how he looks. You should not look at people with only one eye because that is wrong. A few days ago, he heard that the Kong family had invited a master healer for the old lady. That master is this young man. Even the Kong Mushu treat him with respect and deference, so what to speak of them? All they can do is keep quiet and not incur his wrath, because there are people in this world whose power far exceeds their imaginations. The protagonist arrived home, and there was already an old man who recognized him as the master of the Lin. This old man is the master of the Huangchen village on the other side of the mountain. Master Lin can simply call him Lao Huan. By Master Kong's proxy, he has come specially to take care of Master Lin. The construction on this place was only finished yesterday, so he doesn't know if the master will be satisfied. Master Kong is quite generous. Since Mr. Lin had a hard journey to get here, this old man had prepared a meal, so he invited the master to go to the backyard with him. The kid thinks he's going to break through the initial stage of Chai training tonight. The Jun Dan that had been cleared beforehand would help him do so. After that, something started happening to his body. The next day, Master Kong arrived at his place. He was glad to meet Mr. Lin, and the protagonist asked what was bothering Master Kong. The man replied that it was not enough to express his gratitude to him. Lin Xue asked if Chen had been practicing harder lately. The man replied that some of the martial arts taught to him by the master were so exquisite that this official was now no match for him. The technique that the protagonist had passed down to him was so strong that with that kind of momentum, it would be easy for him to enter a martial arts academy even today. The protagonist inquired about the martial arts academy. A man came to the handyman about just that. He was once a master too, and believes that this country was made for martial arts. Therefore, he considers the academy to be the foundation of everything. For this reason, martial arts academies are located almost everywhere, calling for young talents to develop. These martial arts academies hold exams every year, and those who pass them are leaders among the people. As a young practitioner, going to a martial arts academy would really help the protagonist become stronger. It turns out that Master Kong wants Lin Shui to take part in the martial arts academy exam. He knows that the master is an expert, and this martial arts academy would probably not interest him. However, he wants to give it to the people of these places, the best education in this area. With Master Lin, this academy will surely become much more popular. But that's not what he wants at the moment. He understands him perfectly. However, with the academy as a patron is much more comfortable walking the streets. He will be able to go to any place. He will also be able to use the local city's shuttle service. In order to practice, he would need to find a place with enough aura. It seems that the academy can really help him with that. Still, he agreed. Linzhou Martial Arts Academy. Third test point. Li Guan is their examiner today. Behind him are his deputies. The rules of the test this time are very simple. They need to pick one of them to try out their powers. If they last a certain amount of time, they will pass. The man inquired as to who would go first. One man volunteered, but he was quickly dealt with. Li Chuan said to come up next. He overpowered more and more prospective students. The man replied that it was just a bunch of garbage, and that's the level they want to take this exam at. Maybe they're overrated. He asked if anyone else wanted to throw down a challenge. Yu Xiaojing would also like to get offensive from the seniors. Li Chuan replied that Sister Yu did not need to be tested at this level and should just pass on. The man didn't understand why on earth she was just passing through. The other man told him to keep his voice down. After all, this was the top student of the school that was affiliated with the Martial Arts Academy. Naturally, there was no need for her to participate in this test. He didn't care where the girl was from. When the man and the others took the test, they weren't given any such indulgences. Looks like he still hasn't given up. He's got one chance to make sure of that. If he holds out even a little bit against the younger sister Yui, he would be considered to have passed this test. Don't let him regret it. As the examiner of the Martial Arts Academy, he would keep his word. He immediately pounced on her, but he didn't have time to grab her. The girl hit him in the face with her foot, and now it's been knocked out again. No one understood how it happened. The man asked who else wanted to try themselves out. The main character walked out to them silently. Everybody was talking about this guy being blind. He should have seen that man get beaten up. Who knows? Maybe that man is really good at martial arts. Well, you take one look at him, and you realize there's nothing he can do. This man believes he can take him down in 3 strokes. Someone reproached the man for only being able to cut off with his tongue. No, the protagonist at least dared to enter the field. He's already better than them standing there. How could his friend even support him? The other man suggested just keeping quiet. It turns out he wants to challenge his little sister, but it is useless, for she is no match for him. This guy is overconfident. He doesn't even have the right to wipe his little sister's feet. He was advised to hurry up and get out of the way and stay out of the way here. The girl replied that Chu's brother shouldn't be so angry. She had seen many people like this before. Yu Xiaojing would also like to say something, but it was useless. You just have to ignore people like him. Sister Yu is right, but Big Brother can't just bitch about it. It was obvious that the brother was serious. She still wants to participate in the next stage of the exam, so she decided to go. Sister Yui had lingered here too long, and it was really time for her to move on. After the girl left, Chu's brother turned to the brat and told him he didn't care about people like him. The man told him to get out of here, but as long as he can beat this man, then he can pass. The little brat's looking for death. Li Chuan replied that if he really had such skills, and then he would certainly be able to pass on. But he should not blame others afterward for his failure. The guy reported that he was ready. The rules are to choose one of them to fight. So the man asked which examiner he would choose, but the protagonist replied that there was no need to worry about that, as they should all attack together. Others realized that he was really too arrogant. This guy must be crazy. No matter how strong he is, it's impossible to deal with 3 examiners at the same time. They are masters of a martial arts school, but still, they decided to attack him together. Since this kid is looking for death, his wish will be granted. But he dealt them 3 strikes. How is it even possible that he single-handedly defeated 3 martial artists? Maybe it's a dream. They were all shivering and lying on the ground. The protagonist inquired if he could now pass on. The man replied that he had won and could move on. The other man told his friend that they needed to get out of here fast, but Lin Shui immediately turned his attention to them. He immediately became frightened and kneeled down. This lowlife has no eyes, and he has done something he shouldn't have. He hopes the master will forgive this crime. The main character said to slap himself 100 times in the face, and after that, he can go wherever he wants to go. He should remember in the future not to talk about others behind their backs. This lowly one will follow the master's teachings. He reached the stairs, after which he took off. There were a lot of people there. He was approached by a man who asked if this was the first time his older brother had come to take the martial arts academy exam. As it turns out, his name is Dafa Jia. This was the third time he had come to take the exam. He also dared to ask this brother's name. Lin Jue introduced himself. It seems to be fate that they met today. If he wanted to know anything, he should just ask him. But the kid replied that he didn't need it. Dafa Jia replied that he had not been defeated so easily the first 2 times. He had gained a lot of experience from it. If he knows himself and his opponent, 100 battles will bear fruit. As a participant, he could confidently say that understanding his opponent was the most important thing. Now he'd like to hear the details. The guy said to look over there. He pointed just at the girl who was Yu Xiaojin. He also explained that she is famous in the next 100 miles. She is not only outwardly attractive, her strength in martial arts even allows her not to pass the first test. She noticed them as well. The girl didn't expect him to actually pass the senior assessment. This man must have more than just a mouth on him. The guy was glad she looked this way. They can only look from afar at such beautiful girls, which is not really very tempting. Many rich and handsome men are already running after her, but she doesn't even look in their direction. So what does it say about them now? The guy called her a woman of rather ordinary appearance, which is no good for a maid. So he can't even give in to temptation. Dafa Jia knows that he is a decent person, but at the same time he is also a madman. He really doesn't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. But the man watches his tongue when he speaks loud words. If these words reach the ears of the head of the Duan family, the protagonist will surely not be able to walk on the ground. If he mentioned the Duan family, then perhaps it is Duan Jihao. The boy inquired, wondering what he himself thought. The guy swept up that he had heard what the main character had said. They're in trouble. Lin's brother doesn't know anything. This family has deep roots in Linzhou. Even the local government can't offend them. To say nothing of anything else, we can even assume that half of the candidates in this field are from the Duan family. Everyone immediately became excited, for the young master had arrived. It looks like they won't have any hope for this exam. He addressed the girl with the words that he had not seen her for a long time and missed her very much. The kid also asked what Zhana thought about it. Xiaojin replied that she didn't even miss him because this guy didn't interest her. It's been a while and she doesn't know what the guy thinks of her. He immediately asks what she means by saying she's not happy to see him. All she knows is that they are no strangers and hope he doesn't bother her again in the future. The lad remarked that no woman he loved had ever escaped his grasp. She inquired as to what he wanted. He knows she's pretty good. Even though the guy won't attack her, she could still lose her qualifications for the exam. He ordered his men to close the way to the mountain. They followed orders. The guy announced that this time the Duan family had passed the exam, and everyone else should get out of here. Even if his family is strong, he can't be so overbearing. Suddenly he was pierced. He turned to the girl again, talking about how they were both very close. And as long as she was at his side, he would make sure that she crossed the border unhindered. Luck was not on their side this time, so the guy offered to come back and try again next time. But he didn't expect Brother Lin to want to do anything. The guy asked if he was completely deaf. He should have heard what he had just said, but Ling Shui only slapped his face with a shout for him to get out of the way. The guy flew to the ground. He was very angry and ordered him to be killed, and the protagonist was immediately surrounded. But suddenly a man arrived who told everyone to stop. He doesn't care how famous the Duan family is, but this is a martial arts academy, not some kind of joke. Duan Zihao replied that he was just helping the academy maintain order. There was probably a slight misunderstanding. The cause and effect of this issue is already clear, so there is no need to continue. If someone violates the order of the exam, according to the rules, their qualification to participate can be cancelled. Guy immediately ordered his men to stop. He was approached by a man who identified him as Dean Liu, and he reported that the number cards had arrived. Here are the number cards, and they can pick one. The rules of this exam are very simple. If they reach the top of the mountain with 3 cards within an hour, they will be considered qualified. On the other hand, those who do not bring the required number of cards within the stipulated time will be excluded. What depends on getting the cards, it depends entirely on their own ability. He announced that the exam had begun. He immediately took his card, After which, Zi Hao turned his attention to Lin Shui. He just can't wait to see what it's going to be for the main character. Lin Shui said that they should also go. That guy dared to oppose him, so they should take a few people to finish him off. And now they were facing new adversaries. Dafa Jia replied that it was over, for they were already here. There was also already one person in front of Zi Hao's group already. His name is Gong Ping. He is an intermediate martial arts master and has been appointed as the examiner for this exam. If they want to climb the mountain, they need to go through him. Zi Hao ordered his subordinate to give him his number card and then grabbed him. He immediately ran away. But the Gong Ping followed him. He immediately appeared in front of the guy and attacked him. That blow threw him right back against a tree. This intermediate martial artist caught up with him so quickly. He must fight it with all his might. He immediately went to the ball rack. Gong Ping replied that it already made sense, and now Zi Hao should be more careful than usual. This master blocks his sword strikes with his bare hands. Is this really the strength of an intermediate martial artist? Meanwhile, the protagonist I dealt with my attackers. How good it is to give Dafa Jia went with Brother Lin. They also noticed cards with these people's license plates. He thanked the Ling brother. Otherwise, this guy would have already been suspended. Lin Shui asked how he had passed the first exam then. Dafa Jia replied that it was a matter of money, but they already had a new opponent in front of them. It was a senior martial artist who would be incensed by Wan Chao. He has been waiting here for a long time now. Meanwhile, Gong Ping had dealt Su Hao a blow. The one fell straight to the ground. The intermediate martial artist replied that it was a decent fight. He thinks this kid can do better. Ji Hao shouted for him to stay back, but this child need not worry, for he has passed the exam. Also, another foreman fell near him. Yuan Chao said, stopping, and he wondered. This guy has already passed. Zi Hao didn't expect that the guy who beat up the senior master would be Ling Shui. Gong Ping immediately inquired about what had happened there in the first place, but the senior martial artist only turned around and left. Zi Hao didn't understand how he was even able to defeat this master. Also, the guy asked what they did to his men. Lin Shui replied that they would only wake up a few days later. Gong Ping didn't expect that such a thing could happen. Even the Yuan's big brother was defeated. Zi Hao asked how strong the senior Yuan was. Master explained that brother Yuan had been successfully promoted to senior martial arts master 3 years ago. Therefore, the guy should be able to guess for himself what stage he was at. He didn't realize who this kid was after all. Dafa Jia first called him Ling brother, and then called him Ling master. He also said that he had really opened his eyes today. If it wasn't for the master, he would have been expelled long ago. From now on, this junior brother would worship him as a teacher, and the main character told him to stop flattering him and tell him what he wanted to ask. The boy replied that his house was open for business, although their family background was ancient, but it was not very popular. Therefore, his father wanted him to be accepted into the academy so that no one would dare to attack them in the future. Lin Shui asked, was the status of a martial arts master really that important? Don't look down on martial artists. They do have many advantages. For example, you don't have to pay taxes. Even if you break the law, it will be disposed of by the Prosecutor General's office. In short, martial artists have various privileges, and it can be said that they are the most valuable group of people in the entire great martial empire. Lin Shui can see that this guy knows a lot of things. It is natural since he has already passed the exam for the 3rd year. A Lin master already has enough strength to become a martial artist. Not even just a martial artist, but a supreme master in the future. Masters of martial arts are divided into beginner, intermediate, advanced, and the highest is the martial arts master. A martial arts master is divided into 9 ranks. The higher the rank, the stronger his power. Among martial artists, they are the supreme masters. The title of supreme master is extraordinary, and only art masters who can establish a sect are able to obtain this title. There are very few of them in their dynasty Y. Time's up. Their ability to get here shows that they have extraordinary talent. They should leave all their past accomplishments and status in the past. Now they only have one identity, and that is one of the martial artists in the Martial Arts Academy. Everyone has a different potential in them that needs to be unlocked. As a springboard, a martial arts academy can provide a good environment to practice them. This is where their stuff is located. With the belt card, they can freely enter the outer courtyard and the Tibetan scripture pavilion to choose their technique. Private fights are prohibited in the outer court. Those who violate this will lose their qualifications to practice. Also, there are no restrictions on places to practice. There are no restrictions on their studies. In 3 months, this academy will begin a comprehensive evaluation. Those who successfully pass the evaluation will be promoted to inner court disciples and honored as martial arts masters. Tibetan Scriptures Pavilion. He's already walked in on some tech. There doesn't seem to be much aura in this world, so these academies aren't particularly effective. It won't help his path to immortality. This martial arts academy really deserves its reputation. If you master these techniques well, you can walk proudly in your city. The guy explained that these are nothing more than entry-level techs. In Mr. Lin's eyes, they are naturally not worth mentioning. But to the lad, they are a rare treasure. The man explained that the Tibetan Scripture Pavilion techniques could only be read here and could not be taken with them. Dafajia replied that he knew that and apologized. At night, the guy realized that his left hand should be in front, and he did it wrong. Giving, he didn't even realize how he needed to do it. He's so stupid that after reading tech all day, he's already forgotten what was there. Ling Shui appeared behind him and asked if he wanted to become a master. He wants to do it, but he doesn't think he can. If he really wants it, the protagonist can help him. He immediately lit up with happiness. In the morning, he realized that Dafajia's roots were shallow, and it was almost impossible for him to become a martial arts master in a short period of time. But he should forget about it. This time he came down from the mountain to buy some medicinal materials to purify the kiln pills to change tendons and bones. The man informed the master that Ling Shui had come down from the mountain. Zihao immediately asked where he went. The man replied that to be sure, one would have to go to Linzhou City. As soon as a subordinate lets him know that this guy is not about town, he'll get there right away. The man asked the foreman what about them. Zihao replied that he would stay on the mountain to practice carefully. He must not dishonor the reputation of the Duan family. While the protagonist was walking, there was already a crowd of people in his way. Among them was Duan Zihao. Lin Zhuo had already insulted him many times, so he decided to take revenge. The protagonist only sighed and asked him if he wasn't tired of being constantly disturbed for nothing. Just dying won't do, so Zhu Hao will make him scream in pain. He ordered this guy captured, but all of them quickly fell at the hands of the protagonist. Lin Shui only had to look at Zihao as he said, "Someone to help him." They sent up a flare. A man arrived at his place, as well as another group of people. It was Hazy who greeted the young master. The kid told his uncle to kill the fucking brat. Hazy certainly didn't expect to see the main character here again. Ling Shui replied, here they met again. Zihao didn't understand what was going on. Hazy suggested that they not offend this man, and they would just get out of here quickly. Zihao asked what uncle was talking about. This man has beaten his men, so why can't he be offended? But here came his father, who told him to shut his mouth. Everyone greeted the master. He walked past his son, after which Duan Tianqiu greeted the immortal. Zhu Hao asked what his father would do. He told that asshole to pay for his sin to the immortal, whereupon he slapped his son and told his little brat to hurry up. The boy didn't understand at all what his father was doing. Well, the man just stepped on it. Duan will teach his son discipline. He is very arrogant, so he dared to insult those immortals. There is no forgiveness for that. He hopes the immortal will spare him this time. While the protagonist only kept quiet, it made the man worried. He ordered a knife to be brought in. Hazy tried to stop the lord, but Duan Tianqiu asked, hadn't he heard? Didn't he say to bring that stupid knife? He made incisions on his son. The one started screaming in pain. He immediately dropped his weapon and explained that he had cut off his knee tendons, because of which he is now an ordinary man and will never commit those sins again in the future. The protagonist replied that he could go now. The man thanked the immortal. He ordered the Feiyan to help the gong escort the immortal out. He was walking down the street. The man asked the gentleman to wait. The medicinal materials for Dafajia have finally been collected. Guoning was also there and walking with some man. She also noticed the main character. The man assumed that he was the very person with the surname Lin. The girl replied that he was, but she also explained to Brother Chen that she no longer had any relationship with him. As it turns out, this is Ayu Chen, who is a childhood friend of Guonian. The protagonist replied that he only understood, and that's it. He just walked right past them. The girl wondered where the guy had been all this time. They were worried, weren't they? But Linzhu replied to go back. She told Uncle Guo that he was fine. This guy is well dressed, but after all, Guonin said he came from a poor family. His family background is far from the best. Ye Yu Chen doesn't know why Guo Yuanwei treats him so preferentially. He won't let the girl marry him. The protagonist was approached by Hazy and another man. He greeted the immortal. Lin Shu inquired what the matter was. They helped the lord and gathered a collection of precious medicinal materials. The protagonist asked what Master Duan was thinking. Master Duan said that they had previously offended him greatly, and to make amends to the immortal, they had specially prepared a banquet and hoped that the immortal would be able to come. He does not know what they want to ask him, but it is definitely worth going and finding out. So he says yes. A little later, he arrived at the building. Duan Tiankyo greeted the immortal. The kid replied that Boss Duan was too polite. Master Duan motioned for him to sit down. Another man approached him and asked if a new guest had arrived. He replied that he did and decided to introduce all the people. This is Master Lu of the Tiansheng Martial Arts Hall. He has mastered the 8 Jew punches of the one-handed style. It can be said that this is their first fist-fighting master in Linzhou. This is Chen Shibo, the head of the Zhenin Escort Bureau. He owns a large sum of money and has a dart skill called 100 Shot. He's a big shot. This is the Jin Xiaoxia. He has studied the sword origin technique and his technique is unpredictable. This guy keeps the others in fear. And this is the immortal Lin who conquered the mountain tiger. He can be considered the hero of Linzhou City. Everyone here is practicing martial arts, so the relationship can be improved in the future. That stupid brat has no courtesy to them. Master Lu asked what this was all about. He also asked if he was afraid of losing his status by inviting this boy. Duan Tianqiu replied that the immortal seriously had talent. They had some misunderstandings, but then the immortal killed dozens of their brothers in moments. His men must have been very weak. He would have handled that boy himself without bothering. Master Duan had not advised him not to look down on this immortal. Chen Shibo asked why old Lu was starting to talk nonsense. He hadn't even eaten yet. He also suggested that they should leave this place, since there was nothing for them to do here. They're gone. The master replied that he was really ashamed of what happened. The protagonist replied that it didn't make sense, so he didn't need to pay attention to it. He motioned for the immortal to follow him. They used to have many disagreements, but now he respects the protagonist. The kid assumed that Master Duan hadn't asked him to come for the sake of talking. Men really have something to ask for this time. He cannot hide from the immortal that he and his family had feuded with other forces many years ago. Their enemy had inexplicably learned the skill from somewhere, and he has injured many of the Duan family's men almost effortlessly. The kid asked, so why doesn't he report it to an official? What's the use of looking for a protagonist? Immortal just doesn't know that this enemy is too powerful, and even the officials can't handle him. Besides, this dispute is between families, and there's no way the government can intervene. He sent his son to a martial arts academy to avoid this enemy. He doesn't do things like intimidate and oppress the innocent, while the government turns a blind eye to this too. If the enemy is stronger than him and he cannot defeat him, there is no other way out. There is no need to talk more about this issue. The man noted that he understood. Master Lu pointed out that the world is getting worse, and there are more and more scammers. It's ridiculous to even talk about such a thing. Who would even believe that he was an immortal? Suddenly cries for help could be heard. There was a man standing there. He asked where Duan Tianqiu was now. He must come here and die. It was Zhao Hu. Zhao Hu asked, why didn't he really just walk up to him and die peacefully? Duan Tianqiu was so mild as to let him lead his lifestyle. But since he dared to appear, doesn't he disgrace the many masters of Linzhou City? The man wondered if a group of scum were also worthy of being called masters. Since he dared to insult their honor, the master will show what their skill is worth. But Zhao Hu just kicked him with his foot. Chen Shibo immediately caught Master Lu's eye. Zhao Hu called him a weakling. The man shouted, how dare he even say such words? He offered to attack him, all of us together. All 3 of them pounced on him, but he calmly dodged Master Lu's many punches. After which, Zhao Hu noticed Chen Shibo throwing coins at him. He calmly dodged it too. Jin Xiaoxia attacked him with his sword, but the man stopped the sword with his 2 fingers. But it was as if Jin Xiaoxia had expected this. Another sword appeared in his hand. The protagonist assumed it was a sword of origin. He wanted to impale the man with his sword, but the man just started laughing. The man called it a good warm-up. He pierced the Jin Xiaoxia with his hand. The same coin flew at him again. He redirected it to the striker, after which the man struck the Master Lu. He was already lying on the floor, and now it's really become Duan Tianqiu's turn. Lin Xug noticed that his abilities were not bad. According to the sacred scriptures of the Martial Arts Academy, this is already a rank 9 martial artist. He could be considered strong among the local people. Fortunately, the master is wearing protective armor, or else he would have died already. This Zhao Hu is too strong. He'll be safe pretending to be dead. He wondered who else would be able to save Duan Tianqiu. The man clearly didn't know what he should answer. This time, he will kill Duan Tianqiu. The one who bows to him 3 times will be spared, and he will not die at the hand of Zhao Hu. The protagonist replied that he had changed his mind. As long as Master Duan is willing to do what he says, then Ling Su will help him get rid of the enemy. He is always willing to listen to any request from an immortal master. This kid has lost his mind. He also noticed that Master Duan was too scared and confused. Could this kid really be a master? Lin Shui stood in front of Zhao Hu. He's definitely looking to get himself killed. Qi began to gather in his fist. The protagonist's point is that the momentum of the force isn't bad, but unfortunately, the impact is too slow. He's gone. After which, he immediately appeared in front of his opponent, and that one flew right off. He didn't realize what had just happened or what this guy had done, but the man was able to land smoothly. This time he's going to get a little more serious with the brat. The main character also decided to show a little more of his power. May the wrath of heaven descend on Zhao Hu. He flew upward to dodge that blow, but the protagonist didn't think to let him relax. Debris began to fall on him. Lin Shui recognized that this was pretty good. It looked like he needed to become a little more serious. He had clearly begun to prepare a devastating attack. Seeing this, he started to run away, but from the protagonist's hand, a snake appeared. This attack struck him. He began to burn alive. This skill is, of course, what is called a fire dragon. But unfortunately, with his current cultivation, he can only embody a fire snake. Everyone immediately bowed, for this immortal had proven his power and strength. They asked to receive their respect. The story that it could kill a man from 100 paces away turned out to be true. He had never thought that such a thing was possible. The man had only recently dared to offend this immortal, and he would have to be held accountable for it. He decided to take the opportunity to leave, but Ling Shui certainly didn't think of letting him do that. Does he really want to leave so easily? He called an intervention and didn't know what to say back. And the main character asked how dare he disrespect him so much. Now he's going to pay for it. Mr. Duan must know what needs to be done. The man will deal with it immediately. It didn't matter to him that old Lu had offended Master Duan. But he dared to insult the immortal, which is not respectful and unforgivable. He tried to stop the man and said they could just talk, but he didn't have time to do anything. When the protagonist returned to the academy, he noticed a battered from a friend. Lin Shui replied that he hadn't seen Dafu for a few days, so he asked what was wrong with him. For the past few days after the protagonist left, those bastards from the Duan family have been coming here every day. He was angry and had a word with them, but they blocked his way down the mountain. Don't these guys know yet? Dafajia asked what they didn't know. Lin Shug told him to go back and rest, and he had just gotten some new things to do. He showed a 1,000-year-old ginseng root. Originally, the guy wanted to create body-strengthening pills, but since he has a 1,000-year-old ginseng, he will make another breakthrough and create a brain-cleansing potion. He began the process of creating the pill. Dafajia asked if he ate it, would he be able to become a martial arts master? Lin Shui explained that this pill could cause him to be reborn, and whether or not he could become a martial arts master, it all depended on his own luck. He would never forget the master's great kindness. The protagonist told him not to be so polite, but to just take the pill and cultivate immediately. He wanted to go down the mountain, but he was thwarted. He asked Duan Yun what he wanted. He didn't expect Dafajia's wound to heal so quickly. Duan Yun thought that they had treated him lightly last time. He came to say that Master Lin had already returned. If Duan Yun dared to do anything to him again, Master would definitely not let him go. Dafajia is the only fat pig who treats him as a deity, who in their eyes is worse than a bag of something. Their young master made Lin Shui crawl on the ground since he could return. What interesting things he says. It's really Ling Su. He shouldn't be here anymore. The guy never thought that Duan Yun would turn out to be so stupid. He wasn't even notified. The Duan family is now under his control, so why don't they kneel down and show respect? Master Tsu Hao seems to have treated him well. He came here and is talking nonsense. Dafa wondered if what the master said was true. He couldn't believe that the master was now the leader of the Flying Eagle gang. Duan Tianqiu obeyed him, and this gang of Flying Eagles was naturally under his command as well. The guy told him to shut up. How dare he say something so stupid? He'll teach him a lesson. The other guy reported that this master would not be easy for them to deal with. Duan Yun asked why and what he was afraid of. There are 3 of them, so they will just go out together and beat him. Suddenly Hazy came to them. Everyone welcomed the second master, but he ignored them and moved straight for the main character. He greeted Mr. Lin. The protagonist sighed and asked what he wanted. He said that Brother Duan had asked him to give something to the immortal. There was a key, the protagonist asked, and what it meant. When Master Duan found out that the immortal hadn't bought the house yet, he asked to give it to him. The Xian Chan mansion is in the Langhu villa, and this box contains the key to the villa. He asked to accept this gift. The kid immediately asked where this villa was located. Dafa explained that this villa in Seta Lake is a feng shui place. It is one of the most luxurious residences in Linzhou City, where not only prominent officials but also large families live. Master Duan did a good job. They were in shock. Duan Yun asked the second master what was going on. The man explained that he was Master Lin, who was the savior of their family. And from now on, the Flying Eagle gang would follow him. Why don't they all show their respect? They immediately knelt down and asked to receive their homage. Dafa recognized that Master Lin was too amazing. He is definitely a true master now. The guy also announced that this Dafa would be their boss from now on. If they had anything to say, they should ask him. They immediately greeted Boss Jia. The guy replied that he had never been in charge before. The protagonist replied that it was fine. If there is someone who will not obey, he should just tell it to him. He turned to Hazy and asked what to do if someone disrespects him. The man replied that the gang's rules say that those who provoke the man in charge for no reason are punished with 3 swings of the knife and 6 piercing blows. They had already realized what was in store for them, and the protagonist's orders were to do just that. The man immediately pulled out a knife and went towards them. Lin Shui said that it was time for them to leave. They apologized to the second master, but it did not help them. Martial Arts Academy. There were 2 men walking there. Everyone welcomed Brother Bai and Brother E. The main character just stared at them in silence. The guy immediately became angry, and he realized that it was the same Ling Su. He inquired if he knew the rules of the academy. As a student of martial arts, why doesn't he then give an account when he sees his elders? Lin Shui replied that this man was not qualified enough for him to salute someone on his own. How dare that bastard talk to him like that? Also, looking at the unperturbed face of the main character made him even angrier. Bai stopped Brother E and told him not to be reckless. That brat's out of his mind. Don't let him think he can get away with such behavior. His skills aren't good enough for this martial arts academy. Whether his skills are sufficient or not, they can find out right now. Brother E hopes this guy remembers what he said today. He turned to his brother Bai and said that the brat had a lot on his mind. Bai replied that the frog at the bottom of the well would one day suffer the consequences of his own actions. Dafa asked the master why he had contacted these 2 elders. They would definitely get in trouble. The protagonist asked if they were really that strong. Dafa Jia explained that these 2 are outstanding among the young disciples. The one who wears white robes is called Bai Yusuan. He is a disciple of Elder Qin, one of the 4 elders whose strength is said to have surpassed that of many masters. And the other is called I Qinling, whose cultivation seems comparable to that of Bai Yuxuan. If so, he'd like to see it. He knows that Master Lin is naturally not afraid. However, Elder Qin is in charge of the exams, and Dafa is afraid that it is in their best interest not to offend them. But the protagonist replied that it's fine, because he has his own plans. Everyone was talking about the weirdo who dared to challenge Big Brother E in the outer courtyard today. I mean, really, who would have that kind of courage? I think his name is Lin Zhu. He didn't expect this guy to be so crazy. It wouldn't end well for him anyway. After all, he had messed with Brother E. He suggested to just watch a good show from the sidelines and not interfere. 3 days later, the boy asked if he had the guts to fight his Brother E, but only silence followed in response. He said such words then, but now he's hiding like a coward. He thinks he'd better change his name to Lin Wugui. If he doesn't have the guts, he'd better not be crazy and just bow 1,000 times. Then Brother E will think about letting him go. Lin Shui had provoked someone who shouldn't have. A disciple from the outer courtyard dared to challenge a martial artist from the inner courtyard. He really doesn't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Suddenly he kicked in the doors. They fell on two people. Lin Shui came out and asked, "Don't they know that it's not polite to disturb someone else's sleep?" The man showed the scroll and said it was an order from Brother E. If he had courage, he should go to the arena and fight. He agreed to go there. Now everyone was talking about how the Lin Su from the outer courtyard was going to fight with the I Qin Lin from the inner courtyard in the arena of honor. Someone didn't know this Ye Qin Lin. It was explained to him that he was the disciple of the elder. Lin Shui is definitely crazy. No one would dare to challenge an inner courtyard disciple, and a disciple from the outer courtyard did. But they had heard that Lin Shui had defeated one of the older brothers back in the academy trials. Perhaps he is not that weak. Ye Qin Lin is incomparable to the other senior brothers. No matter how strong Lin Shu is, he will be disgraced here. She didn't understand what Ling Zhu was thinking. He was definitely not equal to Big Brother E. Suddenly she met Bai's brother. The girl immediately greeted him. Well, the guy replied that there was no need to be so polite. He missed her very much when she left him that day. He never thought that they would meet again after a year. The word fate is really wonderful. She is grateful for his care. Bai Yuxuan explained that he hadn't seen her for a year and he really misses her. The guy also asked if she also missed her boyfriend. The girl replied that she was only focused on cultivation right now, and didn't think about other things. Yu Xiaojin asked her to respect her decision, after which she left. One day, she would beg Bai Yuxuan to hug her. Martial arts arena. He explained that fighting is forbidden here, and they built this arena to settle disputes. In addition, they give both sides a guarantee of a fair fight. The arena is also a test. The winner will get the appropriate points, and the losers will deduct the same amount of points from you. The number of points is an important metric for practice and advancement. Therefore, they must be careful. Ye Qinling asked if he would dare to play without rules. Regardless of who he was, he would beg him for mercy. But the guy replied that it wasn't necessary. It seems like the girl really underestimated him. The fact that Ling Shui is standing in the same arena as the elder shows that his strength isn't that bad. If he trained at this academy for a few more years, he might be able to compete with his brother. It was unwise to go against the elder right now. Even if he died today, no one would care. The man offered to place bets on who would win. Everyone was betting on Brother Yi. The man said not to worry and not to hurry. They should come up one by one. Dafa Jia bet on the line master, because he will win. Everyone was discussing the fact that this guy was definitely out of his mind. The students supported Brother Yi. Lin Jie replied that he could begin. The guy asked what he meant by that, and the protagonist replied that one hand was enough for him. He truly believes he only needs one hand to smear this senior. That kid is definitely crazy. All the students asked Brother Yi to teach him a good lesson. He's definitely dead now. Lin Shui dodged his attack, whereupon he caught his arm and threw back his opponent, Ye Qinling landing a nice shot to the body. The protagonist swept up that his strength was not enough to handle him, but the guy advised him not to relax. It was just a warm-up. The elder and Bai Yuxuan were also watching their fight. He recognized the pose. Qinling used a star spirit fist strike. This technique has been nicely refined, but the damage is shocking, even if the blow doesn't hit the target. This junior made him use this technique, so he can be proud of it. But Lin Shui just punched him, causing Ye Qinglin's face to wrinkle in pain. He was thrown from the arena. No one obviously expected this outcome. The girl was also surprised that he actually won. They shouted that Master Lin was great, and the protagonist sighed and realized that the disciples of the inner court were no better. He decided to withdraw from the arena, but suddenly he was stopped. It was Bai Yuxuan. He landed in the arena and asked where Brother Lin was going. Lin Jue asked if he was not allowed to leave this place. Little brother Lin just dared to insult the inner court disciples. The protagonist asked, "And what about Togo?" In this case, as a disciple of the inner court, he would like to teach him a lesson. He's willing to do it any time. Bai Yuxuan is skilled in the art of swordsmanship, so Brother Lin can choose a weapon to use. But the guy replied that it wasn't necessary. He will not treat the younger one condescendingly. Bai Yuxuan immediately attacked him. He hired with a sword thrust, but the protagonist of the fortunate returned. After which, the kid struck the sword blade. That blow sent him flying back. The protagonist wanted to strike with 2 fingers. He noticed that one strike he was able to block with his sword. But now the protagonist has started to inflict a few of those. Bai Yuxuan successfully repelled them, but it was evident that these blows were pushing him back. His hand was already trembling. He didn't understand where this Ling Su came from. His strength was not inferior to his own, as he could be an ordinary martial artist. He began to prepare a new attack. He also shouted that if they didn't want to die, they should get out of the way. Everyone started to get out of there. He was going to use the 10,000 swords technique. 10,000 hollow swings. Lin Shui wasn't even hurt by this technique. She left marked on the ground. This guy should now know what the inner courtyard means. If he admits his mistake, he will consider letting Lin Shui go. But the guy gave him some advice. He must not rejoice too soon. It was a simple warning, so he wouldn't miss next time. He began to absorb the surrounding qi. Bai Yuxuan struck another strike of 10,000 void swings. Now, Lin Shui had also prepared his technique for his opponent. Fire appeared from his mouth. Their techniques blended. That explosion completely burned off all his clothes. He was standing there naked. The girls immediately noticed that Brother Bai was truly beautiful. Yu Xiaojin was also embarrassed. The protagonist inquired what he would say now. He clearly didn't expect this outcome of the fight. Bai Yuxuan backed up and only told him to wait. They were celebrating the victory of the Ling Master. This time, everyone was talking about how Lin Shui from the outer courtyard had defeated Senior Brother Ye and Senior Brother Bai in a row. But Brother Bai was the heavenly children of this martial arts academy. The truth is that he lost his face this time. It is said that after the battle, he stood there naked. No one understood who Lin Shui was. Was he really just a new disciple of the outer court? Looks like the martial arts academy will soon give the new disciple the title of heaven. As soon as they noticed Bai Yuxuan, everyone immediately fell silent. Meanwhile, the girl was practicing. Her mentor came to see her and noticed that her student looked troubled, so she asked what was on her mind. Mentor suggested that she was still thinking about that battle. At first, the girl thought that Lin Shui wasn't that skillful. She thought that he was a person who just went against the elders for the sake of fame. But in the end, he turned out to be stronger. She felt ashamed since she had judged a person based on appearance. But not only the disciple, but also the elder was misled. Lin Shui's strength is unfathomable, and she is afraid that no one in the martial arts academy is his opponent. The girl was surprised that even the mentor recognized his strength. It was rare in the world for a person to reach such heights at such a young age. With that in mind, it had taken an unknown amount of time since the appearance of Long Kanmin for a similar person to appear. Long Kangmin is the one who is known as the first person of great martial arts, the current owner of the country. Mentor knows that the girl has always held herself in high esteem. But there are so many strange people in the world that they can't handle them all. All they can do is find their own little place. Yu Xiaojin came to them and said that she wanted to worship the protagonist as a teacher. They were surprised by this. She hopes that Brother Lin will accept her wish. He doesn't plan on taking on apprentices, but he's short a maid, so she might consider it. She immediately remembered her mentor saying that if this man mentored her in training once or twice, it would be worth 10 years of her hard work. In that case, she greeted Senior. Dafa didn't realize if he was dreaming. He can't believe that this Xiaojin has become the master's maid. This mister is really wonderful. The guy replied that he didn't need the title of mentor or teacher, so she could just call him brother. So the girl greeted her brother. The mentor announced that there would be a kung fu test today. He said to go on stage in the order of their number. One wrong move and he would lose everything. He won't let go of this Ling Shui so easily. No matter how arrogant he is, he's only an outer courtyard martial artist. So why doesn't he just stand up and look down at him? Bai will be his examiner today, so it's up to him whether he passes the test or not. Lin Shui will never get Bai Yuxuan's place in this martial arts academy. There was a girl on the line. Others recognized that she really deserved to be called a fairy. She has excellent sword skill and figure. If he could kiss her, he would be willing to live 10 years less. How can people like him defile a fairy? But he should not speak so righteously. The man doesn't believe he doesn't have such thoughts in his head. These scumbags are so arrogant to comment on Xiaojin. What cheeky bastards. She finished. As long as he decides their fate, then this martial arts academy will still be his and only his. Suddenly she approached the protagonist. That pissed him off. The girl asked how her brother felt about the sword dance he taught her. Lin Shui replied that it wasn't bad, but didn't they see each other too often? She had no choice but to use her brother as a shield to get rid of some pesky people. She is not afraid of unnecessary gossip, so the protagonist is afraid she might become a target for everyone. With his skills, there is no one to fear. He only sighed. Everyone said that kid was really lucky. The goddess had left them for good. What was it about this kid that made his goddess like him? The kid explained that he had defeated Senior Yi and Senior Bai in a row. Therefore, he asked about what he thought Lin Shui might have liked this girl about. The man called Ne Yuande. He's out. Starting today, he will be considered a martial arts master. The man hopes that he will train hard and continue at this pace. He thanked the master. Han Tao was also congratulated on his promotion. Lin Shui asked the Dafa if he would blame him for the protagonist failing the assessment. The fact that the guy will be under the master's care carries much more value than joining the inner courtyard. He doesn't care about the students of the inner court. Sim Changkong, who is the dean of Linzhou Martial Arts Academy. Lord Mu Sha came to see him. Sim Changkong greeted the Lord and thanked him for visiting his academy. He is honored to host this academy as the premier martial arts academy in Linzhou. As a token of their gratitude, they brought this and hope the academy will continue to do its best to nurture more talent. He thanked the Lord for his kindness and devotion to the country. He came here to deliver materials for the academy and to meet a friend. The dean of the academy didn't know he had a friend at the academy. The Lord replied that his name is Lin Su. He is a great benefactor of his family. He asked Elder Qin if there was someone named Lin Shui among his disciples in the courtyard. The elder replied that there was no such person in the inner courtyard, but one of the disciples with that name was in the outer courtyard. A few days ago, he had fallen through the ordeal in the inner courtyard. The Lord didn't even realize that he could fail. Master Lin has the power of the gods. He assumed it was some kind of misunderstanding. Does Master Mu show such an attitude towards the trial of their academy? The man explained that Elder Qin had misunderstood. He knows Mr. Lin's talent very well and was a little surprised. Master Kong seems to have a high opinion of him. What is the true origin of this Ling Shu? The dean of the academy explained that Master Kong was their guest of honor. So he asked the elder if it would be inappropriate for him to say such words. He apologized. Mentor Xiaojin said that she had some information about Lin Shui. The elder asked Su Huyu how she dared to interject him into this conversation. Sim Changkong said to him to shut up. Afterward, he asked Master Su to enlighten him. In her opinion, with Lin Shui's abilities, he could be called a great master, let alone a martial artist. The dean of the martial arts academy wondered why on earth she thought that. Lin Shui had just made many enemies, and that was why he was currently in this situation. He asked Elder Qin if it was true. They just kept quiet. He is truly ashamed in front of Master Kong for what happened. He will find out what really happened and give him an answer. The girl wasn't happy with the fact that he just wasn't allowed to pass the test. She's going to go find a tutor to talk to the dean. Lin Jie replied that it was not necessary. He has his own plans for it, so no need to worry about that. The protagonist's handyman has arrived. The lad replied that he was on the spot and asked what he wanted to say. The master conveyed that the dean wanted to see him, so the lad should go with him. The dean as well as the other elders would gather to watch his skill. He threw a series of punches, after which he completely destroyed the pillars. This is the Martial Arts Academy's Dragon Strike. Dean couldn't imagine that it could be used with such power. If Lin Shui couldn't pass with those skills, it was likely that no one could even pass. Fairness and impartiality are the foundations of the academy. They dishonored the Martial Arts Academy by issuing an unfair verdict for selfish reasons. From today onwards, Master Su will be in charge of the exam. Elder Qin is very old and it's time for him to take a break from this job. The elder wanted to explain himself somehow, but the dean wouldn't even listen to him. He turned to his disciple and said it was all his fault. The boy kneeled down, talking about how it was all the students' fault. He asked the teacher not to be angry, but the teacher just walked away. The boy was confused. Lord Kong saluted at the line master and congratulated him on his promotion to the rank of EU Martial Arts Master in the courtyard. But in reality, the main character was the one who should be thanking the master for facilitating this situation. With his abilities, let alone a martial artist, it wouldn't be wrong to call him a great master. Fortunately, his mother recovered before her illness. He thanked the master again for her treatment. She would always remember Master Lin's kindness, so she asked him to invite the main character. He agreed to celebrate her birthday. Dafa Jia told him about the Chinese New Year festival. This is an annual event in Linzhou. Every year on this day, the city is very lively. There will be many vendors, lots of materials and food. He's always mindful of the food. In addition, the highlight of the festival is the ladies' competition. It's just a great spectacle. All men do is stare at beautiful women all day long. Xiaojin's words are too stereotypical, and not to mention that the love of beauty is inherent in everyone. And also this contest is not only about appearance but also about the talent of each contestant. Chess, calligraphy, painting. These women are not inferior to the greats of this world. The girl was angry that he called her Jin-er. Dafa asked if Jin-er didn't say she was a daughter-in-law. She threatened him with a ball and while talking about shutting him up. Dafa swept the master's maid up and tried to kill the man for all he cared. A little while later, they went to the festival. This place is definitely to his liking. Someone recognized the young Ling master who also went to the festival. It was Guo Ning and Ye Yu Chen. Lin Shui greeted them. Because of what Guo Ning said, he seemed to have come from some small clan. He definitely hadn't seen a city as huge as this one. Since the girl's acquaintance is a redneck, he offered to try to show him the beauty of this glorious city. The guy replied that it wasn't necessary and he'd manage on his own somehow. He had even forgotten that young Master Lin was from a poor family, so he must have suddenly felt uncomfortable in this blooming city. It must be inconvenient for him to look at all these goods since he has no money. If he doesn't have money, he can borrow it from Yui Chen. His family owns a bank, so he can reduce them. Dafa asked how dare he talk to Master Lin like that. The guy inquired about the fat guy, but the Dafa replied that it did not matter who he was. He had better get out of here or he would teach him a lesson. Ye Yu Chen started to get angry because of his arrogant words. They only seemed to enjoy his anger. Guoning asked him not to be so impulsive. Brother Chen wouldn't be able to defeat them. This pig should just wait. When Brother Chen left, she approached Master Lin and asked for forgiveness. The main character didn't even realize what had become of her and why she suddenly started acting like that. Her dad always wanted them to get married, but a guy has to know that they're not right for each other after all. Although Brother Chen's words are a bit harsh, but most of what he said is still true. Even if he has some abilities, he can't change anything. The gap between the girl and the protagonist is too big. She knows it's a bit over the top that she said this, but Guonin thinks she should have said those things. Lin Shui replied that she was being overconfident. She wouldn't be able to measure his ability, and he wasn't interested in her at all. He only stands here and talks to her because of Uncle Guo. She's not even allowed to be his maid. They're gone. She knew that what she had just said would really upset him, but still, she had to do it. The artists showed off their skills. They watched this performance. Suddenly someone found them. Ye Yuichen returned, as well as his cronies. He knows that Lin Shu has some connection with the Soaring Eagle group, but his Ye family is not afraid of them. His cousin Ye Qinlin is a martial arts master of the academy. He had no idea he would be dealing with this family again. The guy assumed that it was too scared that he would be crushed by the martial artist. If he had the courage to bow to him 3 times and then promise to never appear in front of Guo Nin again, Yu Chen would spare him. They only looked amongst themselves and then laughed. They can shift while they can, they'll shut up soon enough anyway. Qinling showed up and asked what his cousin was doing here. Then he got into a conflict with those villagers. Can't he deal with them himself? He'll lose his status. He was glad his brother was finally here. He also mentioned that these guys had some power. He only got angry and replied that he understood. Lin Shui only smiled and asked if his wound was healing quickly. He clearly didn't expect to see him here. Veronicus wondered if he wanted to play with him again. Yu Chen asked, wondering if his brother knew him. Dafa replied that he not only knew, but was even very familiar with him. Qinling replied that he could not help him with this matter. Brother could only rely on himself. That's why he left. Dafa dealt with his men. He just has a simple great gag if he uses some pathetic thugs against an academy student. He didn't expect that these guys were also from the martial arts academy. Didn't his brother tell him anything? He was confused. Dafa started repeating his words about being a good boy and bowing 3 times. In that case, they would spare him. And he better do it soon. He did what he was told, after which he hurriedly left. Xiaojin hadn't studied her brother's skills, but she did memorize the style. As the youngest, of course, he must help his eldest. Linjig told him to stop showing off. Miyue building. Bai Yuxuan was sitting there with a drink. Ye Qinling came to him. Bai Yuxuan didn't understand how come he was here now. He also inquired when the ladies' competition would start. The guy replied that it just so happened. Yu Chen came to them and asked what the origin of Lin Su was and how they were related. As soon as he heard the main character's name, it immediately became angry. Does he really mean to say that this guy came here too? Qinlin replied that he met him at the festival. Therefore, he thinks that this guy also came here to have fun. He began to repeat the name Ling Shu. He inquired from his cousin and Bai's brother what had happened. The boy replied not to remind him of today's incident. They rarely get a chance to go out and relax, so they should enjoy it. Why don't Yui Chenyu ask a couple of girls to keep them company so they can get drunk before returning? Bai Yuxuan does not wish to see vulgar women. And if they want to, they can go to Suirui. In this place, his younger brother has a low status. The main character and his friends decided to go for a boat ride. These boats are full of artists from various theaters. To get the title of King of Flowers, all the opera houses are sparing no effort, and there will be many colorful performances in the Bright Moon House for everyone to please their eyes. A little later, everyone was watching the beauty dance. Aunt Zue is about to go on stage, so it's time to go downstairs and watch it. They also noticed Ling Shu. He was getting angry again. Everyone was waiting for Shu's performance. Dafa was also waiting for Aunt Zue. Lin Shui inquired who this aunt was and why she was so popular. Zhueru Yu is the most popular beauty of the Tin Feng Pavilion. She has been a flower maiden for years. She has never shown her real face, but she is famous all over the world. The skill of playing the guqin was inherited from her famous teacher. It's no exaggeration to say that these are the sounds of nature. Aunt Zue's performance will be the grand finale of the show, and most of the people in the audience have gathered just for her. Zhu appeared. She started playing the guqin. Everyone was shouting about how Aunt Shui was at her best as always. Her acting skills are unbelievable. And a little later, she finally finished. Everyone asked Auntie Zhe for one more song. A man stepped out in front of them. As they all know, Aunt Shui is the most popular person in Lingzhou and the whole Dawu. This time, the Minyu Tower invested a lot of money so that she could perform in front of all of them. Who will even listen to their whining if they want to listen to Auntie Xu play? Let Auntie play a couple more songs. They'll pay for it. Let Auntie play a couple. It was rare for them to be so kind, but her contract with Auntie Shui in the Minyu Tower was over. Auntie had already left, but there was something else. They asked him to keep quiet and finally speak up. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for everyone in attendance. If they could show their sincerity and please Auntie Shui, they would have a chance to meet her alone. What sincerity is there to talk about if he has money? The man simply asked to be allowed to go to her. Everyone started to get indignant if the brother had money and it was not his turn. Everyone immediately began to raise their bet up to 10,000 taels. But someone offered 100 grand. They give that amount of money. Everyone immediately fell silent. He noticed Lin Shuo standing there. This idiot who calls himself a martial arts master only has to look at the power of money. The world ultimately depends on money. Even the poor dare to come to this money cave to play, not knowing that the sky is high and thick. Dafa asked why don't they try it too. The man asked these gentlemen if they had any gifts, but he doesn't need to waste time with these guys, and just go and quickly report everything to Aunt Shu. Even a troublemaking son-in-law who has been kicked out of the house wants to win the favor of a beautiful woman. How could anyone ever choose a redneck like him? But he said he had a gift for her. He had the pleasure of admiring Aunt Shu's performance, so he would play her a token of his appreciation. He sat down at his instrument. When he practiced in his past life, he had also learned magic music. He didn't think he would really need it. The village bumpkin also wants to learn to play the guqin. He doesn't see the point in making a fool of himself. No one knew who this guy was, but this nameless pawn has a skin thick enough. He dared to play the musin in front of Aunt Xue, but his melody was enchanting. No one had expected him to play so nicely. A picture of nature unfolded before them. Xue Ryu also heard this. She was immediately curious as to who was playing it. She asked the maid to go see who it was playing, and also to come up here with him. He finished. Everyone was screaming that it's just amazing. This is divine music. Even divine melody is an insufficient description, this music of heaven. It clearly exceeded his expectations. The girl asked if she could find out who the gentleman who played the guqin was. Dafa replied that it was his boss. The man wondered if this girl was here to help Aunt Xue find out information. The girl confirmed his guess. She is Aunt Xu's maid, and she asked to invite the person who was just playing to come over. Yuchen shouted that it was impossible. How could Auntie Xia ask to meet someone like him? The girl asked if this man was suspicious of her. Aunt Xue said it herself. Since Aunt Xue has given her consent, he will submit to it. The girl said to follow her. He only tisked irritably and turned to leave. These guys have nothing good. They can't do without beautiful women. Dafa assumed she was jealous. The girl replied that it was nonsense. She only concentrates on self-improvement, so how can she be jealous of the love of a man and a woman? When she saw that even a man like Master Lin couldn't resist such a beauty, she mentally relented. Dafa thinks she's in no way inferior to Aunt Xue. It's just that she always looks like she would reject people. But if she can change that, anything is possible. And she can be a daughter-in-law. He's talking nonsense again. They notice that the boss is coming back. Looking at Lin Boss's face, which is filled with the freshness of the spring breeze, he realizes that this trip was worth it for Togo. He inquired if he liked Aunt Shu and how she looked. The main character said he was going to kill him now. Dafa knew that was a mistake. Langhu Villa. It's a pretty good place. It's even cooler than the rumors say. Dafa thinks this villa is worth over 1 million silver. They'll be staying here, so they have to choose their own room. Dafa remarks that their boss is awesome. At present, the place with abundant spiritual energy is becoming less and less, and the progress of self-cultivation is becoming slower and slower. Therefore, it is time to build Dharma formation. They should give this letter to Duan Tianqiu and ask him to buy a batch of goods according to the list. They should accompany each other and help each other in case of anything. They took his orders. The birthday banquet for Old Lady Kong is coming up. He needs to prepare a present for her. House of Kong. The man greeted Master Ling. The protagonist replied that the Kong master didn't need to be so gracious. No one realized who it was, for he was so arrogant that he didn't even bow when he saw the Kong master. Someone assumed that he was the son or nephew of a high-ranking official. But they had not seen such a person in Lingzhou. So someone said that perhaps he was from the capital. But he is not the son of a high-ranking official. This guy is a poor village boy who became a martial arts master in a martial arts academy. If he wasn't a martial arts master, the Linzhou governor wouldn't treat him well like this. Maybe he's wrong in the first place. Auntie Xue noticed the master of the Lin is also here. There they met again. She had missed him since the day they had parted. For the past few days, Auntie Xue has been working hard on the music he showed her back then. She's making progress. She still had a lot of doubts and wanted to ask for his advice. Xue Ryu didn't know where to find him, and it was lucky for her to meet him today. Poem assumed that she had also come to the old Lady Kong's birthday party. The girl replied that she had been invited. She was very lucky. Still, there were a lot of people who wanted to get here. Everyone immediately recognized Aunt Xue and wondered who it was next to her. But they had never seen him before. He had heard that Aunt Xue never spent time alone with anyone. Therefore, it was surprising. Moreover, he had become Aunt Sue's guest a couple days ago. Brother E never jokes, and if this is indeed the case, this guy is going to be in for some bad luck today. He wondered why Lu's brother had said that. Brother E doesn't know anything. Lord Qin, who commands the Lingzhou, is also here today. This lord has admired Aunt Shui for a long time, but he couldn't understand her. If he found out about her relationship with this guy, he would just be skinned. Is he really talking about Qin Muji, who commands the entire Lingzhou army? It is true that Lord Qin holds the army and most of the high command under his banner. To insult him is tantamount to finding your own way to death. He is afraid that this child does not know that disaster has already befallen him. That's how it is. He wants to see how this today will go for Lin Shui. Mr. Qin has arrived. He was welcomed by all. Lord Qin, commander-in-chief of the Lingzhou army. He finally found Aunt Shu, whom he had already searched for. She greeted the master. He suggested that she should rather go with him. Aunt Suo asked to be respectful. She has a humble profession and is a simple performer. The girl is not his subordinate, so he should be careful. She will definitely not obey him. Does he really think he's a noble lady from a noble family? She's here chilling with this young man and pretending to be noble. How could Master Qin even defame the innocence of others? How could he say such obscenities when the girl and Master Lin were so kind to each other and always observed the rules of propriety? If Master Qin tortures her like this, she will have no choice but to die. The commander-in-chief asked what she was allowing herself, but the protagonist stood up for her. He asked the commander-in-chief what he wanted her to do. The man inquired if the wreathed man even knew who he was, but he doesn't care who the man is. Aunt Shui doesn't accept him, so he has to go where he came from. No one understood how this young man had the courage to talk to Lord Qin like this. He takes away the Lord's woman without even caring about his own life. Undoubtedly, the show has begun. He immediately wanted to punch the protagonist to death, but they were told to stop. Lord asked why Grandma was here. The old lady asked if he showed up here to wish her a happy birthday or to trash the stage. The man replied that it was just a joke. Of course, he had come here to congratulate her. Since it was a birthday celebration, she asked what he was going to do. The man replied that the young man was being rude and he wanted to reprimand him, but he lost control of himself. It seems that Lord Qin has been in this command position for too long and has long since forgotten who he is. He hopes for her favor. Lord Aim is in this position only because of the lady and Master Kong. How could he forget to be so rude to her savior? He didn't even realize that this young man had saved his benefactor's life. Mr. Lin, who is standing in front of him, is a man of great power and strength. The old lady is lucky that he saved her, and she can be happy today and celebrate her birthday. He immediately apologized to Sir. He, too, apologized for such an arrangement. He should have been killed for being blind for treating him like that. Lin Zhou allowed him to stand up and speak. Auntie Zhui is his good friend, so he can't harass her anymore. The general agreed. Yu Chen also didn't understand how this could be. He didn't know why Ling Su was receiving such a favor. This is too much. Lesha Hall. The man began to list the gifts they had given for Old Lady Kong. Mr. Shu, 300 taels in silver. Master Sun, a pair of jade bracelets. Master Hu, a pair of jade guanyin. She thanked them for such wonderful gifts. It was the turn for Ye Yu Chen's family. He noticed that the main character was also standing in the crowd. The guy wondered what he was doing this time. Was he really going to sing? They presented a huge golden Buddha as a gift. This is indeed the richest person in Linzhou if he was preparing such a grand gift. No gift today will ever happen again. Yu Chen heard that young Master Lin was the benefactor of the elderly lady who saved her life. Therefore, he doesn't know what kind of gift he brought this time. It won't be another song and poem after all. All attention turned to him. He remained silent. It looked like Lin Shu's luck was going to run out right now. The kid replied that he had a present for her 70th birthday. He pulled out a peach pit. Is this kid really stupid enough to give her a peach pit? They think this guy came here to cause trouble. Even if he saved the old lady, he can't be that rude. Even if he couldn't come up with a decent gift, he couldn't just annoy everyone with a peach pit. He asked me to bring a pot of colored soil and a pot of water. The old woman asked why he shouldn't go and do as Mr. Lin told him to do. He even wondered what Ling Zhu would do now. 2 men brought the pot. He placed a bone on the ground. After that, the guy began to infuse his qi into this plant. It began to grow rapidly, even grow very fast, and then a peach tree appeared in front of them. He plucked peaches and offered heartfelt congratulations in honor of the anniversary, and wished the lady happiness and longevity. She was really happy to see such a miracle with her own eyes. Yu Chen didn't understand how this was possible. He was confused. The man said it was a magic fruit. If she ate it, she could live a long life. She decided to take a bite of the peach. It was like another world had opened up before her. She admitted that it's a really magical fruit, just like in fairy tales. Someone offered 1,000 taels of silver for this peach. The bid went up to 10,000 taels of silver. It was announced that the king wished the elderly lady on her birthday a long life. The man asked if he could show his humble ability. Everyone welcomed His Royal Highness King Nin. The king replied that there was no need for pleasantries. The junior officer did not see His Royal Highness King Nina and did not meet him. Therefore, he deserves to be punished. But King Ning replied that Master Kong should not be so modest. Kong Lao Lin has made great contributions to the country. The king came here as a guest, so he can temporarily forget the courtesies. But he wouldn't dare do that. He also introduced the man who was standing beside him. This is a great master of the Tao. The old lady was honored by his presence. She was glad he had not forgotten. After eating the fruit, her body should flourish. He wished her long life. He also noticed Mr. Lin. He had heard of Lin Shui's reputation, and when he saw him today, the Lord really lived up to it. The guy replied that he was just an ordinary man from the mountains, but the master must not be modest. He got rid of the tiger in the mountains, and now he is a benefactor to the people in Linzhou. The master asked how the boy could have earned such treatment from the king. The king explained that Master Lin is a person with immense miraculous power. Therefore, how could he take him lightly? Everyone started talking about how Mr. Lin had just created an immortal tree. This was an unprecedented miracle that they had seen with their own eyes. But the master began to declare that these are tricks. He is a mere charlatan. How can famous people in Linzhou be deceived by such a scoundrel? The old man asked if this Taoist master could answer for his words. This magic tree appeared right in front of them, and he still says they were tricked. Whether they were deceived or not, he would find out later. He tossed the seal upward. It began to glow brightly. This is the art of the talisman. Originally, there was this heritage in the world. He pointed this talisman at the tree. It was starting to burn. The main character was still silently watching this. The king asked in bewilderment what he was doing. The master explained that he had used the golden talisman to open their eyes. He asked for forgiveness. The magic tree had indeed disappeared. The man stated that the so-called magic tree was just an illusion. He explained that this person had learned a couple elemental magic techniques and used them to create an illusion. The master used a golden talisman to dispel the illusion and reveal the original form. Linju stated that he used the golden glow to blur everyone's eyes and take the opportunity to destroy his peach tree. The same guy wondered if the master thought that he wouldn't dare to kill him. The master asked if he was angry because he had exposed his cheating. He does not tolerate people who cheat and will not allow him to do so. The king said it's Madame's birthday today. They had better take a step back and not disturb the order. Since Linzhou is an important city of the imperial court, they cannot allow such wicked people to roam here. Blood said again that today was the elderly lady's birthday banquet, so he would not repeat himself. But His Highness is too worried because her dynasty is based on martial arts, and she is the descendant of a general. If these two gentlemen are interested, they can compete in a special place. They will just consider it as entertainment for all present. She also told the Lin Master that he might not hold back. Now they were all interested in the spectacle. That master fell to the ground, and the protagonist leisurely began to approach him. This guy is clearly good, and Master Dao clearly underestimated him. Another talisman appeared in his hand. He threw this talisman into the Ling Shu. It was the Thunder Talisman. This Thunder Talisman specializes in destroying gods and souls. No matter how strong his physical body is, he won't be able to deal with it. But the guy just destroyed that talisman with tech. The man didn't understand how he could have done it. The protagonist asked how he even dared to oppose the ordinary Thunder Talisman against him. Now, it was his time to show this master what he could do. Lightning bolts began to gather in his hand. The master immediately decided to run away, but the lightning quickly caught up with him. The king hopes he will be merciful and spare his life. Still, he decided not to finish him off. The art of the talisman is borrowed from the power of the ancestors. Even though this master has obtained it, he is using it for his own selfish purposes. Therefore, he will destroy this power from him. He asked the master if he had any objections. The man replied in a trembling voice that no, and since it is the lady's birthday, he will spare this master. But next time, he will not hesitate to take his life. Man will be eternally grateful to him for his mercy. Even the king himself is surprised by his boundless strength and asked to receive his royal homage. The rest of the people also bowed, saying that the immortal god was great and limitless. They wished glory to the great god, and the general didn't understand what this crazy power was. He would definitely be a dead man if he started fighting with his skills. Fortunately, the Congo family has been friends with Mr. Lin since the beginning. It's a pity, though, that Yao is already married and has no other daughters. He would have been happy to take him as a son-in-law. He can't even imagine there are such people in Linzhou. It looks like this city is going to change a lot. Yuchen was also trembling. Of course, the protagonist will turn his attention to him. He apologized to Immortal Lin for making a huge mistake. He dared to steal a woman from him and deserved to die. The guy wondered if he was saying he deserved to die. He called himself just a little man. Lin Shui agrees with this. His behavior is disgusting, and he really deserves to die for his actions. If the protagonist didn't want to spoil today's celebration, he would have died long ago. He realized his mistake and sat him out to be merciful. But suddenly Yuchen lost consciousness. His friends had already greeted the master. Lin Shui asked if they had bought everything according to the list. Dafa replied that everything was already in the courtyard. There was too much stuff lying around. Bronze lion, wooden head of Buddha, sapphire, volcanic rock, ancient pottery. Among the nearly hundreds of collection, they can choose only a few things. Earth resources for spiritual practice are really scarce. Although these things are not that good, they can barely help him develop a magical formation. He began to meditate. The 5 elements of spiritual formation. These 5 parts make up the 5 elements anew. First, they drive in the force of the law, and then they use it as a guide. He hopes to mobilize an aura within a 100-mile radius. He lifted these things up. Dafa and Xiaojing didn't understand where this fog was coming from. Perhaps the master was preparing some kind of spell. The main character relayed that this mist is very useful in practicing martial arts. They must quickly inhale it. This opportunity is rare, so they must not miss it. He finally did it. He flew toward that clot, the second level of the Taishu True Sutra. The spiritual channel opens. The Tao of the body is formed. Through these spiritual channels, each pore can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. So future cultivation can be accomplished with half the effort. The Tao body is indestructible and invulnerable to constant attacks. Thus, the basic power of self-preservation I have finally acquired. Dafa Jia and Xiaojin arrived at his place as soon as he descended. The girl immediately covered her eyes with her hand and asked how a master could do that. Lin Shi replied that he didn't force her to watch, so why would she rebuke him? Dafa asked, wondering if the master had broken through. But the main character told him to go get clothes. Someone's carriage arrived at his estate. The protagonist was already waiting. Hazy came out of it and asked the master for help. Lin Shui asked, wondering if something had happened to Master Duan. They moved out immediately. A few days ago, Shui Yunlun of Jiangdong led a group of men to Lingzhou City and wanted their gang of flying eagles to obey his orders. The master refused and was wounded by Shui Yunlun's men and later taken away. The protagonist inquired who Shui Yunlun was. Haizi explained that Shui Yunlun was the leader of the Black Dragon Gang. This is the largest gang on the Southeast Road. Guy wondered why the leader from Southeast Road had suddenly decided to take over the territory. Linzhou is the smallest city on the Southeast Road, and important people don't think much of it. Therefore, he doesn't know why the Black Dragon Gang suddenly intervened. They arrived at the place where they saw the bound head. Hazy shouted to the master that they had come here to save him, but Dun Tenqiu told them to be careful. Suddenly a knife flew at him. 2 men appeared behind him, one of whom asked if he had forgotten to ask about saving his boss. It was Shui Yunlun. Apparently the previous lessons weren't enough, and he hurried back to die. Haizi said to let the host go and offered to sit down and talk. Yunlun asked what other trump card he had if he just wanted to talk to him. He also assumed that this guy standing next to him was the trump card. Hazy explained that it was the new representative of the Flying Eagle Gang. If they want to team up with them, they should ask me not about the immortal leader. No wonder he feels so bad. And he even found a young man to be his spokesman. There are only 2 of them, and they dared to come to him. He doesn't even know whether he should say that they are brave or just stupid. Yunlun can just kill them, and the gang will obey him. If he has the strength, he can try to do it. He started to get angry. After which, many of Yunlun's subordinates appeared on the rooftop. This guy's just a man who's trapped right now. While they're here, he has another offer. If they obey his orders, honor and prosperity awaits them. Otherwise, when his army arrives, the whole gang of flying eagles will be left without a head. Lin Guok wondered what would happen if he said no. Then he'll be finished. If that's the case, then he has no choice but to kill Yunlun right here. He began to threaten Duan Tianqiu and asked if he was in a hurry to take his life. Hades asked immortally to save his master. Lin Xue replied that if he dared to do so, then he would himself bury him. But the man only laughed. He wanted to watch this kid kill them all. But in an instant, Duan Tianqiu was unleashed. Yunlun replied that he could take this boss. The Eagle Gang was of little value to him. This young man, on the other hand, is becoming more and more interesting to him. He'll only give him one chance. In a few days, a tournament will be held on Mount Tiandu. If the young man can win the tournament, the issue of the Flying Eagle's unification will be solved. But if he loses, he'll do as Yunlun said. It should be a good deal. Now that sounds like something interesting, but Lin Xue thinks that Yunlun is not fit for Yunlun to fight him. The man said he shouldn't forget himself. Yunlun laughed again. Truth be told, he had always admitted to being arrogant. But he had never thought that there were people in this world who were even more ambitious than himself. If he wants to prove his nature, he must come to his tournament. There they will learn the truth. He hopes that this young man's strength is as great as his bravado. They decided to leave, but suddenly he stopped the protagonist. He inquired about his name. Lin Xue introduced himself. A little later, the man asked why on earth he had let them go, but he hadn't seen one in a long time. This guy looks just like him in the past, especially his pride and fearlessness. Yunlun hopes he won't disappoint him. He asked Hazy to explain the situation to him as they rode in the wagon. This borough is located in Pishan District, Dongnam Province. It was originally a place where practitioners of martial arts sects sparred with each other. As more and more people came here, it gradually became a place where the best fighters of the southeastern province trained. After years of development there, it has developed its own rules and traditions that everyone adheres to. Initially, rival gangs often fought over territory and often shed blood. After many battles, they decided to set aside a separate place for conflict resolution. It was much easier for each gang to assign their best fighters to fight for their interests. Lin Xue asked what the number of fighters was. There are all sorts of people among the participants. There are martial arts sects, gangs, hermits. There are a lot of them. Although most of them join for fun, there are many monsters among them. He assumed that the Flying Eagle Gang had been involved in the past, so he asked how the battle had gone. I'm ashamed to admit that the gang of Flying Eagles were so weak that they couldn't last longer than a few seconds. He knows a couple sword techniques and can tell it to them if they're interested. He thanked the immortal for his kindness. Aunt Sue was playing the guqin. She heard yelling that they couldn't come in here. The girl asked what he was allowing himself. If he didn't back down, she would report him to an official. But it really was his sister. She didn't expect to see her little brother here. It had been 8 years since the last time they'd met. He had been looking for her all that time but couldn't find her. What a blessing that they could meet here today. If he didn't fight the bandits, then she would definitely be killed. The girl thought he was dead. She thought she would be alone from now on. They met again, so it is worth forgetting about the past. Sue Ruyu replied that he was right and she should be happy. Now that her brother had dealt with all matters, she could follow him back to Jiangdong. But the girl explained that her sister had been living in Linzhou for many years and she would not let her go. Jiangdong is prosperous, rich, and saturated with art. If he got his sister interested, she can become a famous musician there. In fact, there's a man here she can't leave. He immediately inquired and who the man was. The girl called out the name Lin Zhu. Hazy reported to his brother that there was news, after which Duan Tianqiu conveyed to the immortal that they had found out details about Zhao Biao. This man is a disciple of the Sacred Fire sect. He also studied under Wei Changgong. The protagonist immediately inquired about the Sacred Fire sect. This sect originated in the West and was introduced into China 1,000 years ago. During this time it grew in size and was established as the state religion of the former dynasty. Later, when great warriors took over the Chinese kingdom, the Sacred Fire sect was abolished, and the remaining division was transferred. According to reports, its main altar was set up overseas. Although the Sacred Fire sect no longer had its former glory, and its power was so intertwined and entangled that even the imperial court was unable to destroy it. Lin Shui inquired who Wei Changgong was. The man explained that he is an elder of the Sacred Fire sect and is second only to the patriarch. His power is unpredictable, and he is believed to have reached the level of a great master. The guy assumed that Wei Changgong might come to take revenge. But Duan Tianqiu doesn't think so. The fact is that Wei Changgong is a very noble man, and also he is far away from China now. Therefore, it is unlikely that he will act. However, Zhao Hu had an older brother named Gongsun Tai who was deeply impressed by the true teachings of Wei Changgong. Tiandu Mountain, Bingzhou City. The tournament would be held in 3 days. He asked the immortal to stay here while he contacted the inn immediately. The protagonist told him to go make the arrangements and he would take a walk. The man reported that their leader wanted to see him. He's finally here. Lin Shui asked why Yunlun was looking for him. A few days ago, he returned to his long-lost sister in Linzhou. He wanted to take her away, but she didn't agree. The boy asked what this had to do with him. His sister's name is Shui Ruyu, and it is because of the protagonist that she doesn't want to leave Linso. Does he really want Ling Su to persuade Sister Su? It's not easy to become a leader of a group of people at such a young age, but this is far from enough for him to trust Lin Shui and call him his brother. The kid inquired as to what he wanted. To be his brother, he must be a dragon among humans. Yunlun sees that potential in him, but right now he is still growing and growing. His current position can only be boasted of in a small city like Linso. He shouldn't even try to mention him if he ends up on the southeast road. If one day this guy starts to meet his criteria, he will appoint him as his deputy, and only then will he allow him to marry his sister. Yunlun knows that this guy is confident, but the world is much bigger than he can imagine. If he is too weak, he will be easily bent, and with this arrogant nature, he will quickly accumulate opponents. He just doesn't want his sister to become a widow at such a young age. Lin Jue recognized that Yunlun thought too highly of himself. And he's wrong about something. He and Sis Jue are just friends. He has no other thoughts. As for appointing him as his deputy, let alone Yunlun, this man is not qualified to do so. He's too ignorant and crazy. The man wanted to teach him a lesson today and see if he could continue to be so arrogant. He used a magic whirling claw, but Yunlun stopped him. The tournament will start soon, so there is no need to rush. There aren't many people in Southeast Road who would dare to talk to him in such a tone. Even the prefect of the Southeast Road must bow respectfully when he sees him. He's just the leader of a small gang, so why is he so arrogant? If it wasn't for his sister, he'd kill him right now. What he says our Ling Su view does not even stand up mention. As for what he relies on, it's his own fists. No matter how strong he is, the protagonist will finish him off with one punch. Yunlun hopes he has the courage to do the same in the ring. The man explained that this child does not yet know how high the sky is and how solid the earth is. And that's sad. In the ring, there were a lot of spectators there. He spotted the boss Duan. The man heard that he had been severely beaten. He thought that Duan Tianqiu had already died, but he seemed to have recovered. But he doesn't need to worry. Only Yin Chao will die here. His brother told him that Boss Duan easily escapes death. But wouldn't it be better to obediently stay in his own land? How dare he come here and make a fuss? Looks like he has had enough of living. Yin Chao better watch his tongue. Otherwise, he'll pay for it big time. Does he mean to say that he's going to rely on that smelly patched guy next to him or rely on his black skin? He explained that he was the new leader of the Flying Eagle gang. How dare he be so rude? The gang doesn't seem to have anyone better. How can they even call a young kid like that their leader? The protagonist decided not to hold back and punched him in the face with words about how dare he. He certainly didn't expect to get hit that hard by it. To Brother Yin's brother, others came at once. He ordered them all killed. They immediately drew their swords, preparing to attack. But Yunlun told them to stop. Everyone greeted the Xu master. If they have any grudges, they can settle them themselves after the match. If anyone dares to disrupt before the tournament, then don't let them blame Yunlun for being cruel. It's unexpected that they even came here in person. Everyone seems to have high hopes for the tournament. Lin Shui asked, "Are these guys really good?" Duan Tianqiu replied, "These few people are quite challenging." The old man with a long mustache on the other side is a Si Tin. He is a master of the Thunderer sect and has a set of the Great Thunderer Fist. He hasn't been defeated by many people. The middle-aged man on the other side is Li Shuqi, who is a master of the Heaven Crane martial arts sect. He was a Wind Destroyer martial arts master, and when he was at full strength, dozens of good fighters couldn't even come close to him. The woman behind is called Yue Chunmei. She was a master of the Shuichen Tower, and is best known for her hidden weapon, which is referred to in the bandit community as the Thousand-Hearted Shura. Despite being a master at her hands, countless people died. They are all the best fighters in the southeast, and most of the final matches are played out between them. Yunlun announced that the tournament had officially begun. The first battle will be a gang of flying eagles versus wild swords. Hazy was quick to deal with these people. Xieting asked Mr. Li where the man was from. He had never seen him before. Li Shuqi replied that he seems to be from a small gang called the Flying Eagles, with a mediocre record in the past, so not much is known about them. Yunlun hadn't seen this guy have any skills yet. It was a pity that it would be over now. The man yelled out that it was just a pile of garbage. He volunteered to be the new adversary. The man wanted to advise him to be careful, but the man said he was just a useless thing and let him get out of his sight. He attacked Hazy. Hazy took this blow with his sword, but his opponent simply chopped the sword in two and struck Hazy. People took him. Lin Shui arrived at the boss Duan and asked what was wrong with him. The protagonist began to press his points. There's no need to worry, because he won't die. He said, Duan Tianqiu, stay here and look after him, and the guy will take care of the tournament. He thanked the immortal for saving his life. Suddenly, he was called out by Sister Xin. She didn't expect Brother Lin to be here as well. He immediately recognized Sis Blue. The girl seemed pleased that he remembered her. She also replied that she didn't think she would meet him here. Xin asked if he also came here to watch the duels. Lin Jue replied that it could be said as well. There was also another guy next to her who was wondering who it was. The girl replied that it was the Ling Shu that had gotten them out of trouble that day. This kid's name is Ma Yongning from the Yuntian County Martial Arts Academy. But the kid didn't say anything to that. He immediately started to get angry about the fact that he had no upbringing. Xin said that there was room, so she invited Brother Lin to join them. But the guy replied that he already had a seat. Ma Yuning replied that he didn't need to be so discouraged. Since they were brothers in interest, they would have something to talk about. Lin Shu inquired about what he wanted to talk about. Ling Shui had just learned about him and didn't seem to be too impressed. Therefore, the guy became curious about what the Lin brother was doing. If he says this, he can be considered a disciple of the Martial Arts Academy in Linzhou County. He also asked what level he was at now. Lin Jue replied that he was at the primary level. When we heard about this guy from Aspen, I thought he was a great master, and he is only a beginner. The girl replied that he was already very strong. Even her cousin had taken the exam many times but failed. For the average person, it's difficult. It's not easy, even for many who go to a martial arts academy. Xin asked, wondering what level he was on. Ma Yuning replied that he was already a martial arts master. Xin asked if martial arts masters were very strong. One martial artist is worth dozens of fighters. He asked his Ling brother if he didn't think so, but he only remained silent. Since he is Xin's friend, he can be by his side. It will be helpful to Brother Lin if Ma Yuning gives more advice in the future, but that won't be necessary. He'll just stay here. Meanwhile, the man dealt with the rest of his opponents. He shouted out who else would dare to fight him, but there was silence. This man's name is Lu Wei Qi. He is a master of the Guangdao sect and has a very impressive set of skills. The girl asked if this Lu Wei Qi is comparable to Master Ma. The guy replied that these people were just savages. How can you even compare them to the disciples of their martial arts sect? However, this man is not a bad fighter, and if he were to fight against Ma Yuning, he would have 70 to win. The man shouted, would no one dare to come out against him? Si Ting is afraid that only Master Li and his Heaven Crane martial arts sect can end him. Li Xiuqi asked Master Si not to be modest. There are many talents in his sect, and now is the time to show their ambition. Yunlun couldn't believe that the Guangdao sect was so powerful. Apparently, he had underestimated them. Suddenly the ground began to shake. No one realized what was happening. Someone's torn down the wall, and suddenly another man appeared. The man jumped into the arena. His jump caused her to start collapsing. What kind of monster is this? There's so much power in one step. He immediately used his technique. He noticed that Lu Wei Qi had an assassin's movement. If he were to face him now, he definitely wouldn't be able to defeat him, but he stopped the sword. After which he punched him right in the chest. Lu Wei Qi flew off in an instant. As it turns out, this is Gongsun Tai. He is a messenger of the sacred fire and has come to meet the heroes of the southeast. The protagonist wondered if Gongsun Tai is not Zhao Biao's brother. The black dragon called Wang Shuofeng asks him for a sparring match. Destroying them one by one is too tedious, so they can team up. The man started to get angry and shouted how dare he. He immediately used the Devil's Whirlpool, but Sun Tai dodged this technique. The Wang Shuofeng technique left a mark on the ground. This elder is not inferior to Lu Wei Qi. Wang Shuofeng is even stronger than him. The strength of the Black Dragon gang is really unpredictable. Wang Shuofeng decided to attack again. The man used the Devil's Whirlpool again. His fingers just touched his opponent's chest. The man wondered if that was all he could do. He wasn't even ticklish. He grabbed Shuofeng's hand. The old man can break her gold and stone with his bare hand, but he can do no harm. There are so many strange and incomprehensible things in the world. Si Ting didn't understand what kind of person this was in the first place. Sung Tai broke his arm. The old man Van cried out in pain. After which, Sun Tai stabbed his hand through it. Yunlun immediately became worried for Elder Wang. Ma Yuning realized that this was the realm of grandmasters. Sun Tai began to shout if there was even anyone stronger than this man in the southeast. The others didn't realize if anyone could beat him. No matter what, he will wash the place in blood and glorify himself and the sacred fire to the world. He ordered the slaves to kill them all. They listened to his orders and started beating everyone. Yunlun told the masters that today's matter was urgent, and they should join hands to protect everyone's safety. All together they attacked the Sun Tai. Yunlun used the 9 reincarnations of the dragon, but the man dodged that attack. Meanwhile, Li Shuqi also struck him from the back, but Sun Tai quickly reached his neck and struck. Yunlun once again used the 9 dragon reincarnations, but Sun Tai was able to stop this attack with his bare hand. The protagonist noticed that the inner strength had transformed into formation. This Shui Yunlun also has strength. The other masters didn't think to sit around either. Yue Chunmei used her concealed weapon, and now they've all decided to attack at the same time. But Sun Tai was able to quickly deal with these masters. He didn't even expect these guys to be this weak. He announced that he has a younger brother, named Zhao Biao, who came to the mainland before him to take revenge. The man lost contact with him some time ago, and he thinks he is feeling very bad now. He is sure that these people have something to do with it. If anything happened to him, he'd bury them all here. If this Sun Tai is so cruel and strong, then his brother is definitely no worse. Isn't there a master on their southeast road who can harm him in any way? I finally decided to perform Ling Su. Xin asked what Brother Lin was going to do. The guy replied that he was going to go and stop this Sun Tai. Ma Yuning told this foolish man to come back now. He's just a novice fighter, and this is the realm of grandmasters. Can't this guy see how terrible he is? Lin Shui killed this Zhao Biao, and now that his enemies have come to his door, he is obliged to come out. Ma Yuning told him not to joke around because it wasn't worth his life. It's only because of Xin that he will take this guy out of here. But he did not heed this advice and approached them. Yunlun asked what Ling Zhu was going to do. The guy announced that the person he was looking for was him. They can all get out of here, Yunlun asked. He at least understands what he is talking about. This man is here to avenge his younger brother. Lin He declared that he was the one who killed Zhao Biao. If he wants revenge, just let him approach him. Sun Tai asked who he was. Lin Shui said his name. This guy is out of his mind. There's a limit to his arrogance. This isn't a gang fight, so he needs to get out of here. If he was able to kill Sun Tai's younger brother, then now it was his turn to start being afraid. The guy explained that his little brother was no weaker than himself, and yet it didn't take much for the protagonist to kill him. Is this guy really an idiot? He's definitely going crazy with his arrogance. If he is so eager to die, he will fulfill his wish. He immediately moved to attack him. That lunatic is definitely a dead man now, but no one expected him to be able to stop Sun Tai's fist. The guy was generally in shock and didn't understand what was going on. It's just impossible. Lin Shu smiled and asked, now that he was finally starting to believe his words. The man now realized clearly that he was indeed the one who had killed his little brother. The protagonist has taken a hint that his level for revenge isn't enough at all, but he need not worry, for this is only the beginning. The two of them immediately give the two of them, jumping away from each other, after which Sun Tai immediately attacked using his technique. This attack began to tear the main character's clothes. The man didn't think to give him time to catch his breath and immediately threw him into the ground. But even after such a devastating attack, this guy was fine. If it wasn't for cultivating the great Taoist body earlier, his hands and palms would be in trouble right now. The man asked who he was after all and why he had never heard of him before. Lin Shi replied that his ignorance was to blame. Now it was his turn. He used the infinite sword attack. All the swords were pointed and right at this man. Still, he was able to resist this attack. The guy's savvy defense is really good, but now he's interested to see how it handles it. It seems this attack was even more devastating than the last one, but he was able to withstand her even that attack. But before he could say anything else, the protagonist killed him. They were just in shock. What kind of skills did he have in him? He wondered if only a martial artist could possess such strength. It's no exaggeration to say that this guy is a god. He can't believe he said that in public. If this guy wants to bring him to justice, it wouldn't be enough for him to die 10,000 times. The slaves looked at their dead master. Lin Shu said that their master had died, so they should surrender. They obeyed it. The old man recognized that this was an immortal's level. No wonder he is such an arrogant man, and no wonder he is so prideful. He remembered their main character's words about finishing him off with just one blow. Yunlun was really stupid. This time, he called this youngster his excellency and asked him to accept their honor. From now on, the Black Dragon Gang would be honored to serve him. Everyone began to praise the great master of the Lin. He deserved to be severely punished for insulting immortal Lin, but the guy said he could forget about it. For Miss Zhu's sake, he could go back and spend a year behind closed doors. He thanked the immortal. The guy also noticed a girl walking towards him. It turns out that Brother Lin is indeed an immortal, so she asked if she could call him an immortal. The guy responded by telling her to do what she wanted to do, but she still feels that feeling of immortality seems very far away. People still like to call it by its name. The guy repeated again for her to call him what she liked. Ma Yuning walked over to her. She had told Mr. Ma that he had a bad opinion of the protagonist. Now he had to see it with his own eyes. He has no eyes, but he hopes Master Lin will forgive past offenses. After all, they are trained in the same sect. Lin Shui asked, wondering if he thought he was worthy of training in the same sect. Ma Yuning begged for mercy from the immortal. Xin also sat down on her knees and said that Brother Lin was a great person, so she asked to spare this lord once. Lin Shu told him to get up after all. He did not deserve the attention of the protagonist. Mr. Ma thanked the immortal for his kindness. The protagonist is gone. The boy realized it was just horrible. He almost lost his life for his behavior. The women immediately ran over to him. They said the gentleman had worked so hard and asked to be allowed to give them a back massage. Obo just to massage his shoulders. He immediately called out to the Dafu. The guy immediately came running when he was called. Lin Shu inquired about what was going on and who these girls were. Dafa replied that the boss turned out not to know. As it turned out, so many women were sent to him by King Nin. Lin Shui wondered why he had done so. Dafa doesn't know. But a few days after Lin Shui left, then Nin sent these girls and a lot of gold, silver, and jewelry, saying that it was a gift for an immortal. Also, the king sent him a letter. In it, the king congratulated the immortal on his move. He wished to ask for the acceptance of his modest gift, namely 10 lovely maidservants and 500 gold. He wondered why the king had sent him so many women. The guy also asked where Jin Xiao had gone and why he hadn't seen her before. Dafa replied that it was unexpected to have so many women in the house. Hey, it might be uncomfortable. The girl was enjoying the view of the pond. Suddenly, she heard a voice saying that the master had come home and she wasn't even in sight. Is she afraid of appearing inept? Jin Shi replied that now that master had so many maids, he didn't need her anymore. Lin Shui replied that he wasn't aware of this, so he couldn't refuse. Dafa accepted them for the time being, and tomorrow they would send them all back. The girl wondered if this was really true. The protagonist asked if she didn't believe what her master was saying. The girl replied that she wouldn't dare do that. She's just afraid the guy isn't sincere in what he's saying. How can he even let all these hotties go? The protagonist replied that a bunch of vulgar maidens were no match for his Jin Jiao. She clearly hadn't expected him to say that. Linzhou? Bayun Guan? Someone was talking about how this scumbag dishonored Bayun Guan. He asked his brother to do something for him. Now that the man had lost all his strength and was without the support of the royal family, he hoped his brother would help him. If only for the money he has earned for the Guan over the years. If the host comes out and finds out that he has lost the guest of honor, that man is to be thrown out of the gate. King Nin is the most important guest of their temple, and to realize the centennial plan, he had to go to King Nin's house himself. King Nina's estate. He asked the girl if she believed that he had sent all those girls back. Jin Xiao replied that since she was his maid, she should be loyal to the immortal all the time. The king inquired of the master what he meant. Lin Shui explained that he was a simple man from the mountains who was used to freedom. Therefore, he doesn't need so many maids. But he appreciates the king's kindness. The king noticed the girl standing next to him. He'd picked up on the fact that when such a beauty was around, these vulgar women weren't worth any attention. He hoped that the immortal would forgive him for his lack of discretion. And the protagonist asked his majesty not to be too modest. They say there are no rewards without merit. He is honored by the immortal's presence here. If he doesn't mind, the king would like to invite you to his house. Lin Shui replied that he would be honored. He told the girl to go for a walk around town first, and he would return later, and they would meet at the city gate. The ancestral rule of the dynasty was that no foreign vassal was allowed to enter the palace. Although the king is a member of the royal family, but he is just a prisoner in Linzhou City. He wants to be loyal to his country and fulfill his duty, but he cannot serve it fully. But it is noticeable to everyone that the king is loyal to his country. Lin Shui is a cultivator and has no achievements in the affairs of state. So he is afraid that the king has put his trust in the wrong person. The king remarked that when he saw the immortal, he knew immediately that this guy was the one he wanted. He also likes to collect treasures. Today, several members of the government came to present the treasures to him. So he suggested that the immortal go together to admire them. The kid didn't see anything wrong with that, so he agreed. The girl didn't understand how this guy was able to come to her house. Her dad should be with him too. Those two seemed to be getting along pretty well. She was approached by her brother, who inquired as to what sister was doing here. She was glad her brother had taken the time to come back. The man bade farewell to the commander and returned to see her. The girl asked, even though he didn't become a prince, so why did he decide to become a soldier? His mother misses him very much. He replied that a brave man should die on the battlefield, not in a cage waiting to die. He hadn't been home in a long time, and no one cared that someone was bullying his sister. If she bullies others, someone might dare to bully herself. If he laughed at her, she wouldn't play with him anymore. The boy apologized. He also asked what had happened. He said, "And when on their little sister ever suffered, for she has the support of the Kong family. She knows the prince well, so no one should be her enemy." The girl replied that the meanie had made such a fool of her. He asked his little sister not to cry. She can't be around that villain. He is sure he can help her. The girl asked if this is really true. In response, the guy asked if the other brother ever lied to her. However, they can't rush into this matter. It definitely can't be done in the palace, so they must find another opportunity. The protagonist entered with the king. Everyone greeted His Majesty. The king explained to Mr. Lin that these few were also from the same profession, so he decided to introduce them to him. This is Mr. Wang Hongcai, who is the most famous local collector. This man's name is Lao Kang. He is the owner of the largest antique store in town. This is the older brother Gu of Baiyun Guan. The king wanted to introduce the protagonist, but he interrupted him and said that he was only a spectator. Therefore, he need not give his name. Whereupon he went to a chair to sit down. The king ordered tea to be served here. They noticed that this guy was too arrogant in front of the king himself. He is still very young, but since the king treats him so well, we can assume that he is from the royal family. But he doesn't look like royalty at all. Lao Kong said he was too rude. How dare he take his seat before the master speaks? Lin Jue replied that he can sit wherever and whenever he wants. Why should he even care at all? This is a royal palace, not a place where ignorant people can walk around. He advised the young man to hurry up and bow respectfully to all present. The protagonist asked what would happen if he didn't. Since he doesn't understand the rules that well, the man himself decided to teach him. But the kid didn't think he could take it any further. For the sake of the king's face, he will not argue with the man just yet. But if he persists in his obsession, he must not accuse the protagonist of ruthlessness. The man asked why he dared to show cruelty in the royal palace. The king informed Lao Khan that this gentleman was an honored guest. He must not be rude to him. The king apologized for the lack of hospitality. Since it is his guest of honor, he can behave as if he were at home, so he is not obliged to observe the customs of tradition. They all know that His Majesty has great respect for all sorts of strange and unusual people. Many triggers have appeared these days, so he must not give in to their provocations. The king told him to shut up. This is the royal court, so since when does she make her own rules here? The man immediately replied that he didn't dare do that. He was sorry. Still, he decided to change the subject and asked what valuables they had brought. Lao Khan would be the first to show them. He began to examine these things. Lao Kong explained that this bundle of relics was made by a high-ranking monk from the western regions. He bought them with a lot of money. It is a magical weapon that not only strengthens the body and prolongs life, but can also change destiny. The king decided to accept it. Lao Khan replied that His Majesty's eye was diamond. He then turned to Wang Hongcai and asked him what treasures he had brought this time. He is an incompetent man in this matter, but some time ago he found a treasure that he dare not keep to himself. So he wanted to propose to the king to share this treasure. This seal was made by the great Chan Yuan in his later years. It is said that he made 2 copies of the seal. One is in the imperial palace, and the other is here. King Nin recognized that it is a beautiful and seal. It is indeed authentic. It is a very rare item, and Mr. Wang must be sorry to part with it. Only a man like His Majesty should possess such a thing. That's why Master Van decided to present this seal to him. It would have been better if the king had kept this treasure. He replied that it was just fine. Now it was Mr. Gu's turn. The king is sure he will not disappoint him. He brought with him the treasure of their Baiyuan temple, namely the heavenly disc. This compass is the legacy of their ancestor who relied on the sky when creating the Baiyun temple. Since it's a Zhenshan treasure, they must be extraordinary. And the king will have to turn to Brother Gu for advice from now on. The man replied that he was pleased to hear this. He is very happy to see so many treasures today. The king has ordered a banquet to be prepared in the kitchen for them to celebrate today. Lin Shui replied that he was grateful for his concern, so he wouldn't bother them anymore. It is a rare occasion when Ling Shui visits his home. He has not yet had time to properly receive him, as he may leave them so soon. The guy really liked the prepared tea, for it was refreshing and pleasant. He had already enjoyed it. Lao Khan asked His Majesty, "So why hold this guy back? If someone wants to leave, they should just let him go." They all presented their treasures for the king at the banquet, but he came empty-handed. Of course he doesn't want to, eat and drink for nothing. He was starting to get angry at the old man Kana again. Treasure seems to be all they're interested in. Lao Kan asked what he meant by that. Does he look down on their precious gifts? Young people don't know how high the sky is. The king inquired what he thought of the matter. The protagonist asked if the king wanted to hear the truth or a lie. King Nin replied that of course he wanted to hear the truth. The seal is a favorite of the literati, so he will not comment on it. As for the other two gifts, the so-called magical weapons, I would like him to discuss a point. The king knows nothing about it, so I would like to ask for his advice. But the cultivator's gaze, these two magic weapons have no power. If one were to accurately them, they are more like waste. Lao Kan asked how he even dared to talk such nonsense. Is this young man really an idiot? Old Kong is a friend of Boss Duan of Linzhou. Guzheng is very experienced and they are both narrow-minded and vindictive. This guy will end up badly. Wang Hongchai wondered if he should warn this kid. How dare he even say that the temple's ancestral magic weapons are just trash? Lin Shui replied that trash was trash, so what else could be said about it? Guzheng shouted out that he was already a dead man. The king told them to stop. They are both his honored guests, so he asked for no disruption. He apologized to his majesty. A little later he said goodbye to the king and left. That young man is too arrogant. He made them lose face in front of the king. I don't think they'll let him go so easily. Guzheng replied that of course not. They can't do anything in the palace, but they will stop him on the road and make it so that he can neither live nor die. And there's someone already meeting him. The guy asked if it was him. The girl replied that it was. He asked if this guy had offended his sister last time. Lin Shui said that he had, and he's cocky. This guy is the first one who dared to intimidate the Yang family. Lin Shui explained that his sister had ignored the ban in the city and beat up an innocent person for no reason. He was just teaching her a little lesson, or are those her brother objected to? What difference does it make if they just beat up a servant? His sister, who is a golden girl, cannot be compared to this lowlife. The protagonist asked if he thought the strong could bully the weak. The guy replied that it was true after all. Then in that case he is strong and his sister is weak, so he can punish her. This guy is not afraid of him only because the protagonist knows his father. No matter what people say the Yang family intimidates others. Today he will act like a brother. He will seek justice for his sister. He ordered his men to do nothing and just watch him, and also they must not let him escape. Yan Jinyao, who is the leader of the mounted squad of Linzhou soldiers, is here to take revenge on him. The boy wondered if he was going to fight him alone. That's exactly what happened. He threw a punch, but the protagonist deftly dodged it. He then kicked his opponent under his leg, and he began to fall, but Yang Jinyao attacked him again. Since this guy doesn't know the difference between good and evil, Ling Shu will teach him a good lesson today, instead of his father. The girl immediately told the creep to let her brother go. He told that girl to look at him carefully. If she dared to make another move, he'd forget about decorum. She immediately stopped. They didn't realize what they had to do now. But then they remembered the captain's orders. They must know the consequences of disobeying the order. But the man thought that if they stood like that, it wouldn't be good for the captain. The man with the scar called him dumb-headed. Why don't he go inform the commander? Lin Shu asked. Maybe he was finally convinced by now. The girl sat on her knees and begged to let her brother go. She was in tears. Guy said not to beg this man. Her other brother proved incapable of avenging her. She asked him not to talk like that. The girl also asked him to stop all this. She admitted she was wrong and just asked him to let it go. She would never do that again. In the end, he let the man go. He hopes she will remember his words forever. After which the protagonist left. But a man with a scar stood in front of him and said he couldn't leave. This guy hurt their captain, and they have to wait for the commander to come and sort it all out. Lin Shu asked how they were going to stop him when there were so few of them. And so the commander came to them. The man reported to the commander that the captain was beaten and could not get up. The captain asked what they were doing at the time. They can't even defend their captain. He ordered that they be sent back and receive 50 sticks each. But the man replied that the captain had ordered them not to interfere. But they would talk about it later. Also, the commander asked, what about that rascal? He hadn't expected to see an immortal here at all. Qin Muji greeted the immortal. They really didn't expect this kind of behavior from the commander. Lin Shu asked if these were all his men. Qin Muji replied that he would punish them severely when he returned. But the guy advised him to go and look on the other side. Yan Jinyao asked how Uncle Qin could salute this boy. The man asked the little prince how he got in trouble with this great man. After all, he doesn't even know who he is. Jinyao recognized that this guy wasn't that bad. He had some skills. But how can he be called a great person? Qin Muji replied that he has been in the army for many years and may not know everything that happens in the city. Lin Shui is not a simple man, and the upper circles of Linzhou have no one who would disobey him. It is said that not only in Linzhou, but also in the whole Southeast Road, all the gangs obeyed his orders. But that's not all that's scary. He has great skill. Qin Muji saw it with his own eyes at the birthday banquet and the old lady of the Kong family. Not to mention him, he can't even take on their entire army. He didn't expect there was such a master in the world at all. The commander doesn't know if he's a master or not. But in terms of strength, he's no weaker than the masters of the world, and messing with him isn't the best idea. No wonder his father treats him so well. It shows that the immortal has the courage to make a decisive move. It's mostly because of King Ning. The man immediately apologized to the immortal, saying that he didn't know he was so great. He asked for forgiveness. The girl admitted that she was wrong and would never dare to do it again. He said to become one. They thanked the immortal. After that, the guy finally left. He'll go back to the army to recuperate. Also, the guy won't tell his dad about what happened today. He hates it when they cause trouble outside the house. The girl replied that she knows that. He was greeted by Jin Xiao. She informed the master that she had overheard a conversation between the captain of the city guard and said that he would be unpleasant to the master. But the master replied that it did not matter, for the matter was settled. And so Lao Kang and Gu Zheng appeared in front of them. For some reason, everyone is looking for him today. They had not touched this kid in front of the king, however. Now they would see who would stand up for him. Lin Shui replied that if he wanted to live, let him disappear from his eyes. Gu Zheng asked what other options there were. The guy offered to let him die without a burial place. They just laughed. It was funny to hear the nonsense this guy was talking before he died. He asked Gu's brother not to let him die too easily. The man wants to see if he'll still be cool. Jin Xiao asked the Lord if she should take care of them. Lin Shui replied that he would do everything himself. That bastard is very lucky to have such a beautiful girl by his side. She has too perfect a body. He can't believe that he was so lucky today, and he was able to find a girl to have fun with on the road. Jin Xiao asked what he was talking about. She shouldn't be worried. When he killed that boy, he would take her as his cultivation partner and then make her feel dead. But someone was already approaching them. It was the boss of the Duan. If he helped with this kid, Lao Cheng would let him pick out the treasures in Wang Baolu. He's found himself an interesting assistant. This guy didn't seem to be scared at all. Boss Duan is a very famous person in Jianghu. Unfortunately, this kid was too late to repent. Duan Tian Qiu asked if he was talking about this guy. Lao Kong replied that this guy doesn't realize that he wants good things. He destroys all good things, so one should show mercy. But he immediately pierced Lao Kana, wishing him to be a more circumspect person in his next reincarnation. He immediately greeted the immortal. Gu Zheng realized that he was the one who beat up his younger brother. Lin Shui asked who his younger brother was. The man replied that his last name was Feng, and everyone called him Ma Zhen Ren, so he's talking about that poor dog. But the guy wondered why his brother hadn't told him about the whole situation. He basically let him go to his death. That kid got lucky today, but they'll meet again. He immediately decided to run us off, but Ling Shui decapitated him at the same second. It's too late to run. Dun Tinqiu asked what else he could do for the immortal. The protagonist said, taking the bodies of those two and leaving. Jin Xiao asked if the master was angry, but he remained silent. The girl asked again if he was angry because she was insulted. The boy replied that it was not only that. Baiyun Temple, Bake Mountain, a man came out of there. They greeted the ancestor with all respect. The forefather asked where Gu Yunyang was and why he didn't come to greet him. The man explained that the Ling was extremely arrogant. His apprentice wanted a rematch, but it was unfortunate that his attempt was unsuccessful. The ancestor could not blame him in this matter. Not all opponents can be simply defended against. He thinks they are on different levels, but they can't give up either. Their reputation shouldn't be buried like this. He ordered the altar to be opened and the spell to be cast. He wants to meet this adversary with dignity. There were two dolls behind him, and so they appeared behind Dafa Jia, who had just gone outside to go to the bathroom. He yelled out that they were ghosts. The guy started running away from them. Suddenly something hit their stone head. A Jinjiao saved the Dafa. The girl reported that they didn't look human. He told them to take a step back. He would deal with them himself. The ancestor finally found him. He was screaming for that guy to give his student's life. This mortal is finished. Such trash dared to come to the door of his temple to provoke the protagonist. They immediately attacked the Lingsu. Lin Shui threw a series of punches at him. A doll in a black robe crashed into the wall, after which the protagonist used comprehension. This technique destroyed them completely. The ancestor didn't understand how this was even possible. This black and white artifact had been created by another ancestor from a super strong metal. After that, it was as if souls had emerged from them, and they flew away. He wondered how the mind traveled beyond consciousness. As soon as he snapped his fingers, they immediately dissipated. He cried out in pain. Everyone was immediately worried about what had happened to the ancestor. The man explained that his two souls had been destroyed, as well as the black and white artifact left behind by his ancestors. He clearly underestimated this guy. His soul is damaged and he needs to retreat to recover. Today his whereabouts have been revealed. Another enemy will be coming to the door soon. He said you can't stay here for long and asked me to get him out of here soon. They immediately started running. Suddenly they heard a voice saying that so these are the kind of rats who dare not show others their true colors. Do they really think they can get away with it? It was Lin Shui. He immediately started running, but he was immediately pierced by the technique. The guy informed them to stay where they were, otherwise he would kill them all. Everyone was trembling with fear. The ancestor said that his actions deserved death. The protagonist said that since he dared to provoke him, he should be ready to die. He knows that his death cannot atone for his sins, but he dares not go on living. He begs him to be merciful and spare them. This old man can't defend himself but dares to speak for others. 2 of his disciples insulted the immortal master and were killed by him. The other disciples don't fucking know about it. The old man is even willing to give up the entire Baiyun temple. Basis started begging the immortal master to be merciful and let them live. But the guy explained that he could get anything he wanted just by snapping 2 fingers. He had no right to ask for his favors. He sent his wrath upon this old man. The guy explained lucidly that he didn't distinguish between right and wrong. The old man had abandoned his student and deserved what was happening now. At the same time, he began to agree with him and say that he was really remorseful. He dared to insult the protagonist, and for that he must be punished. The boy asked if he destroyed his soul. Would the old man accept it? This unworthy one agrees. This time, the guy asked if he killed his disciple and destroyed the cultivation base. Would he accept it? The old man replied that this unworthy person had no right to disagree. Since he is still so stupid and unaware, he will keep the old man alive. But Ling Zhu will come and take it away whenever he wants. He thanked the immortal for not taking their lives. In the morning, he went back to that sect again. The protagonist can't believe that a sect that has existed for 100 years doesn't have a single elixir. The old man replied that the masters were incompetent, unable to develop the sect. Moreover, the disciples are dying day after day. There really aren't many elixirs in this world. They are actually hard to find, but the old man knows one place where there are a lot of good herbs. The boy immediately asked where exactly that place was. When he was younger, he and his brothers accidentally wandered into a protected area where numerous rare and exotic herbs lurked. They were delighted when they found this place. His older brother tragically died right on the spot, and only he managed to escape. After returning, he secluded himself, hoping to refine his cultivation and erase his shame. Before doing so, he prepared a family artifact to capture the giant python. If there are such creatures out there, there are probably herbs as well. With the skill level of an immortal, he would be able to handle that giant python. Lin Shui asked if the old man could remember where that place was. He remembers where the place is and wants to help the immortal. A little while later, they were on their way. The old man reported that the Yunzhou was in front of them. They would stop at the town to rest for the night, and then set out tomorrow. Yunzhou City. Huirendan. The gentleman truly has the eye of a diamond. This ancient Ganoderma lucidum is the real treasure of his store. Obviously, it's not 100 years old, but it is said to be a panacea for millennia. But the guy decided to forget about it. Even though she's about 100 years old, she's still rare. A man appeared and addressed Master Lu, talking about how it was unfair. He always said that it was a good elixir that should be given to them first, since he can sell it to the first person he meets whenever he wants. Master Lu called this man Li Guanxi. His store is small but profitable, and it is impossible not to sell anything. He hopes the master will be lenient. But Li Guanxi doesn't care. As long as he didn't see it, then everything was fine. But since he saw it, the Ganoderma should be given to the Li family. He said that this gentleman had already paid the money, so there was nothing he could do about it. Li Guanxi swept up, doubling the price for which he sold the Ganoderma. But it's not about the money. Ganoderma already belongs to him, so there's nothing the master can do about it. He asked the protagonist if he wanted to sell it. Lin Shui replied that he did not. This young man probably hadn't heard of Li's last name. He doesn't blame him for that. Li Guanxi decided to pay 3 times as much, and he would give him the herbs. But Lin Shui doesn't care who his family is. No matter how much that man pays, he will sell her to me. The man said not to say those words right to his face. If his family wants something, they always get it. He better be a good boy and leave him those herbs. And the main character wouldn't listen to his threats at all. He asked what the hell kind of family this was. They'll meet again, so he'll just have to wait. Mr. Liu asked why he was doing this. If the kid needs herbs so much, he will find other herbs for him. Therefore, why would he want to provoke the Li family? Lin Shui asked what kind of family the Li family was. The Li family members were pirates in the South China Sea. And then the Li family monopolized the entire sea area and gradually became the richest. Over the years, even river transportation gradually came under their control. Most of their small buyers and traders have to live like the palm of their hands. Realistically, no one dares to touch this family. But if the Li family is so influential, how can this man sell medicinal herbs in this town? It is said that the old man of the Li family is seriously ill and urgently needs the best medicines to prolong his life. So the family searches everywhere for rare medicinal herbs. If it really is the best medicine, it really can prolong life. But this centuries-old Ganoderma is useless for those who are dying. He didn't expect this guy to turn out to be a real connoisseur. And he's really ashamed now. The guy was just walking down a busy street, but strangers were already getting in his way. Li Guanxi informed the master that it was him. So it turns out this kid beat up his man. Lin Shui confirmed his words. How dare he touch one of Li's family members? He must have had enough of life. The protagonist asked if he really had to listen to him. He's gonna beat him so bad, his parents won't even recognize him. But suddenly he was told to stop. Her brother seemed to have forgotten the purpose of their journey. She didn't understand why he was making trouble for himself. He replied to his sister that this guy had beaten Wang Guanxi for no reason, and spoke contemptuously of the Li family. He should teach him a lesson. She told him to shut up and asked if he had forgotten what his father had said. Whereupon she told her brother to get out of her sight. He only glared angrily at the protagonist, after which he left him alone. The master is finally back. The road is not level and difficult for horses and carts, so he bought 2 mauls. The lad inquired why 2 were needed. Like the immortal, he plans to saddle a mule and ride along with him. Since the old man is the guide on this journey, he can do as he sees fit. They were on their way to their destination, and there were already people waiting for them. The old man didn't understand why there were so many people here if this place was hard to reach. And the protagonist was silent, but he had already lost count of how many people were already waiting for him like this. The man replied that this road was blocked, so they should get the hell out of here. Liu Tong introduced himself as the head of Baiyun Guan. He would like to ask to let them pass so that they could pass this place without any problems. But he doesn't care who the old man is. They just need to get out of the way. Liu Tong asked what if they needed to drive through there. They stated that this old dog was looking for death. On this, the old man immediately winced about some people. He asked again if they could still go there now. The man ordered a quick report to the mistress. He immediately ran. A man appeared in front of him and called him a bastard. She had told him to guard the valley, and he was making noise here. The man called him Stuart Wang and reported that an old man as well as a young man had tried to break in here. They wanted to stop them, but they used magic to disarm them. He was going to report this to mistress. He had traveled all over the world for years and had never seen any magical charms. Maybe he just neglected his duties and made up a lie to lead Stuart astray. The man just hopes he will figure out what was reported to him. He was told to go and see what was going on. When he came out, she didn't expect to see the same guy. Lin Shui asked if he hadn't learned his lessons from the previous slap. The other day this guy was fast enough to run away, but now he's come right to his door. So he's about to find out how he'll be received by the Li family. He ordered his subordinates to deal with them now, but no one dared to do so. Did those bastards dare to disobey orders? They immediately pounced on the old man. But Liu Tong was quick to deal with them. He hadn't expected such strength from the old man. Li Guanxi decided to escape, but Liu Tong threw a talisman at him. That talisman immobilized him. Li Guanxi asked who he was and what kind of magic he used. He asked the immortal how he should deal with this man who dared to speak ill of him. But the protagonist told him to decide for himself. He dared to insult an immortal elder, which was an unforgivable offense. The old man immediately hit him on the head. His eyes, mouth, and nose bled. Suddenly they heard a voice about the one who was talking about the pacifying talisman. This person does not imagine a Taoist visiting this place, so this man suggested the old man to socialize since he was one of them. He immediately turned to Lin Shui. The kid said to go to see what was there, In such a case, it is better to show determination than to blindly follow fate. They approached the camp. After that, they saw the silhouette of two people. It was a man and a girl. The girl seemed to recognize the white-haired guy. The man stated that the friends of the Tao are so ruthless. Liu Tan asked if he was the master here. That servant was rude to them, so he wants to get rid of him. If the Taoist wants to accuse him of something, let him just say so. Meeting by fate is such a beautiful scene. Why don't they just have this lovely drink with him as well? The old man turned to the gentleman again, and the latter offered to find out what he was going to do. Liu Tung immediately jumped towards him, after which he immediately shared his drink. The man poured his qi into the drops. Afterward, these drops became sharp, and he directed them at the Tao friend. Liu Tung immediately caught all the drops with a cup. At first it was ice cubes, but then they broke up and became the very drink. Liu Tan dare not resist his kind invitation. He immediately took a sip. Obviously, he is not a prejudiced person, and what happened now is just a little misunderstanding. His blind servant is to blame. Liu Tan admires his generosity. Their adversary is a member of the Li family. Presumably, he has the same goal they have now. There are a lot of people on the other side, and their journey will not go too smoothly. The protagonist says it's best to prepare for everything in advance. The guy also noticed how the old man had melted the opponent's ice. Therefore, he assumed that the old man had fully recovered his strength. Liu Tong replied that thanks to the elixir, he was able to recover by a third. Lin Xue told him to work hard. After this trip, he guaranteed that the old man would become much stronger than he was. He thanked the gentleman and said he would not hesitate to go through fire and water for him. The girl called the man a Q elder. This place is classified, and their family spent a lot of money to find out the secret of finding the two shrines. Therefore, she didn't understand how these people got here. The elder replied that they were the ones who discovered this place more than 20 years ago. However, according to the news vendor, no one survived then. Did she really believe the usual words? If what that master salesman said about the shrines was even half true, then they should prepare in advance. If they could find someone to help them destroy the demonic wonders in the valley, then they could finally start preparing. The elder remarked that the Lord was very lucky to have a daughter like her. She was indeed right, but she's only a daughter after all. She just hopes she can get her hands on the magic medicine that will heal her father. Only then will the girl be happy. The same guy who wanted to teach Lin Shui a lesson back then appeared. The man informed the gentleman that his sister was now resting. He said how dare that bastard stop him when he was looking for his sister. But he doesn't dare do that. He is the young master of the Li family. He is the future master of the family. Isn't that bastard sick of living? A girl came out and told them to stop. She told her subordinate to go to the doctor, but before that he should go to the chancery to be given 2 taels in silver for medicine. He should also rest for a couple days to let his wounds heal. He thanked the lady, after which she followed back. The girl explained to her brother that Lu is loyal to them in the family. The guy can't just beat him up. It might cause resentment and rejection. But he thought it was just a lowly man. The most important thing for a person in authority is to justly encourage and punish in order to win the hearts of all people. He must not rely only on momentary joy and reckless behavior. The guy had just learned that Stuart Van had been murdered by an unknown assailant. He didn't think it was really true, but the girl confirmed his words. The Li family has achieved so much just by reputation. Stuart Van was not an important person. However, if you beat a dog, you should look at the owner. If someone dares to touch 7 Li, they should regret it 100 times over. This is the only way they can get people to respect their family. And now that others are bullying them, they don't dare to say a word. The girl told him to stop. She had her own plans for that. It was getting late, so she told him to go rest. He wanted to say something, but the girl didn't think to listen to him anymore. She was tired, so they would talk tomorrow. So he just turned around and walked away. The vase broke. He is the young master of the Li. The old man is already too old to run the family. Therefore, he must be the head of the family. The man asked the young master not to be angry. Before leaving, the Lord entrusted all matters to his elder sister, and the old Gu was taken as a chaperone. Therefore, they should not contend with her now. But the man thinks this old man is very stupid. How can a woman even run such a big family business? Sooner or later, she will get married and take her husband's surname. The young master is the only son of Mr. Li, and of course he is the rightful heir. Even if he becomes the heir, it will be useless if people don't obey his orders. But he should not be in a hurry. She has been helping the master for many years and has achieved much success under his tutelage. Naturally, people listen to her. But now that the old man is ill, it is time for the young master to make himself known. The guy asked what he meant. He explained that it is possible to take advantage of a Stuart Van murder. It's a rare opportunity. The man was murdered, and the sister didn't budge. The man thinks there are two reasons for this. On the one hand, she doesn't want to create a new problem. Second, she fears the power of the other side. It is said that Stuart Wang was killed by Lu Tong, who is the master of Baiyun Temple, which has been in Linzhou for almost 100 years. He is also a pretty strong cultivator, who is unrivaled in the whole area. The servants were all filled with anger over the murder of Stuart Wang, but they didn't dare to take any action because of the elder sister's order. If the young master demanded justice, they would all support him. The boy admitted that it wasn't a bad idea, but just now the old man had said that the enemy was very strong and would not be easy to kill. He told the old man not to be shy and to just say what he thought about it. The man said they couldn't touch that Liu Tong for a while, but they could deal with his surroundings. Liu Tong was accompanied by a young man. It might be his disciple. Although Liu Tong himself is very strong, his disciples are quite ordinary. All they need to do is to lure Liu Tong out, kill the guy, and then quickly leave that place at night. In this way, two results will be obtained. The guy asked what other results. At first, Liu Tong will seek revenge, then fight the old man Gu and lose. Besides, he can use the hands of his enemies to get rid of all the undesirables. And then, the young master will be the only descendant of the old master. The guy asked, but isn't that a bit harsh? Of course, that's just a possibility. Another possibility is that Liu Tong will see how numerous and strong the Li family is and decide that he was unlucky. In this way, they will avenge Stuart Wang, and the young master will gain a good reputation. He decided to do it. Meanwhile, a man arrived at Mr. Liu's house and said that the young lady had a very important conversation with him. He hoped that Mr. Liu would show respect and meet with her. Mr. Liu asks what Mrs. Li wants to talk about. But he doesn't know exactly, for she only said something about herbs from the valley. He looked at the immortal, and the immortal said why not go to the meeting. He was already being watched. Linge told them to show themselves, and so they meet again. The main character really doesn't understand why some people are so close to death all the time because of their own actions. This kid can only talk. They are no more equal to Master Liu. Yet Lin Jue will be humiliated as easily as an ant. The kid thinks he's misunderstood. Liu Tong is not his teacher. He's the protagonist's follower. He just can't believe there is anyone crazier than himself. How dare he even treat his teacher as a follower? For this madness, he will let him die quickly. The man said that maybe this kid was telling the truth. Leaving here, Liu Tong behaved quite respectfully to him. Did the young lord ask where he could have even seen such a thing? He's just trying to get out of the battle. He ordered me to kill him now. When the subordinates pounced on him, he disappeared. No one understood when he managed to be there. He began to pick up the leaves in his hand, after which he directed them at his attackers. Those leaves killed all of his subordinates. He immediately turned around to run away. Of course, the protagonist didn't let him do it. The young Lord Li cried out in pain. The young gentleman Li shouted for the protagonist to stay away from him. Lin Shu stepped on his face. Suddenly an elder appeared and asked that the Lord not be touched. He cries out for his mercy. The boy didn't understand why on earth the sister was here. The girl explained that when she saw his outrage today, she realized that her brother wouldn't take her advice and was bound to do something. The guy asked if she was really following him. She replied that her father had requested her to take care of him before he left. She asked for pardon for her brother's behavior in front of the Lord. He is too young and ignorant, so she asked for pardon. He stepped on his head even more. She was sorry if she had said anything wrong. The girl asked him to be magnanimous and not to take her little brother's life. Lin Shui explained that this guy wanted to kill him, which means he should pay a fair price for it. If she wants to save him, then what is she willing to exchange his life for? The girl inquired as to what he wanted for her brother's life. The protagonist replied that absolutely everything. He wants to get her and the family behind her all under his control. The elder asked, "This guy at least suspect how big and powerful the Li family was. He's definitely out of his mind." He asked Miss not to agree. This guy's asking for too much. If there was a master here, he would never agree to it. The girl replied that she could not do otherwise, for he had her brother. The elder suggested something simpler, and if he were to harm the young master, they would definitely kill him. The elder stated that he knows the master of this guy called Liu Tong. He is indeed very powerful. However, if they fight in a battle, The old man doesn't even know who will come out of it victorious. Liu Tong may try to kill him, however. He will pay for it with his life in return. He asks the protagonist how much longer he will live once the master leaves them. Just out of respect for his master, this old man wouldn't touch him if he let the young Li master go. And if he doesn't agree, the old man will be ruthless. The old man approached the immortal and apologized for being late. The elder asked Master Liu if he was doing well, since he was his apprentice. He did not understand why he called him immortal. The interlocutor replied to Master Gu not to dare to be so rude. After all, the immortal is much stronger than him and simply has to address him as a master. But he's not going to listen to this nonsense anymore. He said for Master Liu to just force him to let young Master Li go. Liu Tong realized that he wanted a fight, so she asked where and when. Linget told Liu Tong to take a step back. The protagonist inquired if he had heard the rejection correctly. The girl told them to stop. It's all very complicated, and she can't guarantee the guy what he wants. Even if she promises, it is far from certain that it will happen. But the protagonist only needs her word. He'll find a way to turn it into life. She didn't know what she should answer, so the protagonist just asked her to say yes or no. In the end, the girl agreed. He immediately threw this young master towards them. As soon as her brother fell beneath her feet, she immediately called the doctor here. Lin Shui hoped that she had memorized the words she said today. The girl stood there alone. She was approached by the GU master who said it was late and she should rest. She hopes that what happened today won't be a problem for their family in the future. But she shouldn't worry about nothing. Although Liu Tong is strong, they will be able to fight back. She's more worried about that young master. Mr. Gu said she thinks too much about that kid. He definitely can't be a problem for them. Although Liu Tong was very respectful on him, he thinks it's just a matter of his status. He will never believe in his life that such a brat would be stronger than Master Liu. But the dead soldiers were all killed with a single blow, so the young man is definitely not as simple as he seems. He's noticed it too, and thinks he has some sort of weapon or artifact stashed away. These tricks may work on regular soldiers, but for someone like himself, they are nothing more than children's toys. The old man will find a way to kill him in the valley if she's that excited. But the girl insisted that he should not be provoked again. The old man thought that although she was wise, she was still a woman. And so she was frightened by even the most insignificant situations. In the morning, they came to the very place of herbs. The protagonist noticed the blue ice-like grass. Liu Tong hadn't expected that to be her name. The Book of Matter says that bluegrass icegrass is a grass that is blue in color and has arrow-shaped leaves and is cold in nature, hence its name. It is a very good medicine. Suddenly there were people asking who he was to me and such, what they were doing here. Liu Tong asked them the exact same thing. The man realized that they were alike, having come for these herbs. However, the principle of first come, first get applies here. And since he and his brother had set aside this place, the first herbs should be theirs. So the man asked them to leave. Liu Tong asked how they could even find this place first, but the man told him to stop talking. He made it clear for them to disappear from his sight while he was still in a good mood. Otherwise, they would be seen as a sacrifice to the water god. The old man explained to the immortal that these two were boors, and he asked to be allowed to teach them manners. But the kid replied that it was not worth it because their old friends were already here too. It was the Li family. She called the protagonist honorable and explained that because of her father's serious illness, they must find medicinal herbs here. She hoped he would miss them. The boy remained silent. It turned out that they knew each other. Lao Gu replied that they had done their work well. The man realized that this old man still wanted something from them. Lao Gu replied that he was here because of the pond items and asked if they could help him. The man replied that he didn't mind. Liu Tong didn't expect that the Li family would contact the Xuan Mantis. The protagonist didn't know that these two were famous. He had only heard that they were known in the Chinho for their skill in using giant scythes. They were also nicknamed the Mantis twins for this. These two had committed many serious crimes. The court sent masters many times to catch them, but without success. Later, a huge bounty was even put on them, attracting countless people to find them and destroy them. Unfortunately, all the mercenaries were wounded, and some were even dead. So far, no one has been rewarded. The imperial court wanted to send some of the army to besiege them. But at that moment, the mantises suddenly disappeared. They seemed to have fled far abroad, so he didn't even expect to see them here. It seems like the Li family has invested a lot of money in them. So the guy suggested that they look into the situation first before making a decision. The man realized that these two were not from Laogu and asked if they should send them away from here. But the old man replied to ignore them. They are primarily interested in business. The subordinates brought the pig, after which they began to spill her blood. The lake was colored a shade of purple. That blood made a huge python appear. Lu Tung immediately recognized that giant python. It was unbelievable that it had grown to such a gigantic size. Li's subordinates shot him, but that spear didn't even pierce his skin. Laogu didn't even think that the whaling spear wouldn't be able to penetrate it. He immediately decided to deal with these people. The others began to run, but this python, he just crawled between them. He got to the girl. Laogu immediately rushed over to help her. The Mantis twins also decided to deal with this python, but even their attacks didn't do him any harm. Now it was the turn for the Goo Master to attack. He froze the lake. The python was also half frozen. Taking advantage of this, they immediately attacked. But this time they were able to put a hit on him. There's even scratches left. Liu Tong recognized that these mantises were very strong. They were able to break through the giant python's defense. Lao Gu was also holding up well. Still, he had unleashed a tremendous amount of ice power. But eventually this python broke free of the ice. The old man started coughing up blood, and there was nothing more the mantis could do to him now. Master Gu looked at him with a dumbfounded expression on his face, saying that he was the truest monster. Lin Shui reported that it was now their turn. The protagonist started to approach this python, and Lao Gu asked what he wanted to do. The kid replied that he planned to kill it. The old man had no idea at all how he thought to do it alone. He had to see how much the python had defeated. Lao Gu offered to help him and wait for the old man to fully recover. If the guy performed well, he would share his spiritual injuries with him after they killed that monster. But the main character told him to just shut up already. He wished this devilish brat to go to hell. He's going to watch that ignorant kid die. As soon as the python headed towards him to attack, the protagonist jumped up. He started racing down its body to get to the python's head. After which, Lin Shui punched his head. The python sprayed venom at him, but this attack didn't even hit him. But unfortunately, it hit the people of the Eli family. That poison before it started dissolving their skin and clothing, leaving only the skeleton. For beasts to evolve to this level is rare. The next stage of development is to become a demonic beast and become a threat to even more people. But unfortunately, his life will end today. The protagonist's lightning bolt sliced that python apart. And it was the same monster that so many people couldn't handle. And it was defeated so easily. It was beyond human strength. Only immortals can do such a thing. The girl recognized his strength. She can't even imagine what her family will face in the future. From the python's head, he produced the true essence. That was its most valuable part. He told Lu Tone to keep her to himself. Then the old man must find time to devour her. He thanked his master. But suddenly this essence was taken out of his hands. One of the Bogomolov twins grabbed her. The old man shouted that he was an unscrupulous bastard and said to bring her back. The man stated that if they hadn't slashed that python back then, Ling Shui wouldn't have killed it so easily. This beast was defeated by their incredible efforts, so this essence rightfully belonged to them. But the protagonist is determined to prove them otherwise. Since now he killed those people, that essence belongs to him as well. He didn't even realize that the Mantis twins would be killed so easily. Lao Gu didn't know what this guy would do to them now. The girl asked Master Gu if he was okay. The old man replied that he was fine and thanked her for her concern. He apologized for not being able to find spiritual herbs to extract her father and causing so many deaths. He was very ashamed of himself. She replied that life and death are destiny. Successes and failures are dictated from heaven. He should not blame himself. Liu Tong and Ling Shui were about to leave, but they were stopped. The lady has agreed to follow the man's instructions, and the Li family is committed to accepting him as head of the family. Now the Lord's life is in danger, so he has asked for their help. He was also willing to accept any punishment for being rude towards the immortal. The only thing was that with the demise of their master, the entire family would be in chaos. Then he probably wouldn't be able to control it completely. Lin Shui asked, wondering if this was a threat. The old man replied that he was not. He was only telling the truth. He asked to show mercy and help them. They are very sorry for this treatment of the master in the past. She only asks that he have mercy and help her father. The protagonist explained that he had some key pills he had collected. They should work well for a severe illness. However, recovery would depend on his condition. They are very grateful to the line master. The girl will never forget his kindness. A little later, he admitted that the method he had been shown by the immortal was simply marvelous. In just a few days, his skills had risen to a new height. In terms of progress, those few days are comparable to his training for decades. He wondered what the immortal was doing now. He hadn't eaten in half a month. It looked like this was the kind of circumambulation he'd been talking about. Suddenly, Lin Zhu reported that there was a group of people nearby who were heading towards them. He told Liu Tong to go and deal with them. Tens of miles to the southeast of them, only 23 men and all armed. He doesn't think they'll be friendly. Because their protagonist realized live how many miles these people are, the old man realized something. He has indeed mastered divine eyes, therefore he can see what is within a 10-mile radius. It was really unbelievable. He said he would go right away to stop them from approaching the mountain, and there were indeed armed men there. Liu Tong informed that there was an immortal cultivating here, so they should avoid this place. The man asked who authorized him to do so, and if they had official permission. The old man had never heard of anyone needing permission to cultivate before. The man stated that the authority of kings extends here. The land they are walking on is also under royal supervision. They trespassed on it without permission, so he could arrest them at any time. This master isn't old anymore, so they won't do anything to him if he clears the road right now. Like he said, the immortal was cultivating here, so no one was allowed to enter, but they decided it for themselves. He ordered Ma Lu to come up and teach this old man a lesson. The kid said that this old man brought his own doom upon himself. Today he's going to be his death with a scythe. He immediately attacked Master Lu, but the old man quickly pushed him away with a one-handed punch. He asked who else wanted to try to do something for him. He underestimated the sneaky bastard. The man ordered him to tell where the Mantis twins were. He should definitely know about it. Liu Tong said that they were too late, for those twins were already dead, but naturally he didn't believe it. The man even assumed that this old man was their henchman. They will capture him for questioning. They put artillery on him. The old man didn't even expect them to use such methods. The man explained that it was brought especially for the twins. But a stubborn sheep like this old man might taste her charge first. He ordered fire. The cannonball flew at him. But the main character appeared in front of the old man. He reflected that core. It immediately flew between the soldiers. Liu Tong greeted Mr. Immortal. Seeing that his men were so easily outnumbered, he immediately turned around to flee. But the protagonist attacked his leg. Lin Shui asked who they were and why they had come here to interrupt his meditation. While he was asking this, he stepped on the man. The man immediately apologized. The man said they were from nearby Pinyin County and were here by order of the city council. Are they supposed to arrest criminals? He didn't know that this immortal was here, and it was all a misunderstanding. But the protagonist clearly heard his words about the mockingbirds and their arrest. The city council was pushing them. He was so stupid and blind that he confused this elderly man. He asked him to spare them this time. But it's too late to take pity on them. Another man was trembling and begging not to be killed. Lin Shui stated that he died for his indiscriminate killing, which is unforgivable. He also ordered this guy to tell the officials that the twins are dead. Also, they must not send people here or else they will condemn them to certain death. He would do it without necessarily and thanked the Lord for not taking his life. Liu Tong watched the immortal's cultivation. The old man recognized that his spiritual energy was so strong. Suddenly, a very real dragon appeared. He was shocked by what he saw. Lin Zhu said that he had died from his sword, and now the protagonist had brought him back to life. From now on, he is no longer a demonic realization, but a real dragon. Once again, new people arrived at the mountain, and they saw a dragon there. The man clearly didn't expect to see a legendary dragon in this place. He never thought that he would receive such a divine omen in the Pinyin County. They had definitely been blessed. He said that this sign could refer to the masters in the valley. A man immediately came out to them, asking them not to say that they had come here to disturb them again. The man replied that they dared not do so. The city council was only worried about the hardships of living here, so they prepared food and wine and medicinal plants for them. Their visit is a blessing to the county, and as a member of city government, he should relate to them accordingly. The old man recognized that it was prudent of him to do so. Therefore, he could leave the supplies here and return. He will deliver them to the immortal lord later. But clearly, there was another reason they were here. Liu Tong inquired as to what the problem was. The man had heard that twin mantises had died in this valley. He asked for more details. Liu Tong explained that those two provoked the master and were killed by him. Since they killed those villains, they are their heroes. After the news that they were lodged in the province, the man hardly slept at all. If they had done something terrible here, he would never forgive them. He thanked them for saving them. Also, the men would like to invite these men to dinner. They will prepare a banquet to show their appreciation. Lu's tone explained that he couldn't decide this on his own, and he needed to notify the master. But suddenly, Ling Shui appeared and replied that there was no need for that. Since all business is completed, it's time to leave. City government building. So the praying mantises were killed in their neighborhood. But that man was told to lower his voice because he heard about it from his friends in Yamen. It remains to be seen if it's true. He can't believe that the city government has such masters who can kill these demons. But they say they weren't killed by people from this county. At the time, the boy didn't even realize who it could be. He doesn't know a craftsman of that size in this region. The head of the city has arrived. They asked if the twins had been killed and if they could not worry about them anymore. The head replied that they could be calm now. Pignan is blessed, for the mighty master has killed the Bogomolov twins. A man wanted to know her name of this savior. But the chapter cannot, at someone else's request, reveal his name. But Wu Yangju's words are one-sided. Wu Yangju inquired of Xu Guanping why on earth he had left his county. The provincial chief has instructed the districts to join forces and gather stronger men to deal with the twins. Since they had come all the way here, as neighbors they would be honored to come to his aid. Over the past 7 years, they've committed crimes all over the empire. The imperial court has sent troops to kill them many times, but all have failed. So why should they believe that the Mantis twins could have died in a hole like this county? The head of the Wu replied that they really couldn't solve this problem by themselves. The two masters arrived here. The twins were weak, so they were killed. If the head then says, "Where are their bodies now?" Wu Yangju asked how he could show him the ashes from their bodies. Xu Guanping replied that without the bodies, he would definitely not convince the population. Xu Guanping might doubt him, but how could he doubt Master Immortal? His interlocutor thought that the Wu head was looking forward to the reward, and had hired someone to pose as a master. Unfortunately, such obvious tricks are clear to him. Even though they're not on the best of terms, why on earth would he blame him for this? It could completely destroy his career. That's why he wouldn't even dare pull something like that. But he's not even going to argue with the man. The head of the province will figure it out whether or not his words are true. He invited a real master especially to capture the Mantis twins. It was Mr. Yu. This gentleman is a 32nd generation follower of the Jinyan Mountain martial art. He has mastered all the techniques of his cult, and with him, Gemini will have nowhere to run. But the head of the Wu advised not to waste your time, because they are already dead. Or suddenly Mr. Immortal appeared behind him, as well as Lutone. He asked these gentlemen what brought them here. The protagonist replied that they were done with their business and were ready to depart. He had already sent an urgent message to the head of the province, and his reward would soon be delivered. Therefore, he offered to stay for a few more days. Lin Shui said that this man could hold on to his reward, and he would come back for it when he needed it. In that case, he'll hold the reward for the immortal. Xu Guanping realized that these were the same people he had mentioned. His mind must have gone completely out of whack. It's foolish to hire a kid like him to be a master, but Wu Yanzhu advised him to never judge a book by its cover. He should be careful of saying such words about Mr. Immortal. The man began to laugh at the fact that he was still faking it. He even bet his house that it was a sham. If it is true, then Xu Guanping's house will be taken over by him. The head of the Wu asked if he was really willing to bet on it. The man realized that he shouldn't have said that, because suddenly it might be true. The man replied that he could bet on it, but whether he is a master or not, they can't say that. He inquired then who could. The man replied that of course he was a professional. He asked Mr. Yu to show them what he could do. Mr. Yu told everyone to watch carefully. He attacked with fire directly into the pillar. Everyone immediately wondered what the technique was. His inner strength is very strong. If he is not mistaken, it is the secret cultivation technique of the Jinyan Mountain called Burning Divine Hands. All the masters in the Tiandu Mountain competition were defeated by this technique. The man didn't think anyone here knew about this method. He's pretty knowledgeable. He thanked me for the baklava. He is very pleased to see this technique today. It turns out, according to Mr. Wu's words, he is the master who killed the Bogomolov twins. Lin Shui confirmed what he said. Unfortunately, the young nowadays don't develop strength, but they are good liars. And what a generation this is. For the umpteenth time, he simply remains silent. Lord Yu is not interested in who he lied to before. But if it concerns the lives of the people of the entire county, he will not let him deceive everyone. Lin Shui asked, and what would he do? To keep him from being known as the one who beats up minors, he'll give him a chance. If this kid can withstand his 3 blows, he'll let him go and forget about today's lies. But if he fails, the man will be the death he himself provoked, and everyone is here to witness the process. This unscrupulous man definitely wants to kill this boy, but his words sound so feigned. Alas, this young man had so many opportunities with his beauty. So why did he choose to be a deceiver? Lin Shui replied that he could do whatever he wanted. He was ready to strike first, but the guy was faster. Xu Guangpi asked you, Mr. Liu, if he was all right. Still, 3 strikes is too many. Everyone was wondering what had just happened. They only saw that boy point his fingers at Tu Master, and then he fell down. Then, everyone turned their attention to Mr. Yu's forehead. He said it was witchcraft. The other man told the man to stop slandering. He originally said that Mr. Lin meditated in the Pinyang County and killed the twins. What else could he doubt? He blamed the bastard for his foot daring to kill a man in public. Suddenly, the head of the province arrived. Everyone welcomed the head of the province. He asked Mr. Shen to do justice. He heard that the twin mantises were rampaging in the Pinyang and invited Mr. Yu to fight them. He explained that this underdog used sorcery and killed Mr. Yu. Mr. Wu not only did not stop him, but also covers for him. Therefore, he hopes for his fair judgment. The man began to explain that it was all slander. Mr. Lin was responsible for eliminating the twins. Master Yu had provoked him for no reason, and Master Lin had no choice but to defend himself. He immediately looked at another man. The one greeted Mr. Shen. He asked the man to elaborate on what had happened here. As it turned out, it was Mr. Sun, who is an advisor to their government. Upon receiving the news of the execution of the twins to the mantis, the provincial head immediately sent him here to investigate. Now that the truth was known, what else could Zhu Guanping say? As an official of the empire, he does not know how to fulfill his duties, and for the sake of satisfying his selfish interests, he is not afraid to twist the truth and accuse his colleagues of falsification. The man admitted he was right and asked me to judge him harshly. The head of the province ordered him to be seized and struck 50 times. Then he is to be tied up and escorted to a government office. He asked the Lord for mercy again. He had felt sympathy for him since the time he heard about the immortal from Kongsan. He was honored to meet him today. Lin Shui replied that there was no need to bother with formalities. No one understood what was going on here or why the prefectural head bowed to this guy. They shouldn't underestimate people based on appearance. Their empire had built a country on their martial arts. Therefore, they should show him the same respect as a strong master. This person got rid of the 2 villains that ended up here, and it's truly a blessing for their prefecture. The people of their district will know the deliverance of the Mantis twins. Therefore, he suggested that the kid should go to a banquet with him to celebrate his achievement. In this way, the people of the district will be able to see the greatness of their savior. The guy refused because he doesn't like noise. Also, he killed these people by coincidence, so there's no need to observe these proprieties. This trip had taken a long time, and it was time for him to go. They wished Mr. Immortal to be careful. Mount Lin. Liu Tong reported to the Immortal that he had sent to the villa the spiritual herbs that I had been obtained by them during the journey. The old man also asked if there was anything else he could do for him. Lin Shui replied that he had handled everything perfectly, so he could take some herbs and then return. He had achieved much from his instruction, so he dared not ask for more. The guy replied that the Bayan sect was losing ground and needed to restore its reputation. So he should just take these herbs. Meanwhile, the men were already beating someone up. This was his last warning. If he did not repay the debt in 3 days, his whole family would suffer. After which they left. The kid was walking down the street. His uncle recognized him at once. He immediately saw the condition with the gentleman and asked what had happened to him. Mr. Guo replied that he just had an unfortunate fall and was fine, but the kid asked to be given a chance to heal his wounds. The man did not resist treatment. Lin Sui told him to try to move and asked if it still hurt. Uncle Guo said that it had gone away. He also asked when he learned the healing techniques. The guy replied that he joined a martial arts academy, and there he learned how to treat wounds from the very beginning. His uncle had heard of it, but never would have thought the lad could accomplish it so quickly. His father would be proud of him. Lin Shui said to wait here and he would get a charioteer and he would take him home. Go manner. The lady immediately became worried and asked what was wrong. But the man replied that it was nothing serious, and he would be fine in a few days. She ordered the maid to fetch hot water. The main character had to go to Mr. Guo because of problems in his family. He was very kind, but a life of dependence on others was a short-term solution to the problem. In the past months, his cultivation had progressed rapidly, and now he could finally live on his own. Guo Nin thanked Mr. Lin for helping her father get home. She also replied that it was all her fault. Knowing that she had come by this gentleman before, she came to apologize to him. The guy replied that she didn't need to do that and told her to stand up. She again said that it was all her fault and hoped that he could forgive her and help the family. The protagonist replied that it was okay and asked what their problem was. Their business was doing well until the last few months. Many accidents had happened. Her father's barge sank in the river, and the seller insisted on payment. To pay off the debt, my father wanted to sell all the goods at a low price, but no one bought them for several months, so he had to take out a loan to save the business. After that, people would come to demand money, and my father always said they had nothing to worry about. But today was different. After everything she said, you'd think someone was targeting them. Her mother also thinks the same, but they run their business honestly and are not in quarrel with anyone. So she can't even imagine why someone would do this to them. Lin Xue inquired whether they had reported the sinking of the barge to the police. The girl replied that they had reported everything at once, but the police assured them that the sinking of his ship was only an accident on the turbulent river. Her mother heard that the guy was close to the Kong family, so she suggested that her father ask for help, but he refused. He said there was an accident with the main character's family, and he worked hard to be where he is now. He's not pulling this guy back. But if this problem isn't resolved soon, things are going to get a lot worse. The kid said it would take care of everything and she should rest. She thanked him. Lord Guo was told that New Lao Liu was coming with a group of people. The man told Guo Huang to come here now, or his estate will burn to the ground. Uncle Guo immediately came out to him and told him not to shout, for he was already here. He said to pay his debt within 3 days and the time has come. Therefore, he should not even try to delay any longer. Guo Huang said that he has paid the full amount, but this man keeps demanding more. He won't be able to give him what this man is asking for. If he doesn't stop it, Guo Huang will go to the imperial court. They agreed on the terms back when Guo Huang borrowed the money. He also signed a promissory note. It is not forbidden by law to pay debts, no matter who he turns to. He sold his property to pay off the loan and paid the interest according to the law. What else does he need? His daughter and wife came to him at once. He asked why they were here and told them to go back inside. The gentleman doesn't need to be so stubborn. If he has no money, they can make a new deal. If Miss Guo decides to be his concubine, his debt will be forgiven. He will never sell and trade his daughter. But that's not up to him. If he doesn't pay, they'll just take his daughter to cover the debt. He ordered his men to go and get her. They immediately ran toward them. But these people were not even allowed to get close to them. Ling Xue appeared and asked what kind of ants dared to come up here. The man immediately inquired who he was. The protagonist replied that he was someone who was better off not being provoked. He's here to collect the debt from Guo Kan. He has nothing against other people, and he urges this fellow to stay out of it. Lin All ordered to go back and tell his master that he was now involved as well. He ordered his men to leave. Uncle Guo doesn't even know how to thank him, but the protagonist replied that there was no need to do so. He was guilty of being wealthy, did not trust the words, so he borrowed money from the Biotong Bank. But now, it is too late to regret it. The guy asked where this bank came from in the first place. He doesn't know all the details, however. This Niu Lao Lu is just a lowly scum. The forces behind him are too complex for him to handle. Now the protagonist has gotten himself into this trouble. He's very sorry. He should return to the martial arts academy as soon as possible. Perhaps they will turn a blind eye to his involvement if they find out about the academy. Lin Xue asked, wondering what he meant by that. The man will take Nin and her mother to the capital, for he has friends there. But that won't work, because his lender is probably powerful. So the guy thinks the borrowers are being watched. They'll be caught before they even leave town. Guo Huang thinks there's some truth in what he says, but he has no choice but to rely on luck. And the protagonist suggested that they hide in the place he suggested, and in a few days they would come back when he had settled everything. But the man doesn't think of doing that, because he's already been dragged into this place without consent. If something happens to this guy, how will he be able to explain it to his dead father? But don't worry, because the protagonist has a friend in Lin County. He will turn to them for help, and thinks that together they will definitely deal with everything. The protagonist advised him to think of it as a family vacation. He would figure out the rest on his own, and so a group of people had already arrived at their house. A few days ago, he only let this guy win because he didn't prepare himself. But today, their young master has brought his men here. So it's too late to beg for mercy. But the young gentleman told him to shut up. He called the guy a petty cad, and explained that their bank had no problem with him. But he was asking for it by interfering with business and standing up for debtors. How dare he even cover for Guo Huang and maim his people? It looks like he wants to die very badly. The protagonist, with a nonchalant expression on his face, asked what he was talking about. The man noted that he has an eye for it, and to preserve his talent he may give it a shot. First, this situation is not his concern, so he must promise not to interfere again. Second, he must bow 3 times and promise to follow his orders. Then, he won't kill this guy. As long as he follows his orders, then he will be well rewarded. It's a really great opportunity. He's really lucky to get it. Since he had offered his terms, now the protagonist decided to offer his own. If he is willing to put the young master as his subordinate, he will fulfill his every whim. All he wants is all the property of the Baotong Bank. If they hand it all over to him, he won't kill them. He's definitely lost his mind, and negotiating with him is a waste of time. But it doesn't matter anymore, because young master she ordered just to kill him. The protagonist was immediately jumped on. In one move, he got rid of the whole bunch of people, and from this man as well. He watched this bloodshed with horror. The protagonist wondered if he would be able to accept his terms now. The young gentleman replied that the fellow could not kill him, for his father would not allow it. His father would avenge him. He'd love to see it. Meanwhile, the Duantianqiu arrived. He said that the power of the immortal was incomparable, and these rascals deserved to die for their insolent behavior. These people will follow the immortal together and take the Baotong Bank. But Lin Jue ordered him to clean up the place and deliver the message to the head of the bank. He must give the immortal all of his bank property to the immortal if he didn't want to die. Baotong Bank. A man broke in and reported that the young gentleman had been captured. He asked what had happened to him. The head of the bank arrived to look at the bodies of the dead. How dare that bastard even threaten their bank? He ordered the masters to come here, because there's something we need to discuss. The head of the bank reports that some villain has grabbed his son and blackmailed him, demanding all the bank's property. He cares about his son, so he is confused. He asked these respected people to give him advice on what to do. The old man asked why this man had captured his son and why he considered the bank to be his enemy. The head of the bank noted that it is a long story. Their bank had achieved cooperation with local rich people from the Yi family. But the truth of the matter is that they didn't realize what the Yi family had to do with today's incident. He had heard from Mr. Ye that his son Yu Chen and Lady Guo had grown up together and loved each other. Nevertheless, Guo Huang insisted on her marrying another young man. Because of Mrs. Guo, a feud started between Yui Chen and the young man. That man even broke Yui Cheng and drove him to the point of insanity. Mr. Ye was furious at his family, so he suggested to the head of the bank to ruin their business. With their machinations, the Guo family's business was almost on the verge of ruin for months. When they almost consumed their business, the guy stood up for them. He killed many of the servants and even took his son hostage. He thinks he is the one who has earned the favor of the Guo Huang. But how could this man even be so powerful? He's puzzled too. Someone with such powers shouldn't just be a son-in-law. The Yi family never mentioned that they had such a helper. In that case, Mr. Yi's actions are malicious. He will talk to him after he gets his son back. But in the current environment, it was better to agree to his demands. The head of the bank asked if he would want more. But he shouldn't worry, because it's just a time-delaying technique. The Grand Elder of the Qin Martial Arts Academy is an old friend of his. He will write to him and ask him to come over. He is very powerful and will definitely be able to solve the problem with this guy. The old man wondered why such a huge bank couldn't handle a kidnapper. Cao replied, judging from the fact that he effortlessly killed people, then he is quite strong and definitely an unusual kidnapper. Even the young master was captured. If he knows martial arts, it's no wonder these people are no match for him. That's why he had to ask for help from him. For the sake of their friendship, he will help. But they would pay him equally in any case, regardless of the young master's safety. This villain won't dare to show up when he hears his name. Therefore, he better take some men with him, and this old man and Mr. Qin will take another group and wait in ambush. We need to prevent my masters from escaping. In the meantime, he drank himself quietly, and the head of the bank had already come to see him. This guy was standing tied up. He was glad his son was okay, but Hazy blocked his path. Lin Shui inquired if he was the manager of the Baotong Bank. The man replied that he did. The guy asked if he brought what he asked for. He just needs to appease this guy. He doesn't have to give up anything he demands. As soon as he lets the hostage go, they'll run out and grab him. After Togo, he will persuade Mr. Qin to leave this guy behind so that the man himself can take revenge on him. He's gonna cut that asshole to pieces. The man reported that he had asked for too much, and he owned the bank alone. Therefore, he can't fulfill his requests. And since he is behind the Go family, how about as an alternative they close their debt? He didn't quite seem to understand the situation. Lin Xiu ordered him to kill him now. He yelled for the man to stop. He doesn't turn this guy down, but the bank has a lot of assets and it's hard to transfer them in such a short time. He brought 100,000 taels of silver. So he asks for a few days. If the man had come with respect and bargained fairly, he would have let him go. But he made all the wrong choices. After which the protagonist killed his son in front of him. The ambush was immediately shown by other men. The old man asked how he dared to kill him. The guy asked if they were tired of hiding. He also told those who were hiding behind his back to come out. Walk in his back showed very familiar people. He immediately recognized this Ling Su. It's all very entertaining. He killed his own son for no reason. The man demanded that Mr. Qin Xing demanded justice. At the martial arts academy, the abbot could cover for him, so he could rampage in peace. But now there's no one to help him, and he'll pay for what he did. Doesn't this old man remember that he already lost to him once? How did he even have the guts to provoke him again? Bai Yuxuan asked how dare he? He had better bow down and beg for mercy. Lin Zhue replied that they were the ones who should bow down and beg for mercy right now. Elder Qin will kill that bastard. He used his technique, after which he immediately attacked the protagonist. Really, the kid was dodging those attacks. After that, the protagonist began to parry all of his attacks. No one understood how it was even possible that he could parry his attacks. The man now had doubts that Mr. Qin would definitely win. But he shouldn't say anything foolish. Mr. Qin is one of the great elders of the Martial Arts Academy. This asshole can only defend himself. But this kidnapper is much stronger than they expected. It's going to be hard to capture him alive. It doesn't matter anymore. The head of the bank wants to see him burned alive. He trapped the protagonist in some kind of dome, after which he shouted that it became an exit for Yuxuan. Lin Yu had bullied him many times, and today he would make him pay for it. He struck with his 10,000 void swings technique, but he made it through that dome. His own dragon was already near him. After which, this dragon attacked Yuxuan, and then Elder Qin. It was also his attack that captured all of their men. Lin Xue walked down to them. He immediately turned around to run away, but of course the protagonist didn't let him do that. The other man immediately got on his knees and begged not to be killed. Lin Xue ordered him to tell him why on earth they were targeting the Guo family and the Guo master. The old man replied that it was all the head of the bank and the Yi family. They had done everything and he didn't even know about it. He asked the man to show mercy. The kid assumed he was just trying to shift responsibility to the family Yi, but he wouldn't dare do that. It was the head of the bank's idea. He was trying to win the favor of this family. If the guy spared him too, he would come back, take all the bank's property, and hand it over within 3 days. It was because of this that the main character decided to spare him. Kong Manor. Chapter E arrived at Kong San's house and asked for his help. The man immediately inquired as to what had happened. He began to tell all the details of the situation. It turns out he had turned the Baotong Bank against the Guo family, and regardless of the winning side, he would have profited from it. But now he knows what Mr. Lin is capable of. No one can fool him. The Xiao family has already been wiped out by Lin Su, and he is afraid that his family will be next. He asked if Mr. Kona O could do something to help the Yi family. He had unraveled the whole thing, and no one would be able to save him anymore. No one in this city would be able to harm Ling Shui, much less his men. Besides, if Mr. Kong offered to help his family, then the Immortal would begin to consider his clan as enemies as well. But if Mr. Kong does nothing, his family will also be wiped out. He should never have taken such an action. His only option now was to fall at his feet and beg for mercy. Langhu Manor. Duan Tianzhu said that all the accounts and land rights of the Ye family were in this box. The lord of the family knew that his act was unforgivable, so he committed suicide the day before yesterday. His family found his suicide note on his body. He asked his butler to sell all their property and transfer all the money to the Immortal. He only asked to show mercy to his family. Judging from their sources, the others were not involved. He went to the E estate and saw the young lord of the family. He is on the verge of madness. This young lord won't be able to interfere in this. In that case, the Immortal will spare him. Boss Duan has done a good job, so he can choose what he likes. He had been gone for quite some time, and it was time to head back to the academy. The rector felt sorry that Elder Qin had done such a stupid thing this time. As members of a martial arts academy, they should do their deeds according to the dictates of their hearts and strive for higher values. He lost his life because of dirty money. This is very low. Lin Shui wondered if he blamed him for this, but the rector asked the boy to stop saying that. He will celebrate the beginning of his 8th decade this year. They both know that with the protagonist's current strength, no one would blame him. If the guy killed an elder within the walls of the academy, he would no doubt judge him according to its rules, but he didn't. The elder had chosen to fight outside of it, and this fight was personal, so he must be held accountable for his actions. He wasn't as strong as the protagonist, so he was defeated and killed. It was just that he had worked with the rector for over 2 decades, and he was greatly saddened by the news of his death. Now he understands the situation roughly. He doesn't want any outsiders to find out about it. After all, it might affect the reputation of the academy. He is old, and this academy is everything to him. So he hopes that Lin Xu will agree to this. The protagonist only sighed and replied that he understood him. They welcomed the immortal welcome back. Lin Shui asked how things were going in his absence. Dafa replied that thanks to this pill, he was making rapid progress in almost everything. He thought he would soon become an advanced martial artist. He asked Xiao Jin what about her. The girl replied that she would also soon become an advanced martial artist. He told the Dafa to go for a walk. The protagonist asked if anything had changed at the academy recently. Dafa replied nothing out of the ordinary, but they say that the academy is preparing for a big event, and even Shu Jiqin, who is their martial arts brother, who is away on duty, has come here. He is called the only genius in 100 years, and he is also the most famous student of the academy. He has already reached the 9th rank of mastery, and only half a rank separates him from a grand master. It's also still worth knowing that he's not even 30 yet. The boy was surprised that he had never heard of him before. Perhaps it was because he worked for the imperial court. Of course, it didn't matter how strong he was, but after all, he was no match for an immortal. But suddenly he was called a chatterbox. Dafa replied that they were talking and asked what they needed. Their disparaging words about others have nothing to do with them, but they have no right to talk about Brother Shu like that. Dafa replied that he didn't understand, and asked where he was going with this. This guy looks young that one would assume he just came here. Then how dare he talk such nonsense when he doesn't even know this brother? He better take back what he said and apologize, or they will punish him for his insolence. Dafa said they could try to do that. This fat man had just chosen the path of pain, so he decided to teach him manners. Dafa told him to stop talking and dared him to do so if he had the guts. The man lashed out at him, stating that he had asked for it himself. He punched the boa de fu right in the chest. Well, that punch didn't do him any damage. He threw his opponent off of him. He admits he underestimated this guy. He's got some pretty good skills. He's definitely not as weak as he looks. They apologize and hope for his forgiveness. But Brother Shu doesn't need to apologize to him. He can defeat him. But the boy replied that he would only dishonor himself in this way. As it turned out, it was Shu Jiqin himself. He immediately recognized Lin Shui. It happened that he had recently heard about him, namely about defeating Bai Yu Xuan and Ye Yunling. The protagonist replied that it was true. Then he should be the best among the rookies. Dafa confirmed that his boss had defeated them all effortlessly. It's good for newcomers to be cocky, but they should learn modesty, because there will always be someone better than themselves. He won't punish them, lest it be known. But he decided to give them some friendly advice if they suddenly get involved with the wrong people. The main character asked if he thought he was better than them. He's just hoping they'll get to that point on their own. The boy wondered why Shu had stopped them there. It was to teach these arrogant newcomers a lesson, but they have bigger fish in mind than this. No need to waste time on such a small thing. He had gathered everyone here today because he had an important announcement to make. He assumed that they already knew about the Yangwu festival coming up in a few days, which is a big celebration for the next path of martial arts. As long as they and the Yunyang martial arts academies, they will jointly hold this competition. Both academies will nominate their best students for the competition. Not only will the winners receive generous rewards, but they will also get a chance to hold a high position in the imperial court. Therefore, he hoped that they would practice a lot in the coming days and bring glory to the academy. There's a competition with this academy every 3 years. He thinks the abbot will let them watch the battles from the stands. But why doesn't he want to do the fighting himself? This is his chance to have his moment of glory. Didn't he hear that even Shu Jiqin came back for this competition? He is the most outstanding student of the academy. Even with his strength, he can only be a mentor in the army, so it's better for people to be disappointed with their idealistic dreams early on. Linzhou Martial Arts Academy. The rector was there, as well as the elders of the academy, Lin Shu and his group. The man from the Union Martial Academy asked the gentleman if he was willing to lose to him. He brought so many people but thinks many of them are here, just for scale. Last time, he had just gotten lucky. The Linzhou Martial Arts Academy has new talents every year, so he would have to keep a good eye on the situation this year. Jing Shunchan replied that he didn't need to coddle. He noticed that there was just a change of faces this year, and assumed that there was a genius here that appeared once in 100 years. Then where were they last time? It couldn't be that he was scared. They do have a decent man, but then he couldn't show up. If he really deserves respect, he will not participate, for he is so valuable that it would be a pity to lose him. The man is just sincerely advising to be spectators and save your losers. His tongue is too sharp. He just hopes this man will be as eloquent when he admits defeat to his academy. They'll see who's got decent strength. They welcomed everyone to the 3rd annual celebration of the military art. In the future, they will all be honorable military officers, pillars of the state. They are all here to discuss military tactics and support cooperation. He hoped that everyone could show great success. Just think of him standing here and also all these elders supporting Ling Shu. But the guy replied that since he was here, let him not expect to be just a spectator. Even though the elders have taught the Dafu a lot and he has become a master, but he is still not confident. Lin Jie replied that the most important thing is to participate. And who knows, after all, he might surprise everyone. It was really funny for him to hear that he could surprise everyone, but he better not hesitate, because he will absolutely win over half of the participating students. Good teachers have good students. The main character helped with all his strength, and he is still afraid to lose. Mr. Lin has mentored him for so long, and he can show his opponents the difference in strength anywhere. The protagonist said to run to him to register. Though Dafa runs lightning fast, unfortunately he lacks morale. She thinks that if he participates, he will be too impulsive. The guy replied that his strength is great, and he thinks he only lacks courage and combat experience. He believes that participating will only benefit him, and will be remembered for the rest of his life. The competition is officially open. They had already started fighting each other. Dafa also had a fight on his hands, which he eventually won. Everyone was shocked. Even the rector recognized that this guy's training had not been in vain. At night, the man yelled that this was just outrageous. A man in a trench coat arrived, and as he was leaving, he asked why he was so angry. The minister arrived just in time. The minister told him to keep his voice down. And wasn't he afraid someone would see him? That is very careless of him. The minister replied that he had made a good point, and he had also been told that the head of the Yanyan Martial Arts Academy had some business with him. They used to win confidently in the competition, but this year, the academy is outclassed. They have too many good disciples. The academy's disciples received knowledge from the 100-year-old family of elders, even though they didn't show success last time. This year, they can show their hidden potential. This time, they will make this competition the place of their execution, so you can't let the chance go. This sweet pincushion is worth a lot of money, and it is very poisonous. He will have to put it in their food. On this day, all the students in the academy will become weak and feverish, and they will literally burn their enemies. But the minister didn't seem to like the idea, but he need not worry. As soon as the minister does, they will be quoits. The minister confirmed that they will be even after that. Suddenly the Dafa woke up, for his stomach began to grumble. When he came back, he said it was very strange. Today he is all burning up and keeps running to the toilet. The protagonist is determined to find out what's wrong. He recognized it was a pincushion. Dafa asked if the thing had caused him stomach pains. Lin Shui replied that there was no doubt that someone had made sure that they all ate it. The result of this would be that after taking this poison in the competition, they wouldn't be able to take a hit. Dafa wanted to tell the elders about this, but there was no need to, for they were asleep right now. The cook confessed that the man had ordered him to add plants, and he had no idea what for. Lin Shui asked, and what would he say now? But he remained silent. A little while later, the disciples of the Union Academy were sitting around the campfire. The man with blue hair said not to drink so much. After all, if the boss saw them, they would be punished. But what are they afraid of? Because right now the boss is busy thinking of a strategy against the suckers from the academy. He doesn't have time to watch them. Teacher Tan said it was their turn to compete tomorrow, so they can't get drunk now. Even if they are drunk or hungover, these tykes won't be able to do anything to them. Suddenly, Ling Shui appeared from behind them and asked if it was true. They immediately inquired who he was. He was even a little disappointed when he saw the senior disciples of the Execution Temple who should be fighting against the Academy disciples tomorrow. They immediately recognized him as the man from the Academy. The man asked how dare he show up here like that. The protagonist replied that he just wanted them not to make a mistake. They should opt out tomorrow. They thought it was a joke, but Ling Hui confirmed his words. Who is he to tell them what to do anyway? The guy replied that he was just a man with strong arms. If they did not refuse to participate, he would have to use his fists to discourage them. Apparently he's looking for death. The next day, Jing Xunchan asked the minister what had happened to him. The minister replied that he had just had an unfortunate fall in the evening. Even though he remained silent, he looked at him angrily. The second day of the competition has arrived. Each side has shown good combat training, and today he will declare the second day of the martial arts festival open. Each selected competitor must go out. The winners will go first, the losers last. After everyone goes up to the stage, the competition for the title of the winner of the competition will begin. He said to come out of the academy. They came out, but there was something wrong with their faces. The academic rector looked at them in silence and bewilderment. Jing Xunchan realized that his potion was working. He wanted to see how they would win now. And now it's the turn of the Yunani participants to come out, but no one came out. They thought that these participants had overslept. This is an important test because the participants can afford to be late. It's getting close to halftime, and if the participants haven't shown up, it looks like they've changed their minds about participating. The general suggested declaring the academy participants as winners, since the Yunnan participants are so late. Since the general thinks so, it's worth announcing the results. Given that the Yunnan participants refused to participate, Linzhou Academy was declared the winners. When he returned to his academy's camp, he was informed that they had discovered the older students. They were tied to a tree. The man ordered them to be released quickly. Someone had managed to make it impossible for the older students to participate in such a short time. He had already sent riders to investigate and hoped they would return quickly. But right now, he can only rely on him. Of all those left, he is the best, and just has to endure these trials. He defeated a participant of Linzhou Academy. In all 4 trials, it was Yunnan who won, and so the Dafa came out against him. It seems that the head has so few worthy disciples that he sends the sick to fight. The Yunnan seems to only know how to determine who is sick and who isn't by sight. But in this competition, the Jin can see the sick ones perfectly, most of them of middle rank. But one of them looks really strong. Maybe at least he can stand for a while longer. Ma Yuning has been watching him in this competition, and to tell the truth, that brat wasn't even his opponent, and he had better give up. But the Dafa didn't think of giving up so easily. He would not be easily forced to do so. Lin Shui immediately drew attention to himself, saying that their disciples did not give up so easily. He recognized the man immediately. Dafa wanted to start already, but Ma Yuning quickly gave up. In the 5th challenge, Linzhou Academy won. Since the last contestant from Yunnan surrendered and they had no more people left, Linzhou Academy wins the title of the winners of the competition. But suddenly someone shouted for them to stop. Who says there are no more participants from Yunnan? Hong Li came just in time. He was surprised that the old man needed him to scatter the usual brats. He's a member of the Yunnan. How can he let this kid get left out? If he hadn't shown up, they would have been defeated. Now, they're going to see her deal with this collection of garbage. He immediately lashed out at the Dafu, talking about getting him ready to die. The rector of the academy said that the battle was pointless because the forces were too unequal. Does the elder want to say that he admits defeat? The rector confirmed that Linzhou Academy would admit defeat in this round. Dafa replied that he hadn't even tried. He had always taught that one should persevere despite difficulties. So why is he giving up so easily now? The old man replied that if there was a forest, there would be wood. In this round of the competition, it is best for them to admit defeat. He really wanted to kill that chubby guy. If the elder said so, he would spare this guy. He would only let him go if he knelt down, hit his forehead on the ground 3 times, and then loudly said that Lingzhou Academy was worthless trash. He'd rather die honorably than disgrace himself like this. If the elder orders it, he won't fight. But what this man is asking is so humiliating that he will never do it. Its fortitude really impresses him, though he'll regret his words very soon. He immediately appeared behind the Dafa. He should quickly say that Linzhou Academy was worthless trash. But he didn't think of giving up so easily. He immediately reached for the poor guy's hands. Hong Li asked if he was willing to fall on his knees, but the spirit of the Dafa was indeed unbending, for he refused. The men immediately kicked his leg. Everything he was sticking to turned out to be pointless. This guy still did what he wanted to do, but just in a very agonizing way. Dafa replied that he was wrong, and Mr. Lin would help him get his revenge. Lin Shu appeared there and told them to finish. The lad replied that he had dishonored the gentleman, But the protagonist corrected that he had done a very honorable thing. So this kid is actually his buddy. He's so weak on the veto, he could be blown away by the wind. The man is afraid he might accidentally kill him. Dafa asked, how dare he talk such nonsense in front of the Lord? Xuan Li replied that he was just babbling harmlessly. So why is he reacting so sharply? Lin Shui said to leave this guy alone, and his opponents are now him. It seemed too interesting for him. He immediately rushed over to attack, and the protagonist calmly dodged all attacks. Xuan Li wanted to land a leg kick, but that didn't work for him either. He immediately recoiled, increasing the distance. Lin Shui praised this fellow's reaction. He realized that his opponent was too dangerous. He had to get rid of him somehow. He immediately used his technique and pointed at him, but the protagonist covered himself with a shield. His magic is pretty good, but too inferior to this Ling Su's magic. Now it was his turn. Xuan Li recoiled, but the kid pointed his balloon in his direction. This attack struck him at once. No one expected this outcome. The general recognized that he had a very strong technique and asked the elder if he had taught this student such a thing. The elder replied that he had. The man asked the chief of the Jing if there were any other of his men who wished to participate, but the man only turned away. In such a case, the minister must announce the results. The title of the winner of the competition goes to Linso Academy. Everyone was praising the academy. As it turned out, the general of the Red Feather Army, as soon as he saw the protagonist at the competition, was so delighted that he invited him to join his army. He better not miss such a chance. But he's just a hermit who doesn't care about public service. Elder knows that his ambitions are very high. This position will help him find many new ways to improve his strength. He should not be in a hurry to refuse. He had better think it over carefully and then make a decision. Mountain Lake, and in this place, all 5 elements are gathered in one magic field. But even so, he only has enough power to summon a normal spirit of average strength. He needs a fast, agile middle-class martial artist. The protagonist has started the draft. A dragon appeared. Lin Shui explained that this place was his home, and from now on, he would serve here to protect it. No person should disturb this place, so he must carefully watch out for intruders around. He accepted the order and flew high into the sky. The 2 men were walking and didn't realize if their military instructor was definitely living here. Their general is so clueless. So many people in the army wanted to be a military instructor, and he chose some outsider guy. This Lin Shui isn't an ordinary guy. He doesn't know if it's true or not, but he is rumored to be the dark horse of the Lin Su Academy, and his strength is like that of a deity. He should listen to less of the chatter of her recruits. The emperor, instead of believing in battle prowess, believed some mystical gossip. These rumors, it's true, may be exaggerated, but the people who told it that way swore it was true. It was impossible not to believe. They're just recruits' tales. Personally, he was sure that he wouldn't teach them anything, and he himself would be able to straighten him out in no time. But he'd better not be so sure. Since the general himself had taken notice of him, he shouldn't take his training so lightly. He immediately asked if Ling Shui was here. The main character came out and asked who they were and why they had come here. He started to get angry. The man explained that they were from the Red Feather Army and had come to fulfill the general's orders. Namely, to ask Mr. Lin to go with them to their duty station. The general gave orders to ask Lin-san to take over the position of chief military instructor in the army of the Red Feather. The lad replied that the elder had spoken to him about it, but he had not yet given his consent. How can a general act so rashly? He must be too bold if he dares to speak so disrespectfully of the general. The protagonist wondered what he had said. Is this really how they ask people on behalf of the general to take office? The bastard dared to say such things about the army and the general. The man called the whole thing to teach him a lesson. The other man, on the other hand, stipulated to the officer Thu not to do so. But the officer didn't listen and immediately attacked the protagonist. He had no trouble dodging. He also didn't forget the counterattack. The officer admitted he underestimated the brat. He used a fiery strike, but they were told to stop. Shinmuzi has arrived. He immediately introduced himself and said he was the commander of a mounted division. They are acting so inconsiderately. Lin Shui is an honorable immortal, although he is a hermit, but his merits to Lingzhou are very high. This man clearly he did not believe that he was an honorable immortal. Mr. Qin holds such a big position and believes this nonsense too. If he hadn't been stopped, he would have had his soul beaten out of him. He told that idiot to shut up. The commander saves his life and he doesn't even realize it. He turned to the honorable gentleman and replied that it was the senior officer who had dared to treat him so disrespectfully. The The court-martial would punish him when he returned. The general of the Red Pen had specially written a written decree asking him personally to take office. The general wanted to invite him personally, but Linzhou is not at the disposal of the Red Feather Army. And according to the laws, the army commander cannot visit these places. A military instructor would not be authorized to lead troops, but his status would be second only to a general. If the Honorable Immortal agrees to assume this position, it will be of great benefit to the entire nation. This position is equivalent to that of an advisor. It is not under the control of the imperial court. If the Immortal wishes, he can leave the army at any time. Still, he decided to follow them. The senior officer's actions are arrogant. He must know what consequences he will have. After all, Lin Shui's status is much higher than his. He replied that in the army, everything is proved by force. This guy will face many people who will need to show their strength. Red Feather Military Camp. The soldiers all practiced hard. Martial arts require seriousness and planning. Only a well-established base will allow them to progress further. This stance is one of the basic exercises. The posture is simple, but holding it for a long time requires effort. They must practice it diligently. A man finally found a Sioux instructor. He wondered why the instructor Han was looking for him. The chief military instructor will take office today. Everyone is preparing for his arrival. Instructor Shu was surprised that he had not heard this from the general. But Instructor Hong also didn't know anything. The general made this decision suddenly. The general doesn't know what he wants. They have, after all, always chosen a chief military instructor from among their instructors, since you could call in someone from outside. You have to see him first, and then they'll talk about it. They immediately greeted Instructor Xu and Instructor Han. They greeted the instructors Yang, Guo, Fang, and Wang. He'd heard that the head instructor had defeated some guy this year. His rank was master. He thinks that's the reason the general was in such a hurry. He wouldn't be surprised if it's the son of some government official who thinks the army is showering him with gold. Instructor Yang doesn't know anything. This new instructor is not the son of a government official. In fact, he and Instructor Shu have a lot in common. This head instructor is also from Linzhou Academy. The general has really gone mad. I wonder if he was dissatisfied with their work and decided to shame them in this way. It doesn't matter where he's from. In the military, everything is proved by force, and if he wants to rule them, he needs to show that he is superior. If he doesn't, the man will not allow himself to be manipulated. Don't care even if the general himself patronizes him. Lin Shu had already arrived at their place on a horse. Xu Jiqin immediately recognized him. The instructor decided to throw a spear at him. Fortunately, it didn't even hit the horse. The protagonist asked if he had just been aiming for him. This is military camp territory and no one can come here on horseback without permission. Lin Shui punched him in the face, knocking out 2 of his teeth. He must be drunk if he's talking about some kind of authorization. Instructor Shu said that his antics would not be tolerated in the territory of the Red Opera Army. He should apologize to Instructor Guo as soon as possible. If Instructor Shu put in a good word for him, Instructor Guo would listen to him. And who knows, he might spare his miserable life. Apparently so, he greets the chief military instructor. He clearly didn't expect this guy to be the head military instructor. Instructor Shu shouted for him to stop this nonsense. His rank is just a master. He has no strength or experience. Suddenly he shows up here disguised as a master instructor. He thinks this guy's just looking for trouble. The main character showed the general's letter and told them to read it carefully. They confirmed that it was indeed a letter from General. He won't put up with it and thinks the general definitely made a mistake. He's just a sucker, and what makes him superior to them all at all? The Red Pen Army is no place for kids like him. The main character asks if they are really saying they want to disobey orders. He should realize that he needs to get out of here immediately. He'd better not lose his precious dignity. They don't want to put this guy in a difficult position. His rank is master and he needs to show his strength so they are convinced he is superior to them. If he wants to be the chief military instructor, he has to show appropriate strength. If he defeats any of them even once, they will immediately recognize him. The instructor Han is telling the truth. The kid has to choose one of them. If he chooses this man, let him not expect him to succumb to him. Since the guy doesn't want to bother, he suggested attacking them altogether. They shouted that he was an insolent man seeking death. They saw him a chance. If he appreciates a good attitude, let him not blame them if they accidentally kill him. Instructor Shu told them to do what they want. If they kill this guy, then Linzhou Academy not only won't complain, it will thank them for purifying it. If they don't want to attack first, then he'll do it himself. He used a fiery punch. He defeated all the instructors with that punch. Instructor Shu watched this with bewilderment. With this level, it would be difficult for them to become the subordinates of the protagonist. They don't have enough qualifications. As head instructor, he dismisses them all. Shu Jikan asked, why on earth would he decide who should be fired here? A general arrived and replied that he was indeed the chief military instructor of the Red Feather Army, and he had the right to do so. They immediately greeted the general. He saw everything that happened. Mr. Lin is the chief military instructor, and his orders are tantamount to a general's orders. Isn't there something they don't like? They remain silent. He is very grateful that Mr. Lin has arrived, and he is very ashamed that he was unable to come in person. He would immediately order a banquet to be given in honor of Mr. Lin. But he asked the general without ceremony and better to get straight to the point. Since he has been appointed chief instructor, he will decide the question of training. It is up to him to decide what to teach and how to teach it. They may call him an instructor, but in reality, he is just a guest. The laws of the army do not concern him, and he wants to be free to leave and return to the army. And the general recognized that was pretty fair. The general learned from Mr. Qin that this man did not respect his orders. The commanders brought him here, and he ordered him to show this person to Mr. Lin. Since they are in the army, they just have to act according to the law. He said, get this man out of here and punish him. 100 strokes of the batoji. He was already standing in front of the soldiers. Lin So had trained them in the dragon scale technique. Since they are in the emperor's army, they should train not only physically, but also spiritually. Only if they reach mastery themselves would they be able to train the soldiers properly. They all heard the protagonist. The general recognized that this gentleman was indeed like a deity. His draconic technique is perfect. The army will be able to become great, for they have doubled their combat capability. All thanks to the Lord. But this is just an introductory exercise. It might not increase their strength, but it will help develop their abilities and increase the effectiveness of the fighters. Master has a personalized approach to each student. Someone demanded to see the general of the Red Pen Army, but no one can enter without a military ID. The general ordered a quick check to see what was going on. The Guo instructor came in and transferred someone with him. The general wondered why he had come if he had already been dismissed. He greeted the general of the Red Feather Army. The general greeted the wise Guo instructor. As they say, the man is gone. The tea has gone cold, and after all these years, the general may even forget him completely. The way the general called him, apparently he didn't deserve it. But the wisest Guo instructor is called that because he performed great feats for the Red Feather Army. He can't forget that. The students of the Bai Lin school served the emperor faithfully. His nephew, though not talented, worked hard in the army. He was not lazy and got his due, and suddenly he is dismissed. There must be some explanation. This school really made a huge contribution to the army, and he saw that the Guo instructor was dedicated to working his best. So he wrote him a letter of recommendation so that he could easily find a good job elsewhere. Unfortunately, he showed his ignorance, and he should have you personally apologize. They won't bother the general about such trivial matters. Bai Lian's disciples had not yet sunk to the point of relying on the mercy of others. As for an apology, he needs no such honor. He is here today seeking justice, not trouble. The general, without understanding the situation, dismissed his nephew, after which rumors spread. Now, how can the peace between the army and the Bai Lian school be maintained? In the army, everyone has different status, and the most important thing is to follow the laws and regulations. Mr. Lin is personally invited by the general as the chief military instructor. Instructor Guo, along with the others, not only failed to show proper respect for the order. If you allow employees to behave like this, the laws of the army will very quickly become nothing. The general cannot thoroughly investigate the reasons for such behavior, so he had to fire everyone. According to army custom, the post of chief instructor should go to one of the army instructors. The general unknowingly takes this boy and illegally puts him in the position of chief military instructor. Only force is taken seriously in the army. If the instructors did not approve the choice of the chief military instructor, there is a set order for duels. One must respect the force. Since that was the case, he asked to let the old man challenge the chief instructor to a duel. The old man asked if the general would object. The protagonist replied that this old man was too weak to challenge him. That brat is too smug. Even in the presence of the general himself, he can't ignore such a thing. The general asked the wisest instructor to calm down. He heartily asks him to forget about what happened today. The uncle of the Guo instructor is old and cannot fight with anyone as before. The Guo instructor has to persuade him to come back and apologize another day. They are followers of the Bai Lian school. It's a perennial great school of art. Then how can this sucker dishonor them like this? It only affects them, so he asks the general not to interfere. The chief military instructor doesn't have to be involved in this. If he wants to, he can go back to camp and rest, and the general will handle this himself. Since they were looking for trouble so much, he decided to help them out. This guy is very stubborn, so it made me wonder just how strong his bones are. The wisest instructor attacked him, but his hand went just through the protagonist's body. Suddenly, the kid appeared behind him, talking about how it's a good technique. But it was too slow. He kicked the old man, but this old man didn't think of giving up so easily. Even the main character admitted that it's pretty good. Lin Shek summoned fire, after which he pointed it towards the old man who was defending himself with a rock. But even a rock didn't help him. He was immediately worried about his uncle. The Guo instructor called him too violent. They got themselves into trouble, so they have nothing to complain about. He recognized that the protagonist had won. The instructor was about to leave, but the protagonist asked if he really wanted to leave so easily. He'll only let this instructor go with his arm cut off. He agreed to it after all. He asked the sage Hona to help him with this. The instructor Han apologized and cut off his hand. The man asked now that he was satisfied. Lin Shi replied that he could go now, but the instructor Han stayed, and the kid thought he wanted to try it too. But he recognized that the chief military instructor in the entire world was unrivaled. This pathetic person wouldn't dare to challenge him. The entire Red Feather Army is under his command, so he wouldn't dare yard with that and challenge. But the guy didn't understand why he didn't leave then. He mustered up the courage to ask the chief military instructor to have a word with him. They came to the camp, and Instructor Hong asked if he knew of a gathering of prominent people of Jianzhou, but of course, he didn't know about this meeting. Metro has different martial arts families come to this meeting, and it's every 3 years. And the next one is in 6 months. At this time, everyone who studies martial arts get together, sharing martial arts experiences and socializing about different techniques. But the most important thing is the trade fair. Absolutely all families there sell their family teachings, elixirs, artifacts. Participants of the meeting can both participate in the auction and put up their lots. Although it is not a public holiday on the participating masters, should not be underestimated. Last time, the meeting of prominent people was attended by members of the imperial family. Since the holiday is public, it brings together people from all walks of life. They often discuss information that can't be learned about anywhere else. Many imperial spies will also be there to learn about anything important. From these stories, the protagonist realized that this gathering of outstanding people was quite interesting. If he wanted to participate, the man could recommend Lin Su. The guy asked what his demands would be in return. The chief instructor knows techniques that he has never seen anywhere before, so it's enough just to be his companion. But the kid doesn't need a companion. If he benefits the immortal at the meeting, he will recognize his merit. Jinzhou is not far from home. He hadn't been there for a long time and would need to go back and see how things were going. Sun Heijian, the protagonist, informed his mom that he was back. The woman asked why it was that he had come back and if he had been treated badly outside the Guo family. Well, the guy said he just had a bad feeling. It's been a long story. All because the mistress was so eager to make her his son-in-law. It's a good thing the prenuptial agreement was eventually annulled. He has returned to take his aunt to Linzhou. He has a few names there, and will hire some servants to look after her, and to make sure she doesn't deny herself anything for the rest of her life. Traveling doesn't seem to have taught him anything but bluster. She's not going to leave this place because it's his father's and aunt's house. This is where she wants to die. She is still just as stubborn and has endured so much for this family. He agreed to come back to it later. A girl came in and carried the clothes to Auntie. He recognized the laner immediately, and the girl recognized Ling Zhu. They decided to take a walk. Also, the boy heard from his mother that the girl often helps her, so he was very grateful for that. Lana replied that he was the one who had helped her a bunch of times, but suddenly he felt that her body was emitting an aura of coldness. Lin Shui inquired if she'd been feeling unwell lately. The girl replied that she wasn't and asked what the question was. He explained that it was because her face had turned a little pale. Lana replied that it must be because of the bleeding. She hurt herself a while ago, but she's fine now. Another man was approaching them. She noticed him right away. Lenar thanked him for walking her out. He remarked that it was late and they weren't even near her house. The girl replied that she had something else to do, and he had just gotten home. Surely Aunt Lin would want to stay with him longer. She's gone. Still, He reflected on the fact that the aura of coldness her body radiated was still unfamiliar to him. He hadn't studied it before, as he hadn't seen it anywhere. Then there was that mysterious man in black. The neighborhoods around the city. The man in black told the Shao leader that they had brought her back. Lanar must know that her father had promised the girl to him when she was still in the womb. And she's run away again. He can't keep looking for her. He had heard that her lover had said goodbye to her long ago and ran away from the wedding. And she's still hoping to run away with him. I'm so easy to deceive. The man explained that this girl had upset the Shao leader. She should apologize and not leave again from now on. The Shao leader asked if he was allowed to speak. He ordered to strike himself with the palm of his hand. The man slapped himself with the palm of his hand and replied that he did talk a lot. Suddenly something was whispered to him. I can see why she was so stubborn today. Your lover has returned. He ordered Lao Tsai to kill this grief-stricken lover. Lanar asked not to do that, and now she finally spoke. If the girl wants him to spare her lover, she must undress now. He's giving her a chance as long as he's kind. She must not even hesitate. She clearly didn't want to do this, but she needed to get naked. Ling Shu appeared on the roof and told the girl not to dare to do so. She yelled for him to get out of here faster. Turns out her lover is here. Whoever brought him here saved him a lot of energy. The guy explained that she was his girlfriend, so he shouldn't even dare go near her anymore. How sweet to see a boy on the cusp of death himself, but wanting to heroically save his beloved. It was already crowded and it was just one more spectator. He again ordered her to undress quickly. He's getting angry. The ringleader doesn't have time to mess with her. Suddenly, Ling Shui with a single sweep of his fingers cut off his hand. He told me not to go near her again. It's a consequence of not hearing him. The Shao leader ordered him killed. No matter what techniques this boy knew, dealing with 100 ghosts was impossible. These ghosts had been fed for so long, his clan of brigands had gathered them for 100 years. They fed them on human blood. These ghosts could overpower an entire army. The one targeted by the ghost would be plagued by agony and suffering, and would definitely not survive. He really didn't know that there were such artifacts in the world. The Shao leader thought he was scared after all. But it was too late. Now he wouldn't let this guy stay alive. But he also has an artifact. His fiery serpent began to burn these ghosts alive, and after that she switched to the Shao leader as well. There was only one flute left of him. He took her for himself. Lanar was surprised and wondered if this wasn't the Lin Shui she knew. The protagonist replied that he was still the same, even though he had learned a couple magic tricks. Her homelands were originally in the southwest of the area, but they were taken over by shamans. Due to the unbearable oppression, her grandfather was forced to move here with his family. She doesn't know why the Black Vortex bandits immediately took notice of her family, but they took her younger brother with them. The parents were forced to match these girls with their Shao leader. As of today, she has nothing more to fear. No wonder these bandits who use shamanic artifacts have taken notice of the girl. After all, her body possesses a frost spirit. She could be the perfect candidate to study magic. She informed him that she wanted to return to her native land. The boy asked why. Lanar explained that when she was young, her grandfather had told her that her family was descended from an ancient Shi shamanic lineage. It was the lineage of one of the 6 great shamans. But her grandfather doesn't want her to go back. She doesn't want her family's fate to be controlled by anyone. The girl wanted to protect her with her own strength. The world is too cruel. It makes no exceptions. The only people to count on are themselves. It's a good thing she realizes that. In the morning he came home and his mother asked him where he had run off to in the night. She almost died of worry. The boy replied that he was at a friend's house and mother was worried for nothing. There was no one in this world who could harm him. She guessed right away that he was at Laner's house. That girl is nice, and mother thinks she likes him. The boy immediately reminded her that mother wanted to go out. She decided not to talk about it. Today is an important day for the Lin family. After all, his great-grandfather is summoning all the family members to the clan meeting. Linshui Ancestral Temple. Machuka said to greet her grandfather and no need to trouble anyone with your disrespect. He asked her not to worry. He had already said that someone interesting would show up today. And now his third cousin Ling Shui has shown up. How rude of him not to recognize his older brother. Big brother misunderstood. He heard that this guy had gone to Lingzhou for matchmaking, so how could he still be in the Ling family? Seeing that he, while in his wife's house, had forgotten about his family and suddenly showed up at the Lin temple. If this guy was his son-in-law, he would have already buried him in a deep hole. The face of the Lin family was dishonored. They're not trying to shame him, it's just that he's with another family now. This is the ancestral temple of the Ling family. He can't be here. He'd better leave to avoid conflict. But this guy is too weak to make him go away. He was given the opportunity to get away with it. In this temple today, the distribution of the house land is being discussed. He is an outsider, so why is he here? His family now possesses squalid shacks and a few unharvested fields. It's high time we divided everything equally. So it turns out they want to take his family's land. These fields belong to the Lin family, and he is no longer part of it. Therefore, how they divide the property is none of his concern. Well, he'll see who dares trespass on their land. Honestly, there are a lot of their brothers here today, so he shouldn't even think about walking through that door. But he immediately dismissed their health. The guy yelled that there's a crazy man here beating people up. A man came out and asked what the yelling was about. This place is their family's temple, so they should not yell here. They should obey the laws of the family. As it turned out, it was his father. The guy explained that it was the same Ling Shu, and obviously he's not in their family. This guy wants to invade the ancestral temple, so they talked him and his brothers into it. But he suddenly started fighting. Lin Shui didn't show up for half a year, and when he did, he went straight into a fight. Does he really think that the family's laws are just a bunch of bullshit? The protagonist heard that they were going to divide his family's land. But the man replied that it's none of his business because they are all his clan brothers. He does not respect his elders, and also fights with them. In Tacoma, the clan does not educate his sons. He behaves like a brat. Lin Zheg told him to repeat it all. The man repeated what the protagonist brat. He immediately sent the bastard flying. He said for someone to escort the vile brat out. He was immediately jumped on by other people as well. Suddenly, an old man came out and told everyone to stop. It was great-grandfather. Everyone greeted the master. They told me that it was the villain who beat them up. Great-grandfather is obliged to do something about it. He hurts people for no reason, and according to the laws, this guy should be punished with 50 strokes of the stick. On top of that, he also disrespects his elders, so they ask for a harsher punishment. Mother explained that uncle was only relying on numerical advantage and didn't want to ask other people. Everyone had seen what really happened after all. They shouldn't deceive their grandfather. If even this behavior of the sonny is covered by the mother, then the whole family is not well-mannered. When it is in the temple of the Ling family, it is the turn of some woman to say, Mother asked. But isn't she also a woman, and why is she jumping on another topic? The elder told them to stop. Everyone saw today's drama. It is up to the head of the family to decide who is right and who is wrong. The purpose of today's meeting is mainly to discuss land division issues, and at the same time to conduct an exam to test the young people's knowledge. He asked Elder Wu to read out. Lin Yongfeng, 3 adult males, 15 mu of land. Lin Xing An, 2 adult males, 10 mu of land. Lin Jianxun, 4 men, 20 mu of land. Lin Jianchen, there are no men, 1 mu of earth. Mother asked how her family has no men if her son Lin Su is here. Her son is the son-in-law of another family, so how can he be a man from the Lin family? They know that this woman lives alone. It is a pity to give her even 1 mu of land, and she is not satisfied. 1 mu of land is plenty as it is, and if she still resents it, she won't have that either. Mother said that her son Shui is also the great-grandson of an elder. He can't do that to them. The elder said if she has something to say, she should just talk to him. There is no need to kneel down. He immediately went to Elder Wu and replied that this was the wrong division of Semyon. Why had he not consulted him before that? The uncle explained that there were no men in the third brother's family. So no matter how much land you give them, no one can grow anything there. They distributed the land for the good of the family. The crops that would grow on it would be divided among all the clans. Great-grandpa recognized that the older grandson was also right in his own way. Mother explained that her family had bought these lands bit by bit. How could they be taken away so easily? Linjue replied to his mother that there was no need to beg them. She feels very guilty towards her son and his father. He asked his mother not to be so reckless. As long as her son is here, no one will dare to take their house. How dare they be so stubborn? They should know their place and just put their signatures. Otherwise, all the land will go to them. If this land had been given to his family by his grandfather, he would not have said a word. But what right do they have to dispose of the property his father bought with his own money? The uncle asked, where did his father get the money from? Did the Lin family give the amount to buy the lands? He is now the son-in-law of another family, so how dare he even show up here and fight over the property? What belongs to him, no one has the right to take away. If he wants to take away his land, it will first have to meet the fists of the protagonist. Suddenly, Cousin Shu appeared behind him. The guy said they hadn't seen Cousin Shu in a while and asked when he had time to come over. Cousin Shui replied that he had just come over after seeing the insolence of this greenhouse. He couldn't help himself, so he jumped out so recklessly and apologized. The cousin heard this guy's chatter and asked if he was really strong. But the protagonist remained silent. Today is a special day, the day when all the relatives gather together. Younger brother suggests that the elders witness the battle. They agreed. If his cousin defeats him, he is the one who will hand over his land. Lin Shui agreed to these terms. He will kindly offer this to the protagonist, a chance to stand up for what's right. Fighting is not allowed here, so they must enter the arena to compete. The protagonist asked, what if this cousin loses? If Cousin Shu loses, the land will go to the protagonist, and his family will admit they were wrong. That's still not enough, and this proposal doesn't satisfy Xu. If Cousin Shu loses, he wants to take 1,000 mu of land for himself. The uncle replied that he was crazy. Half of the Ling family is not enough to raise 1,000 mu, but he doesn't care. Since they decided to bet on people, the stakes must be very high for him. The elder said that this is not a place for bragging, so he said, Lin Su, get out of here. Great-grandpa replied that if he wanted to make such a big bet, then he should bet big money in return. Otherwise, no one would fight him. He had 1 million lianas with him and asked if that was enough. The elder immediately wanted to look at it to make sure. After all, it is a very large amount of money. The elder reported that these bills are real. They are really 1 million lianas. The protagonist asked again if there were anyone willing to fight him. All the clan lands aren't worth that kind of money. So where did this kid get that kind of money? But it doesn't matter where he got the money from. As long as it's here, we can't let it go. They have such wealth in front of their eyes, so they can't miss such a good chance. My uncle informed me that they would fight. Already many people have agreed to fight him. The first fight will be against Cousin Shu. He didn't know if everything would be all right. After all, they had put everything they had on the line. But there was no need to worry, for Xue was a warrior who had been recognized by the emperor. That was enough for Xue to defeat this Xue. But even if Ling Xue really had some martial talent, he would have been in the service of the emperor long ago, instead of becoming the son-in-law of someone else's family. His cousin sagged not to blame him for not mentioning that he is the emperor's senior warrior. The protagonist should regret losing later. If he wants to prove his awesomeness, he should do it through his actions. He immediately ran to attack him, but the same moment the protagonist punched him in the face. No one was obviously expecting this. The protagonist asked if the fifth elder had the documents for the land. They should now be handed over to Lin Shui. There were stacks of papers in front of him. The uncle immediately replied that he was just kidding. His nephew should return their land documents. He will talk to the fifth elder, and his family's land will not be divided. They will also take a piece of land from each family and give it to the protagonist. Lin Shui immediately asked if they had decided to beat him up just for a joke. The land deed is the most valuable thing in the family. He can't just take it away. Lin Shui replied that they had placed a bet and lost. These lands now belong to him, but the man replied that these lands were still his and reached for the documents. But the protagonist immediately stabbed his arm. Did he really want to steal the documents? And does that mean the protagonist's opinion doesn't matter? His wife and son immediately became concerned about the man. He accused Lin Shui of being cruel, but the kid explained that it was just a little punishment. If they weren't his relatives, they would have died long ago. They immediately fell silent. The mother asked her son what they should do now. The uncles and elders will definitely not agree to end the conflict. She is afraid that they will not be able to take these lands. But the boy replied that she need not worry, and she is now the mistress of the big lands. Suddenly a fifth uncle arrived at their door. Mother came out to him and asked him what he wanted. He replied that he just wanted to talk to Ling Su. He told his mom to make tea while he talked to his uncle. The uncle knows that they divided the main character's family territory unfairly. Before coming here, he talked to everyone, and they decided that the kid can choose 100 mu plot of land, whatever he wants, and no one will object. The rest of the land has to be returned. He doesn't want to leave everyone destitute. The guy asked if they didn't want to leave his family without those very funds. The man replied that his uncles in his clan wanted to compromise with him. This guy is stubborn and greedy like a boy. The family's connections are considerable. If you bring all this to the authorities, he will have nothing left. The protagonist wondered if his uncle was threatening him. He should believe that Lin Zhu can protect his land. The documents for the land are his, but there are no crops on these lands. In any case, they should wait until the crops are ripe and then do something about it. Well, it won't cause him any problems, so they will wait. The The man reported to his father that the boy had not agreed to their terms and would not return to the question of the lands until after the harvest had ripened. These fields, even under pain of death, they would not give to this lad. But they signed the resignation anyway. So what if they signed it? Can't they say they were forced to sign it? The authorities will always have the last word. They treat them with the utmost respect. Or he's afraid the judge won't take their side. 3 months later, it was their annual visit to the Ling family. According to custom, every family in every courtyard pays a visit to the family. This meeting is not only for the sake of developing relationships with other families, but also to help the Lin family realize the abilities of other clans. Therefore, there is no need to be shy. Everyone should get to know new people, but great-grandpa needn't worry, because everyone knows how to behave. Only some people here really don't know how to establish relationships. Obviously, they're the only ones who can embarrass them. He doesn't know where that kid learned to fight like that. No matter how powerful he is, would he dare to rebel? Later, the big figures will appear, and they will look at his arrogance. The man said that the owner of the bread farm, Mr. Tian Feng, had arrived. It seems to be the 7th elder's honored guest. The man replied that it was the master who came from so far away. Tian Feng replied that the annual gathering of the Lin family is widely known. Everyone talks about it as something grand. Therefore, how could he not come? The owner of Li's bookstore from Heijithang, General Feng Fin, arrived. They all welcomed these guests. Whereupon the county judge of the Luo County arrived. Even the county judge is here in person. They don't know who might come bigger than him. They are happy to welcome such a great man to this humble celebration. The disciple is also happy to welcome him. The county magistrate asked Ven Lun what happened to his hand. He'll talk about that later. First, he should go to the central hall and rest. It had been a long and difficult journey. Their descendants were even able to get to someone as great as the county judge. It seems to be because of the land division situation. It's going to be an interesting show here this time. The main character shouldn't have set himself so high. Also, a man I know has arrived here. Heitzi imagined that it was Mr. Duan, who was the head of the Eagle Gang from Linzhou. He had come here to visit Mr. Lin. The man announced that Mr. Duan from Linzhou had arrived. No one understood when their family had made connections in Lingzhou. The Eagle Gang is very powerful, and they have annexed a large number of new territories. They can now be considered local emperors. He greeted Mr. Lin. A lot of property income came into the main character's name, and they were all exchanged for banknotes. A total of 5 million lianas came out. No one was expecting to hear that much, and the protagonist said to put them aside for now. Boss Duan was about to leave. The man said that the gentleman had come all the way from Linzhou and had not met anyone at all. So why is he leaving already? Duan Tianqiu replied that he didn't need to. He had come for Mr. Lin's sake, and it was enough for him to see only him. I can see why the boy's so cocky. He's friends with the gang. It also seems that the gang leader has a lot of respect for this kid. No one understood how he could placate the head of the Duan. Since this kid has a lot of money, he probably just paid for this act. Nobody cares where he came from. He's just a street urchin, and the local authorities will deal with him properly. They got nothing to fear on this land. Suddenly it was reported that King Nin had arrived. No one even understood how a Lingzhou king could be here. He is a member of the royal family. The elder and the county magistrate greet the lord. He asked the king what made him come this way. The king replied that he had come here to meet Mr. Lin. Uncle didn't understand how this could even be possible. King Ning himself had come to see someone from his family. Although he also knows a few people from Linzhou, but he doesn't have anyone who knows Lord Ning. The king was pleased to meet Mr. Lin. Lin Shui replied that he didn't need to be so polite. Once again, everyone was puzzled because of the fact that it turned out to be Ling Shui. To celebrate Mr. Lin's homecoming, he prepared a modest gift. The king apologized if it wasn't good enough for him. A member of the royal family is indeed respectful to a hungry man from the Lin family. No one realized what kind of tricks this was. This boy has not only money, but also connections to the royal family. And how could such a respectful lord bring a gift to this guy? It was a pair of jade bracelets. The master has seen everything in this world, so ordinary things will not please his eyes. This pair of jade bracelets is the symbol of the Clear Moon store. The king specially sought them out for the lord and hoped that he would accept this gift. It's a high-quality item. Wearing this is like wearing hundreds of thousands of vines on your arm. You can only dream of such a thing. It's almost impossible to buy it for hundreds of thousands. Lin Shui indicated that he would accept the gift. The king was very happy that the lord did not refuse to accept his gifts. A calmness now blossomed in his heart. The protagonist thanked him. No one understood where this brat was coming from. Even such a big man comes to see him in person just to give him gifts. Only members of the imperial family deserve such treatment. Suddenly, the county chief of Linzhou County arrived.